the road to MotoGP. Live from Whilton Mill. FAB-Racing Minibikes British Championship. Live from Whilton Mill. This is FAB-Racing Minibikes British Championship.
Hello and welcome to Sunday morning of the FAB-Racing Minibike British Championship. You join myself, Lewis Ray and Ross McIntyre for round 7 of the championship. And well, we've seen 10 fantastic races yesterday, but still 20 on the cards today. The sun is out at the moment, but mixed conditions might be expected later on. But before we get into any of that, let's have a walk and a chat to some of the riders down in the paddock. So we're here with Tommy Williams and Freddie Taylor. Both of the riders are racing in the AC40 Rookies at the moment. And Tommy, well, you've got a little blast to your head at the moment after Friday practice. Tell us what happened in your crash.
When I was trying to turn, the bike wouldn't turn, then I just went over the handlebars.
And how are you feeling now after that crash?
Really good.
And well, so far, apart from your crash, how has it been on the Whilton Mill circuit?
A lot of fun.
And what's so fun about this track?
Because there's a lot of good places to overtake.
And this weekend, well, you're battling for the 14th and 15th in the championship with Freddie next to you. So how are you feeling towards that, racing with one of your friends?
A lot of fun as well.
And is Freddie your main rival at the moment? Is he the person you really want to beat?
Not really.
Still friends on the circuit. And Freddie, well, how are you finding this circuit? It's really warm today and it's really hot in the sun. So how are you finding it riding in such hot conditions?
Good. I'm quite good in the dry, and in the wet it just wasn't working so good. So I just like being in this track because I've practiced here a lot at some practice nights here.
And at Rowra, with the tough conditions, do you think that's why you struggled the last round, or do you think maybe there was one or two things that you could have worked on?
Yeah, there could have been, but I just didn't like Rowra's track either.
And so Whilton Mill, is this your favourite track of the calendar since you have so much practice on the circuit?
Yeah.
And what is it that you enjoy so much about this track?
It's just flowy and good.
And we spoke to Tommy there briefly just about you guys racing on the circuit. You're battling for 14th, 15th position in the championship. So do you want to go out there and try and beat Tommy, or are you still out there being his friend on the track?
Just out there trying to beat him, really.
Two completely different mindsets. Well, we wish you the best of luck for this weekend, guys.
Thank you. Thank you.
Now then, Henry Brodie and Mason Fedrick are now with us in the paddock. And well, starting off with you, Henry, you had a great last round at Rowra. You were at the front fighting for the top 5 positions. What do you think it is that's allowed you to make that step and fight near the front?
That'd be good.
And Rowra, is that a circuit you enjoy, or is it just everything is slowly getting better with your riding?
It's my favourite track still.
And what makes it your favourite circuit at Rowra?
I just really like it in the wet.
And well, no wet conditions it looks like this weekend at Whilton Mill. So how are you looking forward to this weekend, or is this a track that you're not enjoying as much?
I enjoy it very much.
And well, racing the class this year, how are you finding it with such a tough field?
Really hard, but I'm good.
And who's the hardest person to beat at the moment for yourself?
Mason.
Well, Mason's sitting next to right now with a little grin on his face. And well, Mason, you had quite a big crash last time out at Rowra. How are you feeling after that?
Fine, really. At least I got the win.
And yeah, you did get the win in fine fashion at Rowra. What do you think it is that this season has allowed you to make that step and now are consistently at the front and battling for race wins?
I think it's just practice.
And well, Whilton Mill, have you had much practice around this circuit before, or is this still a track that you're learning every single lap?
I've been around here quite a lot.
And what's the toughest thing to learn about this circuit?
It's quite smooth.
And right now in the championship, you're now in championship contention with just 2 rounds remaining. How are you feeling towards that, and what is your mindset towards these last two rounds?
Really good.
And how do you think you're going to be able to battle it for the championship?
Just try and keep up the good work.
And at the moment, are you going all out for race wins, or are you thinking about the championship points while you're on the motorcycle?
Thinking about the championship points.
Well, it's a very mature mindset. We wish best luck to both of you guys this weekend. So best of luck, Henry and Mason.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Taylor Tomlinson, I have to say, you're looking like one of the most confident mans in the paddock. So how are you feeling going into Whilton Mill?
I'm feeling, well, seeing as Rower wasn't one of my best tracks, I know it was this last year, but now we're here and I've done a Friday practice, you know.
And well, this weekend you'll be racing in the LC40 Elites, and also this year is your first full season on the MiniGP 50 bike. How are you finding racing the MiniGP 50?
It's difficult. It's not the easiest of things, but I should be faster. I should be up with Matthew.
And what do you think it is at the moment which is separating you and not allowing you to fight for race wins in the MiniGP 50 class?
Experience and tiredness, because I'm doing that twice and then I'm doing the 50 last.
Well, on the MiniMoto class, you are fighting for race wins and consistently at the front, and actually you're battling with your old rival Sebastian Gosowski. So how's that been this year, battling with him on the circuit?
It's been nervous, but not as bad as last year.
And do you think maybe that's down to getting a bit more experience racing motorcycles and allowing you to not get as nervous this year?
No, I think it's just because at the start of the season we had Rex fighting for second with me, and I think that just gave Seb the point. Rex took the points instead of Seb, so.
And we're looking towards the final round of the championship at Three Sisters. Is it a track that you've ever managed to ride before?
I've done 2 corners on a go-kart, yeah, but it's a tiny little hill, but you know, that's it.
Well, it should create some interesting racing for us all at home. And well, you can potentially wrap up the championship this weekend at Whilton Mill. How are you feeling towards that?
I'm feeling pretty confident, to be honest. Seb just needs to get all 3 races 4th, and I need to win them all, which, you know.
And so are you pure confidence? Do you think that you're just going to go out there on the circuit and go for pole position and all 3 race wins this weekend? Or if you don't have the pace, are you just going to leave a little reserved in the bag and leave it for Three Sisters?
I want to wrap it up this weekend, but I don't think I'm going to do a pole position or anything. I'll win one.
Well, we wish you the best luck for this weekend, and hopefully we can see you once again do the Macarena across the start-finish line.
Thank you.
Here with Harley Baker, the sun beaming down here at Whilton Mill for round 7 of the FAB-Racing Mini Bike British Championship. How are you feeling coming into the penultimate round of the season?
Yeah, good. I've got some good practice sessions. I got 2 5ths and a 6th, which is my best positions this season in any session. So, yeah, good.
And it's without a doubt the warmest round of the season we've had so far. It's looking like it's going to get up to 32 degrees on Saturday. What's it like for you when you're out there riding in such heat? Is it a big problem? Is it maybe not as much of an issue as some people would think?
It's very grippy, but it does get hot quite quick. After 3 quick laps, you are sweating and trying to wipe the sweat off your forehead and stuff. So, yeah.
And what does the temperature do to the tyres as well? Does it cause problems, especially later on in the weekend? Do the tyres maybe start to run out a little bit of grip, or do they manage to last the whole weekend in these conditions?
I'm not too sure about the tyres. It's grippy at the moment, and it's quite good at the moment. It's plenty of grip. You just chuck it onto the side, and it's good. So at the moment, it's all right, but I'm not sure. We'll find out at the end. So
yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Well, thank you very much, Harley. Best of luck this weekend.
Thank you.
Callum Maxwell, I believe it's the first time we've managed to get to speak to you this whole year, actually. So how is your season going?
I couldn't hear you.
How is your season going this year, Callum?
It's going really well. We had a small issue with the exhaust last session, like it started flaming a little bit. Other than that, it's been fine.
And the MiniGP 50 class, how's that been learning to ride a geared bike this season?
It's been rather tricky, but I've gotten used to it by now, and
And the MiniGP 50 class, there's about 22, 23 use basically every single round. So what's it like racing in such a big class, especially compared to, for example, the AC40 Pros, which you were racing in last year?
It's rather worrying because, at any point that you could get hit, but yeah, it's fine.
And what do you think you have to improve with your riding to be able to get yourself at the front?
I just have to improve. I think I just have to improve my confidence and start accelerating faster.
And well, this weekend at Whilton Mill, just 2 rounds left. What's your plans for the next season? Are you planning on staying in the MiniGP 50 class next year, or have you got any other plans?
I believe we are learning this year, and next year we are really going to be going for it.
Well, we wish you the best of luck. Hopefully next year we can see you at the front.
Thank you.
Oliver Hall, you're getting ready to go out on the circuit, and well, you've got a smile on your face. You're looking really comfortable this weekend. You're looking extremely happy. Tell us, how's it going?
Yeah, it's alright. My first session didn't start very well, but I've got up the pace and getting some, just trying to get some more couple of seconds in the corners.
And well, so far this season, you've had quite an up and down year with quite up and down results, some of it not being your problem, some of it being bike issues. So tell us, how have you found this season so far? Has it gone how you expected, or has it been quite challenging?
It's been quite challenging because some of the time I'm getting good results, but some of the other time I'm having bike issues, or it's just not working in my opinion. So, yeah.
And well, the bike issues, are you confident it's all sorted for this weekend?
Yeah, I think they're all sorted. I've went out on both bikes today. They both work.
Oh, they both work. That's always going to help. And well, we spoke to you at the start of the season, and you said you're going to be focusing on the MiniMoto classes rather than doing the 50 at the same time. So looking into 2024, are there plans to ride the MiniGP 50 and maybe move away from the MiniMotos, or do both again?
I'm not doing pros this year, or next year, because I'm not doing it this round. Pros isn't just my thing, but when I'm doing elites next in 2024, I think I'm going to be doing elite and pro.
And so no plans of the MiniGP 50 yet in 2024?
Elite and 50, sorry.
Well, we wish you the best of luck, and actually go out and enjoy the circuit. The sun is out and bikes are out, so what more can you love?
I can't ask for much more.
Ready? Go. Kai Hawken, you're here in the sunny paddock, you're sweating away. How's it been out on the circuit?
Good. I think it's my favourite track so far.
And what's made this your favourite circuit?
I don't know, I just sort of clicked with it.
And well, how's it been so far this season, racing in the AC40 rookie class?
Good, I've had really good rounds, and then I've had some bad rounds, but yeah, mostly good.
And so has this year been a learning year? And if it has, what have you learned so far in 2023?
Well, I just learned like racecraft and all that.
And what's been the biggest thing you've learned about your racecraft?
Not like to be safe passing, and like, well, I don't really know much else about it.
And on the MiniMotos, how tough is it to ride in such hot conditions?
Tough because you're hot, and then like you're trying to get fast lapping, but then you're hot, so you want to like give up, but then you can't really.
Well, I don't envy you in your liveries. Look extremely warm, and we wish you the best of luck for this weekend.
Thank you.
Daisy Bolden, how are you today? The sun is out and you're looking quite happy with yourself, so are you enjoying this weekend?
Yes, thank you.
And what's made it so enjoyable for yourself?
Well, I'm getting really used to the track, and it's just making me go faster.
And well, you've been constantly improving all year, you've been getting up the order. Who's really helped you the most to get faster on the circuit?
Well, it's mostly my dad and my auntie.
And your dad, what's the best thing that he's taught you about motorbike racing?
Mostly the lines and where to brake.
And well, lines are so important at Whilton Mill. How are you finding this circuit?
Good.
And what do you enjoy so much about it? Of course, there's a lot of different corners, there's some heavy braking zones, so what's your favourite part?
Well, the top bit over there, it's nice and fast and flowy.
Yeah, it's really quick on the MiniMoto machine. So how are you finding this season, getting used to that sense of speed?
Yeah, I'm finding it really good, and I just look forward to going on a faster bike.
Well, we look forward to watching you this weekend because it's been great racing so far this year, and we wish you the best of luck.
Thank you.
The 2023 Senior MiniMoto Champion, Josh Birkin, or should I say the Maestro, how is fame treating you?
People won't leave me alone. I'm walking down the street, sounding caps, arms. Won't tell you what I sound the other day, but it was pretty disgusting.
Well, that's somewhat lovely to hear. How are you finding this season so far? Of course, you were a pretty dominant force all the way throughout the year, so how have you found it?
It's been a bit boring. Not boring, but Reese is injured, Matt was injured, Will hasn't done every round, so it's been a bit... I kind of missed the good close racing, but it's alright, I can't complain.
And well, Matt, he's not been at FAB for a couple of rounds now, so how's his recovery going at the moment?
He's out of his cast and everything. He's coming down tonight just to watch and have a few beverages.
Oh yeah, a few refreshments, I'm sure. It's pretty normal with the Senior MiniMoto guys, but 2024, of course, you've won the championship now in the Senior MiniMoto class. Could we potentially see a Josh Birkin on a Moto Team bike next year? Could we see one or two wildcard appearances?
Have you been hearing rumours? Because I am thinking about buying a Metro kit, and me, Carl and Matt will just share, maybe do a race each on a weekend just for something a bit extra, but we'll have to see.
And is your brother Matt planning on coming back next year once he's fully recovered?
Yeah, he'll be back if his girlfriend lets him, which I'm not too sure about, but we'll see.
And well, now that you've won the championship, what's the game plan now for the final 2 rounds of the FAB-Racing series?
Just have fun and enjoy it. Just make the most of it.
Well, hopefully you make the most of it. The sun's out, so you better go out and get a tan. And well, we've seen that you shaved your head for some aerodynamic reasons, I'm sure, so hopefully you can get that tanned as well.
Thank you very much.
We are now here with one of our most talented females in the paddock that we have here at the FAB-Racing Championship, Chloe Gleeson. And Chloe, you've got the fan on for yourself, I'm sure, and the bike. So how's this weekend going so far? Because it's so warm for you guys out on track.
It's been really super hot because in these leathers, it's super hot riding on track.
And well, this season you've joined the Danny Webb GP camp. How's that experience been for you?
It's been great. It's really fun with all the team and stuff.
And what's been the biggest thing that Danny Webb himself has taught you about racing?
Never to give up, really, and just like keep pushing. Even if stuff's gone wrong, just keep trying.
And well, talking about this season, how's it went so far racing on the Metro kit?
It's going really good, thank you, because last round at Rowra I got top 10 in all the races, so I was really pleased with that.
And well, doing some practice on the Friday, have you experienced any teething issues with the bike, or is everything going as planned?
There's a couple of problems at the moment, and as you see, we're trying to get it fixed, but hopefully next session it'll be alright.
And what was the issue with the bike whenever you were out on the track?
Well, a couple of times the bike just kept bogging, and it was really annoying, but hopefully it'll be okay now.
And do you know exactly what they've changed on the bike? Is it something to do with the carburetor?
I think it's either the jetting or some of the spark plugs, so hopefully that'll be okay.
Well, hopefully you can get that fixed. And well, looking into next year, have you got any plans set in stone at the moment, or have you not got anything confirmed yet?
I don't have any plans at the moment. I'm just going to stick with going to the end of the season for the 50s and see how that goes.
Well, we wish you the best of luck for the final couple of rounds in the MiniGP 50 class. It's a highly competitive class, and you're certainly impressing everyone out on the track.
Yeah, it's really, there's a big grid. There's loads of them.
Thank you so much.
No problem. Thank you.
We've spoken to one baker and now we speak to the other. We are here with Preston. How are you feeling looking into Whilton Mill?
Good, thanks. I'm just... Hopefully I get a win and just get 3 wins in a row, really.
I think that's the dream for everybody else here at Whilton Mill. Is this a track that you like? Is it a track you're fast at?
Yeah.
That's good. It's very, very hot here at the moment, as you can tell. The last couple of rounds we've had a lot of rain coming down. So what do you prefer? Do you prefer riding in the wet or the dry?
I would say dry, because just a bit easier. And if it's on a bumpy track in the wet, it isn't really that fun.
Yeah, that is fair enough. And I'm assuming you've been out for a few sessions today already in the practice sessions. How's everything feeling? You feeling confident on the bike?
Yeah, just try and get race wins, really.
Yeah, so go out there Saturday, Sunday, win all 3 races, go home a happy boy. Is that the plan?
Yeah,
Brilliant stuff. Well, thank you very much for talking to us, Preston, and best of luck for this weekend.
thank you.
Pit Bike Sonic, Jamie King, it is warm here at Whilton Mill. How are you feeling looking forward to round 7?
Hot, yeah, extremely hot. It's like the Sahara Desert, isn't it? It's not a gust of wind, it is, yeah. I think even when we go to Benidorm, I don't think it's this hot. So, yeah, it's extremely hot. It's extremely hot. Can we cut that out?
No, gotta carry on.
Well, yeah, it's extremely hot, but it's been going okay. We're still on the magnificent borrowed engine from Sean. We're going to have a brand new one in for tomorrow. So, yeah, hopefully it'll go well. But we've gradually been getting quicker all day, but do about 5 laps and I'm bloody knackered.
Yeah, well, I'm not even riding and I've had enough of it being stood here in the sun. The last 2 rounds, been getting better and better each time you hit the track. How are you feeling coming back out on the 76 machine?
Yeah, Rara went okay with after obviously the engine blow up. It's going to be a tough weekend this weekend because we've got a few of the quick boys are back. I believe Rossi's back this weekend, so last year's champion. We've also got Reese coming back this weekend, so I think there could be about 5 or 6 of us battling for the lead. It's going to be a real close weekend.
That's great to hear. We always love to see the old faces back in the Fab Paddock and some brilliant action out on track. So I guess the plan for you is just beat the heat, get out there, get some strong points.
Yeah, definitely. There's still a small chance of 3rd in the championship, so we're going to try and get 3 good results and then 3 sisters. Hopefully, you never know, it's going to be a new track for us all, so hopefully maybe try and get some wins there.
Brilliant stuff. Well, thank you, Jay. Best of luck this weekend.
No worries. Cheers.
Taylor Lawrence, welcome back. How are you feeling?
Pretty hot, mate, to be honest. Pretty boiling. But, I mean, quite nice weather in it. Track's feeling nice. Yeah, just have a bit of fun with the mates again. See Jamie, and everyone's improved since I've last been here. Everyone's getting a lot quicker. Don't like it.
So maybe not the 3 straight wins that we're all used to from you then this weekend.
Well, I wouldn't say that. There just might have to be a bit of angle bushing, a bit of, sorry, mate, see you in a bit, but we'll have a good fun no matter what. It'll be a good race to watch, I'm sure. Especially with Rossi coming later.
Awesome stuff. Well, thanks, Taylor. Best of luck.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
Now then, Jensen Bishop, it's your first season in the MiniGP 70 class, also racing in the 50s as well. How are you finding the step up to the L2 Helmets MiniGP 70 class?
The 70 feels a lot more powerful. Like you can almost drive into a corner where you drive into second, and you can drive out in fourth quite easily.
And well, apart from Fab this season, you've been doing a bit of go-karting on the side. How are you finding that racing on not just 2 wheels but 4?
Well, I've been doing go-karting with my school, Quinton House, in tracks like this, and I do prefer 2 wheels, but it's great fun.
And what is it that you prefer more about 2 wheels compared to go-karting?
The fact that you are at one with the bike and you're swinging it around sort of inside the cart.
And racing the go-karts, is there anything you can take from that to help you on the bike racing? With you get more chance to drive the circuits?
It's more about track familiarity because the lines are quite different, and there's also a bit more corner speed in karting. So.
And also in the MiniGP 50s this season, how are you finding that racing in such a competitive class with over 20 riders in every single race?
Well, I'm trying to stay in the top 10, and since we missed the first 2 rounds, the championship isn't in our goal. So we're just trying to have fun and get ready for 70s next season.
And well, racing from the 70s, just last season you were racing in the MiniMoto classes. How was the step up from a MiniMoto to a geared bike?
Well, my first time on a geared bike, I flipped it on a pit bike. But the step up from a Mini to a 50 is massive compared to like a rookie bike to elite bike. And just get used to the gears and familiarity of the gears is just a big step.
And at Whilton Mill, how are you finding it so far this weekend? Have you got any aims or objectives going into it?
Well, Whilton Mill is my local round, but it's not really my favourite. So my objective is just to have fun and try to place the top 10.
And why is this track not your favourite? What is it that you're not so good on?
Well, my speciality is corner speed, like in Ella. And this track's kind of bumpy and it's got a lot of anti-camber.
Well, we wish you the best of luck for this weekend. Although it's not your favourite circuit, hopefully we can see you fight for podiums and fight for that top 10 positions that you want.
On the road to MotoGP and the feeder series to the British Talent Cup and RedBull Rookies, this is FAB-Racing Minibike's British Championship.
Hello and welcome to Sunday's coverage of the FAB-Racing Minibike British Championship. We are here at Whilton Mill for round 7. And you join myself, Lewis Ray, and alongside me once again for this weekend, Mr. Ross McIntyre. And well, Ross, we've seen 20 great races. Yes, we've seen 10 great races yesterday and 20 still to come today. And even some championships might be wrapped up in race 2 in the Pit Bike 140s and in the Extreme 200. So Ross, it's going to be an exciting day. However, it's not as warm as yesterday. The sun's definitely not out. So it looks like it's going to be slightly more comfortable for the riders.
We'll have to wait and see, Lewis. Hello and welcome to round 7, the penultimate round of the FAB-Racing Minibike British Championship. As you said, it's cloud cover today. Possible chance of showers later on in the day, which I don't think anybody was expecting coming into this weekend, given just how hot it's been here in the UK and here at Whilton Mill. But it is very, very muggy. It's very humid. So while the actual temperature and the track temperature may not be as hot, it is still going to be tough out there for the riders. We're just going to have to wait and see how it all goes. There we see the crowd watching along, getting ready for the first race of the weekend, which is just a few moments away, with the AC40 Rookies Championship. Of course, yesterday, Mason Fedrick with a brilliant last corner move to take the win and continue to put pressure on Jensen Ansel in the championship. That gap now down to just 58 points between the front runners. And although mathematically this championship can be decided this weekend, again, if you leave here at Whilton Mill with 75 points heading into the final round at Three Sisters, you are crowned champion. Mathematically, you can't be caught. But Mason Fedrick, he's had all of the momentum behind him in the title race over the last few rounds. The last time out at Rara, he was just on absolute fire, and he's looking to continue that today. So pressure's on for Jensen Ansel. We're just getting going in the final warm-up session of the morning. We've got the merged Pit Bike 140 and Extreme 200 championships, both out there for the final war for the day. And again, these two are championships that could be decided in race 2, let alone race 3. Again, if you do some maths, plus 25 points to do it, so we've got 100 points gap in the championship. Come the end of race 2, then you're crowned champion. It's pretty simple. We're going to try and have to work it out as we go. But one last warm-up session to go. We've got about 3 minutes left on the clock, and then it's time to go racing.
It's almost time to go racing, and as you said, Pit Bike 140s and the Extreme 200s could be crowned. So Chris Wells and Filip Sorowiak could be made champions here today at Whilton Mill, with still one round left of this season, and then we'll be heading to Three Sisters at the start of October. And Three Sisters is an exciting prospect for a lot of the riders. It's a track which many of them haven't raced on before. We've never been at with Fab Racing, but currently just under 3 minutes to go, 2 minutes and 30 seconds remaining in this warm-up session, and then we can get straight into racing, where of course we'll be kicking off with the AC40 Rookies and staying with the MiniMoto theme for 4 races in a row before we get to the LS2 helmets MiniGP 78 British Championship. And we see some great racing in yesterday in the MiniGP 70s. It's one of the closest championships that we have here at FAB, with just 5 points, as Mr. Jamie King has a problem at the side of the circuit, a brand new engine in for him this weekend, and he could be joining in on some celebrations later with his good mate Chris Wells. So Pit Bike Sonic being slightly slower than Sonic on the circuit at the moment and pushing his bike back to the awning. But the MiniGP 70s is one of the most exciting championships that we have here at FAB, and the gap just being 5 points between Blake Wilson and Luke Fitchett in the championship. It's so exciting.
It is indeed. The top 4 riders in the LS2 helmets MiniGP 70 British Championship, covered by just 31 points. Wilson Dilkson fifth. He is also mathematically still in championship contention. He is 106 points away from championship leader Blake Wilson, but how long is that going to last? If he has a strong final 2 races here this weekend, he could still keep his championship fight going into Three Sisters. But those 4 guys, they are so close up the front, with Blake Wilson, Luke Fitchett, Marco Holt and Archie O'Brien. You know, anything could happen. Someone has a bad race, someone has a crash or a little bit of an off, has a mechanical problem, and the championship could just turn on its head. So we're going to have to wait and see how it all unfolds. Of course, yesterday in the MiniGP 70s British Championship, we saw Marco Holt taking a very comfortable victory. We know he likes it around here. He's won multiple races last year. Won 1 in the 70s. I also believe he won a few of the 50 races last year. He is absolutely rip-roaring this weekend. He's been on form, just completely dominant for the latter half of this season. Again, obviously last year he looked like he was going to wrap up the 50s championship, then got that injury while racing down in Spain, and unfortunately that curtailed his championship fight. But this year he's come back, shows he hasn't lost an ounce of speed, and especially in the second half of this 2023 season has been absolutely on fire, and he is clawing his way closer and closer to Blake Wilson up the top in the championship, again with that dominant win in race 1. We're going to have to see what he does out there in race 2 and race 3. Again, a little bit of different conditions today. It's a bit muggy, there's no sun, possible rain later. We'll have to wait and see. But if you're just joining us, hello and welcome to round 7, the penultimate round of the FAB-Racing Mini Bike British Championship. You join us here at a muggy and overcast Whilton Mill as the final warm-up session has ended, and we are moments away from going racing with the second race of the AC40 Rookies.
Just seconds away now. Once the bikes come back into the paddock, the checker flag waving at the moment, and this final corner has been a talking point for the whole weekend, especially in the adult classes, and that is with track limits. Penalties will be handed out this weekend. If you exceed the track limits at the final corner, with the way the ground is over there, it's too dangerous for the riders to go out, and especially in the MiniMoto classes due to the fact they have no suspension. But hello and welcome. If you're joining us, you've joined us at pretty much the perfect moment, because we're just minutes away from going racing here at Whilton Mill. So like and share and comment down below on who you're supporting here today and who you want to win. Of course, we're on the road to MotoGP, which was given to us by Dorna after the majority of the RNG British Talent Cup grid was made out of FAB Racing riders. And speaking about RNG British Talent Cup riders, we have Sylvain Mountsie about to do a practice start on his Bushiimoto. Of course, Sylvain Mountsie, a great year for him. He's had a very consistent year as a very consistent starter as well. He's never been bad at his starts, but he's never been one of the riders that would maybe class as the best starters on the grid. He's just been okay and been able to make any ground that he lost up on the first couple of laps. He's a very aggressive rider.
He is indeed. He's a joy to watch, and of course today could be a celebration day for Sylvain Mountsie as well, with the Extreme 200s Championship possibly being wrapped up in race 2. 116 points is the gap back to Filip Sorowiak in P2, so Super Sylvain Mountsie may be looking to end his weekend with some celebrations. But he's had a very consistent season, as you said, over in the RNG British Talent Cup, and we'll have to wait and see what he does. He's one of those riders where he's just very consistent across the board, and it's going to be interesting to see as we see the riders getting ready to head out onto the circuit. It is time for the AC40 Rookies race 2. The riders just getting ready to head out there. The first race of this Sunday here at the Whilton Mill kart circuit, just outside of Northampton. If you're just joining us, don't worry, you have not missed a thing. The first race of the day, should I say, is just a moments away. Of course, make sure that you share the stream to make sure that everybody can see the next up-and-coming stars in British motorcycle racing. Of course, this being the rookies class is the first step that these riders take into the world of motorcycle racing, and it really is a way for the riders to learn and test their skills and improve moving forward. So young, and they can be as young as 6 out there, and as they make their way to the grid, it's almost time to go racing. Well then, race 2 for the AC40 Rookies, just moments away. They're making their way to the grid now, of course. They will cut through on the short circuit, then one green flag formation lap, And then we go racing here at Whilton Mill. Conditions a little bit different from race 1, a little bit overcast and very, very muggy, but the overall air temperature has dropped. The track temperature has also dropped because there's no sun beaming down, so it might be a little bit easier for the tyres and the machinery, but for the riders it's just so humid outside. It's going to be yet again another test of endurance, and it's all eyes on the championship battle. Jensen Ansel, after race 1, leads the championship by 58 points, but Mason Frederick has all the momentum behind him at the moment. A great move in that three-way fight for the lead on the last corner to take the victory. Caelan Ratcliffe currently third in the championships, only 94 points away from Ansel. He's also still mathematically in this championship fight. He was feeling pretty devastated after leading most of yesterday's race, but again, he's going to be starting in a strong position. We saw how close that front three of Ansel, Frederick and Ratcliffe were all race 1, so it's going to be interesting to see how it turns out today.
Back markers were the real story of the race, as we've seen time and time again in the AC40 rookie class. Of course, different abilities here, all of them are first or second season in motorcycle racing, so starting to get used to racing the racecraft and how to deal with back markers. So really interesting to see that, and really interesting to see Mason Frederick take such a leap throughout this season. Of course, Max Johnson, who DNF'd from the race after his engine basically exploded on him and he had to retire. We've seen him had issues for 1 or 2 laps before it completely grounded to a halt, so Max Johnson will be hoping for a better result here today. He's been given the engine by Caelan Ratcliffe's family to go racing here today. They're not expecting a podium, but they're certainly going to try, and that's one thing which we've seen time and time again in the AC40 rookie class, as there's an issue there for one of the riders at the back of the field. Hopefully they can get that restarted and get out on the circuit, as it looks like they finally got that started now, so it looks like the start of the race, well, start of the warm-up lap is just going to be moments away as the riders head out on their green flag lap in a 25 bike field this time around. A massive grid, as always, in the AC40 rookie class, and it was a competitive qualifying session yesterday. It was a competitive race 1, as we've already mentioned, as that rider still cannot get that bike started. But at the front of the field, it's going to be Mason Frederick, who starts from pole position. Alongside him will be Max Johnson, who's hoping for a better result here today. Kai Hawken will be next to the championship leader, Jensen Ansel, with Caelan Ratcliffe and Henry Brodie on the third row of our grid. Arthur Rich and Jensen Cedrus will be starting in 7th and 8th, with Samuel Whittaker and Daisy Polden in 9th and 10th. Tommy Williams and Austin Diltz rounds off the 6th row of our grid, with Nellie Newth and James Rich in 13th and 14th. Ethan Bayliss, a very famous name in motorcycle racing, of course, starting in 15th, with Emerson Oakley starting in 16th, and then behind them is going to be Freddie Taylor and Finlay Styles in 17th and 18th, with James Dermott, Reid Saxby round out the top 20, and Levison Usher, Oliver Wilson and Tyler Scoraldi and Daisy Grayson on the 12th row of our grid. And Casey Reeson rounding out our grid with 25 riders making a start, and not all 25 on the grid, as we're being told there's a rider that will be starting from the pit lane.
Yeah, big shame there. Looks like that was the rider who was having issues getting away for the formation lap, but all the other riders are on the grid. A last check with the marshals and the parents, and of course a big thank you to them for being able to make Fab Racing happen. And I can just see one of the riders being wheeled to the pit lane now, so that is the rider who has had the issues. Hopefully they're all okay to go and get racing. But now the parents will step away from the young ones, and it is time for the youngest class in Fab Racing to get ready for race 2. It'll be all eyes to the lights, and the flag marshal Lee Clowes up the front of the grid as 25 riders get ready to do battle here at Whilton Mill. It's eyes to the lights. It's lights out and we are underway. It's not a great start from Mason Frederick, and it will be, I believe, Max Johnson, and there's a crash. Oh, and a pile-up heading into turn 1. Stacking over each other, that will be a red flag. Surely, multiple riders down, a red flag is out. We will have a race restart, and it's great to see that everyone is okay and up on their feet. But it's just a big crash, one rider goes down, and at the start of a race, the most dangerous time on the racetrack, no one has anywhere else to go, but the red flag is out. It is great to see everybody back on their feet and see that everyone is okay. We will have a race restart, but that is not how you want to get the day's racing going. But great to see that everybody is back on their feet and back on the bikes as well. But that is a disappointing way to start the racing. If you've just joined us, hello and welcome, wherever you're watching around the world, to the penultimate round of the FAB-Racing Mini Bike British Championship. You join us just after the original start of the second race of the AC40 Rookies, but we do have a red flag and a chain off there for one of the riders following a pile-up into turn 1. But everybody is okay. That is the most important thing. We're going to go racing again shortly.
Yep, the restart will be very, very shortly. Just contact between a couple of the riders at the front of the field there, causing the rest of them to go down. There's nothing you can do at the start. You're trying to get past someone, you go out behind them, and then there's people on the ground in front of you. But it looks like everyone is okay, up on their feet certainly, which is great to see. And now they're already starting to make their way back to the grid for a restart of the race. So a very, very short delay there, as that was the rider that had their chain off after the incident. But Max Johnson once again having issues in race 2 this time around. This time not mechanical, a crash at the start. Jensen Ansel as well, the championship leader, was involved in that. So perhaps we could see a slightly different mindset at this start. Perhaps some people might take it a little bit more careful off the line.
Yeah, so it looks like we will probably have another green flag lap. We'll get that confirmed for you as all the riders try and find their way back into their grid slots. But again, yeah, we've got some big names getting caught up in that early crash. And again, it's great to see that all okay. Hopefully all the bikes are okay as well, and especially for the guys like Jensen Ansel and Max Johnson, who are, you know, in strong places in the championship fight. That is not what we want to do, is, you know, immediately have a crash and slightly damage the bike. We'll have to wait and see. I believe we are going to go for another red flag lap, green flag lap rather. And or are we going to go racing? No, we're going racing straight away. Lee Klaus points to the lights. It'll be red lights on. It's lights out, we're on the way. It's a much better start for Mason Fedrick on the number 5. This time round, he will inherit the lead down into turn 1. You can see the riders already being cautious as they head through the left-hander. And now on the run up to Christmas Corner. It's all clean this time round, which is fantastic to see, and already gaps starting to form. But what a great start for Mason Fedrick. He continues with 7 laps to go, so we are going to remove a lap from the total race distance as a result of that first lap crash. But Mason Fedrick is already putting the hammer down. Max Johnson following him as well. What a start for Mason Fedrick again, with all the momentum behind him in the championship at the moment. That number 5 machine is flying and looking to further close the championship gap to Jensen Ansel.
Mason Fedrick trying to run away at the front with Jensen Ansel following behind. The 2 riders from the start of the race tried their hardest to get out away from the pack after that red flag restart after just a couple hundred meters, but then we power it out through towards the final corner of the lap, hits bend, but Max Johnson constantly dropping down that first lap, so perhaps, as we're saying, that engine just doesn't have enough power for them to compete at the front at the moment. So Max Johnson dropping down to 5th place from the front row of the grid, but at the front of the field it's still Mason Fedrick who leads the way from Jensen Ansel at the line. It was 0.2 of a second that separated the 2 riders. Jensen Ansel running extremely wide there at Christmas Corner, but behind them we have Kai Hawkins and Caelan Ratcliffe in 4th position. Ratcliffe kindly donating Max Johnson's engine for this race, with Johnson watching the rear tail of Caelan Ratcliffe behind. Henry Brodie having a consistent result at the moment in the top 5. It's where we've seen him pretty much all season. But a great battle currently for 1st and 2nd and 3rd and 4th. It's exactly what we've seen in the AC40 Rookies. Battles all the way down the field.
It is indeed. What a great start for Mason Fedrick. What an even better start for Jensen Ansel from P4, the championship leader. He is pushing so hard. You can just see he's leaving nothing on the table as there. Further back in the pack, that is Arthur Rich trying to have a fight with Jensen Sedgras up the front, I believe. And as they fly through the left-hander down at Oblivion Corner, they are really pushing. And once again, here we see the 2 leaders. Jensen Ansel with a bit of a run up the hill, but unable to make it stick. Just didn't have the momentum out of the corner. Does he run wide once again? He goes up the inside. And no, that's the back markers there. So not back markers, that was Kai Hawkins and Caelan Ratcliffe. So it looks like Caelan Ratcliffe has slid through into 3rd place. So great job for the number 96. Again, he was involved in that titanic tussle for the lead in race 1, and unfortunately losing out on the very final corner. But here we do see our leaders Fedric in P1 and Ansel in P2. And Ansel, you can just see how hard he's pushing. He's looking left, he's looking right, he's almost overriding the bike, but not quite. He is right on the edge of grip, right on the edge of what is achievable on one of these MiniMoto machines. And once again, he's looking through the boot section. As there we see some back markers starting to come up here in front of the leaders. It will be Caelan Ratcliffe who inherits third place as it becomes 5 laps to go at the line this time by. And Mason Fedric just hold on. Look how hard Jensen Ansel pushes the bike heading through Crook Bend. You can just see it chattering away, bouncing, complaining underneath him, but he is just sticking to his guns and he is pushing like crazy.
Pushing at the front of the race. Mason Fedric continues to defend from Jensen Ansel. 0.3 of a second separated them at the line. The fastest lap of the race went to Mason Fedric, but the battle for third position still going as Jensen Ansel has crashed out the race out of second position. So Jensen Ansel chasing that race win once again has crashed out. So that's not what he'll be wanting at all. He was battling for the race win and now he's dropped down to about 5th or 6th position. Very, very quick restart. It seems like his bike was still running, so very lucky there for him. But Mason Fedric at the moment on the number 5 now clears away at the front of this field, and Caelan Ratcliffe and Kai Hawkin will be promoted to 1 position as well. So Caelan Ratcliffe up into 2nd place and Kai Hawkin up into 3rd. So at the front, completely changing with the championship leader crashing out.
Oh, what a disaster for Jensen Ansel. At the moment, you do not need to have any drama when Mason Fedric seemingly holds all the cards in the championship bike, riding in the form of his life with all the momentum behind him. Oh, what a shame for Jensen Ansel. He'll drop down to P9 now, so he's still falling down the order. So a big shame there for Jensen Ansel, but this is a huge opportunity for Mason Fedric. He's got about 4.5 seconds to Caelan Ratcliffe at the line. He will have to be, he's not going to be happy with that one, is Jensen Ansel. And again, that is 25 points, assuming Mason Fedric is able to bring it home in first, that he's going to lose in the championship fight, and that closes it right up and means that mathematically it will not be decided at this round. But of course, Jensen Ansel, he still has the opportunity to climb back, but he is still falling down the order, and I'm starting to wonder maybe he is out of this race. We'll have to wait and see, but up the front it's going to be 3 laps to go now. There's still Mason Fedric with Caelan Ratcliffe in P2 and Kai Hawkin just 0.2 of a second behind him in P3.
Not what we were expecting at all, and that's what we see quite a lot with the AC40 rookies. They always bring up a massive surprise to us, but a battle further down the field at the moment with the 51 of Tommy Williams and Samuel Whittaker. This is the battle for 7th position between the two of them. We spoke to Tommy Williams at the start of the weekend. He had it off in practice and quite bashed his head and bruised his head a little bit, but he was feeling okay, he was feeling confident, and he's looking confident at the moment. But Samuel Whittaker looking down the inside as he heads Christmas corner. Who breaks the latest? Tommy Williams down to the inside now for him. Will anyone run wide? Both of them through, and Samuel Whittaker through into 7th position with just 3 laps remaining in this AC40 rookie race.
3 laps to go in race 2 of the AC40 rookies, and battles everywhere you look out on the circuit. And these guys giving absolutely everything. Oh my goodness me, getting very, very close to back markers. There is Caelan Ratcliffe. That shows just how much he's willing to put on the line. Again, he is still mathematically in the championship fighting with Jensen Ansel seemingly down and out. This is a massive, massive opportunity for him to really claw his way back into the championship fight. But these two, it's a titanic tussle between the pair of them, giving each other not even inches between them as they head round up the top end of the track and into Ashby Corner again, coming into back markers. No blue flags in Fab Racing, and as we always say, back markers cause chaos. They can turn races on its head. They can decide who comes out on top in fights for the lead, and this could be what happens to Caelan Ratcliffe and Kai Hawkin here. Oh, there's a crash, and that was, I believe, Caelan Ratcliffe getting into contact with a back marker, and down he goes. Caelan Ratcliffe, another disaster for a championship frontrunner. He is down. Hopefully it'll allow Mason Fedric starts his last lap of the race as chaos occurs behind him. He's probably got no idea what's going on, Mason Fedric, on the 5, because he's just ridden his own race. He's almost 7 seconds ahead of everybody else, and not knowing that his main championship rivals have just had a dramatic race too. And this really, really hands him an advantage in the championship. The gap will close down to around about 34 points.
The championship has been blown wide open in race 2 of the AC40 Rookies, and now Mason Frederick with a 6.7 second lead in this one from Kai Hawken, and Max Johnson now being promoted into the podium positions. Henry Brodie promoted up to 4th and Daisy Polden in 5th, with Caolan Ratcliffe continuing to drop down the order. But Mason Frederick, he has managed to stay on it. He's managed to let his rivals crack, and it's going to allow him to take another race win if he can stay on for just one more corner. He comes towards the pit bend and he'll see the checker flag and he'll take the race win in race 2 of the AC40 Rookies. Mason Frederick wins, so Kai Hawken should be coming across the line in second position now as he takes the checker flag, and Max Johnson taking an unexpected podium with his borrowed engine from Caolan Ratcliffe, who crashed out with just 2 laps to go.
What a dramatic race in championship terms. Caolan Ratcliffe is all but out of the championship fight now, finishing outside of the points. Jensen Ansel, championship leader, also a DNF. And that means that the gap between Jensen Ansel and Mason Frederick down to just 33 points heading into race 3. And now the pressure is on for the young Jensen Ansel. He's been leading the championship for so long, but this man, the number 5 of Mason Frederick, is just riding in the form of his life right now. And you can see how much that means to him as he pumps a fist to the crowd. He is delighted, he knows. But of course, there's still one more race to come, and as we've seen there, anything can happen in the AC40 Rookies. We'll have to wait and see what happens in race 3. It was Mason Frederick who won by 7.5 seconds from Kai Hawken in P2, and Max Johnson rounding out the podium in P3. Henry Brodie was 4th with Daisy Polden, a great result for her in P5. Tommy Williams in P6 with Samuel Whitaker 7th, Jensen Sedgwick in 8th, Lily Youth in 9th, and Austin Dilks rounding out our top 10. And then there was James Rich and Arthur Rich in 11th and 12th, with Ethan Bayliss 13th, Freddie Taylor 14th, Finley Stars was P15, with Reed Saxelby in 16th, James Dermott 17th, Tyler Shiraldi 18th, Emerson Oakley 19th, Oliver Wilson in P20. Jensen Ansel actually managed to remount and finish 21st, but still outside of the point, with Daisy Grayson and Casey Reeson 22nd and 23rd. And we lost Caolan Ratcliffe and Leveson Usher. That is it for race 2 of the AC40 Rookies class. What a dramatic affair, but of course they'll be back later on for their race 3, where potentially there could be more drama in the championship. It is time then for race number 2 in the LC40 Elite class. And although the championship for this was done and dusted in the last round at Rower, we've still seen a dramatic race in race 1, Lewis. And again, with the different conditions out here today, the sun is actually starting to peek through the thick clouds that we've got overhead, which could potentially raise the temperature even higher. We're just going to have to wait and see. The riders waiting in the pit lane before they head out onto the grid, then get going for their green flag formation lap. And then it is all eyes to the lights before we go racing. Hello and welcome. If you're just joining us to the penultimate round of the FAB-Racing Mini Bike British Championship here at Whilton Mill. Of course, if you've missed any of this season, you can head over to the Motorsport Radio or FAB-Racing social medias and check out what you have missed, because we've got some championships right on the line. And especially while this championship is done in the LC40 Elites, the top junior MiniMoto class that we have here, this is where you really start to see who the stars of tomorrow are. This is where you see the guys who are going to be going on to the RNG British Talent Cup, going on to RedBull Rookies. Of course, FAB-Racing is seen as a gateway into those championships, and we are on the road to MotoGP as a result of almost 60% of the British Talent Cup grid being made up of riders who have come from FAB-Racing every year since 2019, and every year since 2019 in the RNG British Talent Cup, the top 3 of the championship have been FAB riders. This is the place to make you start in motorcycle racing.
The stars of the future here at FAB, and the star of yesterday was Harrison Day as he took the win in race 1, with Lewis Hull taking second position. But Harrison Day, a very impressive ride for the number 15 yesterday. It's exactly what we expected from him, actually. Whenever he claims a pole position, it seems it gives him that extra confidence at that circuit, and he's able to try and clear off of it. But Byron Johnson is going to want to put a stop to that one. Byron Johnson, of course, as we've mentioned, the champion of 2023 in the LC40 Elites, and it was one of the most dramatic fashions that he could have won a championship in at Rowra, with Byron Johnson crashing in his championship race, and then Taylor Tomlinson was in one position on the last lap, allowing Byron Johnson to still take the title. But Lee Klaus at the front of the grid, awaiting to get these riders underway on their green flag lap, where the sun has just peeked out, as Ollie Sims at the back of the grid. Looks like his bike has stopped, and his bike has stopped, so he's pulling into the pits. So Ollie Sims, he may not be starting this one, but the riders now head off in their one warm-up lap, where we have a 12-rider grid for this one, with Harrison Day being the rider to watch. Race 1 winner, can he turn it into a Race 2 victory as well? Byron Johnson is going to want to put a stop to that. Oliver Hall also looking confident, but Harrison Day, he was confident in qualifying, and he took the pole position with a 55.937. Alongside him was going to be Byron Johnson on the front row of our grid, with Lewis Hull, after coming in second position, he'll be starting from third next to Taylor Tomlinson, and Bradley Curtis with Matthew Thomas alongside him. We've seen them have some great battles so far this year in the third row of our grid. Sebastian Gosowski moving up to this class from the AC40 Rookies this season. He'll be starting from 7th next to Oliver Hall, with Josh Perkins and Nicholas Dunwoody in 9th and 10th place. Ollie Sims and Archie Hooper will round off our 12-rider grid for the LC40 Elites, and it's going to be an exciting one because Harrison Day, he has steep competition for this one, and Byron Johnson is going to want to try and make men.
He will do indeed. Byron Johnson on these liquid-cooled MiniMoto machines. He hasn't had that much of a success around here at Whilton in the past. On the air-cooled MiniMotos that we see racing in the Rookies and the Pros Championship, he's had much more success. Something about that liquid-cooled bike, it just seems to evade him here at Whilton Mill. He'll be wanting to climb onto the top step this time around, but you've got to be honest, you know, looking at that grid, Harrison Day, Taylor Tomlinson, Lewis Hull, Matthew Thomas and Bradley Curtis, Sebastian, I mean, everybody on that grid. I could go through the whole order, all spectacular riders, all at the top of their games in our top junior MiniMoto category. It's race 2 of the LC40 Elite, and although the championship is already done and dusted, they're still going to go out there and give us a show. Just a little bit of a delay on the grid, but the flag marshal Lee Klaus will point to the lights, and there will be red lights on, and we will go racing. It's lights out, we are underway, and it is a good start from Byron Johnson, but Harrison Day will sweep round the outside into Oblivion Corner and take the lead. Further back in the pack, it looks like it's Lewis Hull in P3. Taylor Tomlinson having a disappointing start. He's dropped right down the order, with Matthew Thomas climbing up into 5th place, and Byron Johnson, though, already around the outside, trying to go a Christmas corner. What a great move for your champion, Byron Johnson, on that number 37. He takes the lead from Harrison Day here on lap 1.
How can Harrison Day respond as Bradley Curtis is trying to have a go of him in 3rd position at the moment? Bradley Curtis, he's been one to watch throughout all season, especially in the wet conditions, as Sebastian Gosowski is battling further back in the field with Josh Perkins. But Ollie Sims, it doesn't look like he's going to make his way out to this race at the moment. He pulled into the pits on the green flag lap, but Harrison Day is still chasing, still keeping a good gap to Byron Johnson at the moment. We're going to come across the line for the first time, and we're going to see what the conditions are like. But Taylor Tomlinson, it doesn't look like he's going to be starting this race either. So Taylor Tomlinson on the LC40 Elite class, he's not going to be making the start, as Bradley Curtis starts his charge to the podium, but a massive crash from Josh Perkins further down in the field. He's fuming with that one. It's more anger than anything, but luckily he's up on his feet. So Josh Perkins, a big crash from him, and so disappointing. But Taylor Thompson and Ollie Sims, also disappointing for them, not making it out for this start.
Drama in the opening laps of race 2 of the LC40 Elites. What a shame there for Josh Perkins. Luckily he's all okay, and that is great to see, but a big crash is here we see now. That is Lewis Hull fighting with Bradley Curtis for the podium playing positions, and further up the front, Harrison Day is putting the pressure on the champion Byron Johnson, repeating the feat of his brother Austin last year, of course. The Johnson brothers, the dynamic duo, well, they have been racing together this year for the first time in a long time, as Austin made the move up to the MiniGP bikes and the geared Metrokit machines. Byron Johnson is showing what he is made of, and showing why he is one of the best in the world on a MiniMoto right now. But Harrison Day on the 15, keeping him very honest on the run up to Christmas corner. It was a great move from Byron Johnson there in the opening lap. Of course, red flags still out coming through the opening, yellow flags rather, still out in the opening section. So no overtaking allowed until you reach the green flag marshal post. But Harrison Day still pushing, not a lot to separate them. It was less than 0.3 of a second at the line last time by. Further back in the pack now, we see Bradley Curtis and Sebastian Gosowski fighting over P4. And, well, it's going to be interesting to see how this race unfolds with just 6 laps to go. At the line this time by, it is Byron Johnson from Harrison Day. Lewis Hull holding on to 3rd place at the moment, with Bradley Curtis in 4th, and Sebastian Goslavsky just at the tail of this leading pack. With these guys all very, very close together, it could be anybody's guess as to who's going to come out on top come the checkered flag. Fastest lap there for Lewis Hull, a 56.298. Very, very competitive lap time there, but it's still a little bit off of the lap record. The conditions just not quite right for it this morning. We did see some lap records set in other classes yesterday. I don't think these guys are going to be quite on it today with the conditions, but Lewis Hull absolutely flying at the moment. And while Byron Johnson and Harrison Day are fighting at the front as well, Lewis, that means he's just going to be gaining.
He's going to be gaining on the front runners at the moment. 0.3 of a second separating Byron Johnson and Harrison Day as they continue to duke it out at the front. Can Lewis Hull get involved? It was 1.2 seconds of the gap to the race leader last time around. Will that close with him setting the fastest lap? He was 2 tenths faster last time around, as there is Harrison Day. There is that gap, but now they power it out through to the start-finish line now. What is the gap this time around? It's the fastest lap from Harrison Day, a 56.297 this time around for him. So Harrison Day, the fastest rider on the circuit, and he was 1 tenth quicker, or half a tenth quicker than Byron Johnson last time around. So 5 laps remaining in this LC40 Elite race. It's certainly not over yet.
It is not over yet at all. Harrison Day was looking very racy coming through the top section of the track there, up the top of the hill. But Byron Johnson holding on for the time being on the number 37. Again, championship is done and dusted. There's no pressure on these guys. They don't have to hang back anymore and be fighting and be racing smart with their heads. They can just go out there and maximum attack every single corner, every single lap. And that is what Harrison Day is trying to do at the moment. He is just pushing like absolute crazy, and he's keeping Byron Johnson on his toes. As you see further back, Bradley Curtis and Sebastian Goslavsky getting closer together as he becomes 4 laps to go this time by. Sebastian Goslavsky would love to get up into P4 and maybe even a podium place, as Harrison Day last time fastest lap of 55.868. First time we've been into the 55s this race, so a great lap there from Harrison Day. The top 2 pushing each other to the absolute extremes as Lewis Hull starts to drop back just slightly, and these 2 begin to battle. But a 71 of Bradley Curtis, the 64 of Sebastian Goslavsky, and I'm sure these guys are going to give us a great show. They're 2 very, very talented riders as Goslavsky looks to the outside but isn't quite able to make the move go. This time Bradley Curtis still holds on to P4, but he's clearly not quite enjoying being the hunted at the moment. Bradley Curtis, we know, likes to get out there and likes to race. He much prefers being the hunter, and it's going to be something that he's going to have to adjust to as again he makes a slight mistake, just runs a little bit too deep heading into the boot section, and that'll cost him some more time. It's going to be 2 laps to go this time, I believe, or it will be 3 laps to go, apologies, and it is very, very close between Curtis and Goslavsky. Another fastest lap for Harrison Day, a 55.623, less than a tenth of a second than Byron Johnson's fastest lap last time. Those front 2, Lewis, are pushing like maniacs.
Less than 2 tenths of a second separated them as this trio here continue to battle out. Matthew Thomas as well started to catch up onto the back as Sebastian Goslavsky onto that 64 machine. So what can they do as Bradley Curtis runs wide and Sebastian Goslavsky gets through? Is that an issue potentially for Bradley Curtis? No, it's not. He's managed to get that going again, and now Matthew Thomas is going to try to attack him into the braking zone here, and he can't make it work. He backs out of it. So the 47, as Bradley Curtis goes down there. So Bradley Curtis crashing out of the race on the 71 machine. It looks like it just ripped up and flicked him off. So Bradley Curtis definitely feeling that one there. A little bit windy, but at the front of the race, Byron Johnson continues to battle Harrison Day. 2 tenths of a second separating them at the front of this race. Byron Johnson setting a personal best lap of the race last time around, the 55.628 between them. So this front battle continues to rage on as Harrison Day has a small look at the front.
He does indeed. It is going to be a fight straight to the end between Johnson and Harrison Day as Day looks to the right-hand side, coming into Parker Corner, but can't quite make the gap appear around the outside. He could potentially try a lunge into Chapman's, but decides not to. We've seen, again, a fair few moves through there. It's for the very brave and for the very bold. Maybe on the final lap, if Harrison Day is feeling brave and bold enough, he can try and throw one up the inside of the champion, Byron Johnson, who will lead us onto the final lap of this second race in the LC40 Elite. MiniMoto class, the top MiniMoto class for junior riders in Britain. And these two guys are on the absolute edge. You can see the bikes just moving around underneath them, pushing to the absolute limit. But it's Byron Johnson just holding on to the lead for a moment. A little glance back as he came through Christmas corner. Just wanted to see where Harrison Day was, wants to anticipate the attack so he can try and go on the defensive as they come to the middle section of the track for the final time in this race. Is Harrison Day close enough to have a look a little bit later onto the brakes as Byron Johnson goes defensive? Does Day launch one up the inside? No. Decides against it. It's going to have to be magical last lap moments from Harrison Day. Byron Johnson runs slightly wide coming out of a Chapman corner, but he will hold the inside into the boot section. Can Harrison Day produce some magic? Yes, he can. Harrison Day to the inside. Byron Johnson to the outside. It's a drag race. Harrison Day wins in race 2 at Whilton Mill with a last lap stunning manoeuvre. Absolutely brilliant stuff from the number 15, a fastest lap on the final lap as well, of 55.484. He punches the air and looks right into the camera. That one is special.
He watched, he waited, and he attacked on the last lap of the race. Harrison Day winning once again here at Whilton Mill. A perfectly timed move at the end of that race. Lewis Hull coming to congratulate Harrison Day. A 55.484, an incredible lap time from him. But Byron Johnson, he led the race from almost start to finish, and just at the final couple of corners it all unfolded. You have to give it to Harrison Day. He waited for that one. He fought, he used his head, and that is why these guys are on the road to MotoGP, because here at Fab, this is what they learned with the racecraft. It was a perfectly timed move, and something you would expect from someone that has been racing for over 10 years, because it was so impressive and well above his age. But Harrison Day coming into pit lane and coming to take the top step of the podium, a 55.484 in that final lap, with a 2/10 of a gap at the line from Byron Johnson and Lewis Hull on the podium. Sebastian Gosowski and Matthew Thomas battled throughout the race in 4th and 5th, with Oliver Hall is finishing in 6th position. Nicholas Dunwoody and Archie Hooper as well had their own battle in 7th and 8th, with Bradley Curtis crashing out of the race, managing to remount and managing to make it to the line, with Josh Perkins as well rounding out our top 10 after he had that crash as well earlier on. But everyone up on their feet somewhat after that one, so it was great to see, and it was great to see such great racing in LC40 Elite class. It's really what we're coming to expect now.
Magical moments here at Fab Racing. This is why these guys are the stars of tomorrow. This is why they're going to the R&G British Talent Cup, on the road to MotoGP, off to British Superbikes, wherever they may be. That was superb. Big men on little bikes, race 2 for the senior MiniMotos coming up next. And although once again the championship done and dusted, we saw a great race yesterday, of course. Josh Birkin, the maestro, the new champion here in the senior MiniMotos. His brother Matt Birkin coming in and doing some guest commentary yesterday, which I think he described as rather difficult, I think was the official words that he used. So great to see Matt back here at Fab Racing. We can't wait to see him back on the grid next year. But again, Josh Birkin is champion. We've got some great guys back here this weekend for the first time in a while. Guys like Will Howarth, of course, on his return to Fab Racing after a few rounds of absence on that number 96 machine. He is doing a fantastic job at the moment. It's going to be interesting to see how this one all unfolds. A 16 bike grid to look forward to in this race. And well, it's anybody's guess as to what's going to happen. Again, yesterday we didn't see the classic of this season of Josh Birkin just disappearing off into the distance. We had a bit of a fight on our hands. So who knows what the number one, the maestro himself, as he's been calling himself, Josh Birkin. Let's see what he can do with Will Howarth on the front row.
Will Howarth trying to attack and definitely back at top form as they head out on their warm-up lap. Who's it going to be this time around? Josh Birkin, he had no response in race 1. He was unable to catch and pass Will Howarth. He managed to keep the gap about the same, but Josh Birkin, he has another chance here today, and he'll be starting on pole position alongside Will Howarth, who took the race win in race 1. Nick Bennett, we spoke to him at the start of the weekend, he's feeling confident. He starts next to Keaton Payne in 4th position. David Maya and Chris Yeomans, they round out the 3rd row of our grid for the senior MiniMoto class, with Mark Payne and the returning Holly Harris behind. Callum White and Lamar Morgan are going to be started on our 5th row of our grid, to Gary Eldrick and Ross Michael in 11th and 12th. Isaac Greenstreet, a famous name here at FAB, it's almost coming with the Greenstreet family. It's a real family affair, starting in 16th position, with Jerome Richards in 14th and Rob Gentry and Steve Jones in 16th position. And rounding out our senior MiniMoto grid, it's going to be an exciting race. Lee Klaus at the front of the grid at the moment, awaiting for the riders to line up, and then we will be able to go racing. You can see the tension at the start. They're friends off the circuit, but on the circuit it is completely different. Rhys Gentry watching on this one after getting an injury earlier on in the year. He'll be watching all of his friends and of course his dad, Rob Gentry, who'll be starting from 15th position in this one. But the point to the light has been made, and the light will appear on now. And the lights goes off and we go racing here in the senior MiniMoto class. And Will Howard taking the race lead into turn 1 from Josh Birkin. So Josh Birkin already getting demoted into 2nd position. Can he fight back though as we head towards Christmas Corner? Nick Bennett in 4th position at the moment, looking to make a move as well early on Keaton Payne. But Will Howard leading the way in the 96 from the number 1 plate. Josh Birkin, number 1 on the bike. He wants to be number 1 on the circuit though, as they power it out through, go on heavy on the brakes. It's so easy to tuck the front here. Holly Harris as well, having a battle further down the field with riders like Chris Yeomans and Mark Payne. But now they power it out through towards the 2nd sector, towards Chapman. The tricky left-hander. It's all about your drive onto the back straight. And still Josh Birkin unable to give a response.
No, he is not. It will be Will Howard who leads lap 1 after these final few corners. And to make things even worse for the riders out there as well, the sun is now beaming down. Combine that with the high temperature and the mugginess in the air, the high humidity, it is going to be warm. David Meyer into P3, where he was very, very fast starting from P5 on the grid. He's now up into the podium places and fighting with the 711 of Nick Bennett, who might be having a look into Christmas Corner but decides against it as Mayat shuts the door. But it is still the number 96 of Will Howard who leads from the number 1 of Josh Birkin in P2. Howard again on his return to FAB Racing after missing a few rounds. It's been great to see him back here and doing what he does best. He's obviously been doing this and over stuff over in Moto Team as well, and it's like he hasn't even missed a day, as we've got their problems for some of the riders further back in the pack. A little bit of an off there for one of the riders, but back to the front we go, and nothing is separating Howard and Birkin. You couldn't fit a sheet of paper between them as they come round pit bend and make it 7 laps to go. And behind them as well, David Meyer and Nick Bennett also very, very close. So it's going to be 2 different battles, the main story of this race up the front, the battle for the lead and the battle for the final podium position. Currently Will Howard still holding on the big run up the hill into Christmas Corner, the trickiest corner on the circuit. If the rain is to come down later, this is where we're going to see riders encountering problems, but lots of grip round here at Whilton. And when it's dry, and Josh Birkin almost having a little bit of a look there coming through Inkermans, but decided not to. That would have been a brave place to try and make a manoeuvre. And behind them as well, David Meyer started to just ever so slightly pull away from Nick Bennett on the 711 machine. But up the front it is still Josh Birkin applying the pressure. He had the fastest lap of the race last time of 57.470, and he is right on the tail of Will Howard.
Currently at the front, the battle continues as it was Keaton Payne who had the crash a couple of laps ago at Ashby Corner. A hot spot for crashes, but Will Howard leading the way. What's it going to be this time around at the line? 4/10 of a second. What's the gap? As another crasher further down in the field. Lamar Morgan as well as one of them, checking that he's okay. But Lamar Morgan up on his feet. Both the riders hopefully will be getting to their feet soon. Just slightly winded, I think, at the moment. But 6 laps remaining in this race. And Will Howard at the front of the field. A 57.304 was the fastest lap set by Howard last time around. Josh Birkin, he has to find a response soon though, because every single lap he's getting a 10th and 10th behind Will Howard at the front. 3rd position though, it's still David Meyer who's ahead of Nick Bennett. Nick Bennett, he says that his strength is key on this bike and be able to keep up for the whole race. In practice, he was only doing about 5 or 6 laps, and now in this race, when you have 8 laps, 9 laps ahead of you, you really have to get pushing on early. So if you do get a little bit fatigued, you have a nice gap to the rider behind.
Yeah, fatigue is becoming a real thing here at Whilton Mill, just with the temperature and the physicality of these MiniMoto machines. It is really, really hard work for these riders. Will Howard starting to pull away a little bit at the front. Another fastest lap last time of 57.1 compared to Josh Birkin's 57.3. Of course, we know Will Howard can pedal around here. He set the lap record back in 2018. It was a 55.443. The champion, Josh Birkin, the maestro himself, still keeping him honest. There's still less than a second separating the pair of them. Very, very close indeed, with only 5 laps left to go, soon to be 4 in this second senior MiniMoto race here at the penultimate round of the FAB-Racing Mini Bike British Championship. And still there, further back as well, David Meyer having the ride of his life up in P3. A phenomenal start from him, and he is holding off Nick Bennett for P3 at the moment. This is great stuff from the number 22 rider as they head through the final corner at Pit Bend, and they make it 4 laps left to go. Nick Bennett pushing very, very hard, but just unable to make the gap appear at the moment. He looks a little bit stronger heading through that opening section, but I think it's up the top of the hill where Meyer excels as he goes in the defensive, and to the outside goes Nick Bennett into Christmas Corner, and Nick Bennett, what a move round the outside of Christmas Corner on the brakes. That was superb stuff, but is Meyer going to take that? No, he's not. He's going to look to the inside heading into Ashby Corner. It's late on the brakes, but no, he has to back out of the move to avoid a collision. But this is a battle that's going to go right down to the wire. Meyer and Bennett not giving each other an inch.
The battle for third position is heating up at the moment. Nick Bennett now at the front of it on the 711, but now David Meyer going round the outside this time around. Will he make it work? Yes, he does. David Meyer, a perfect move there from him, but what can Nick Bennett do? Will he have more momentum? Will he have the drive on the 711? It looks like he's trying to make a move into Pit Bend. It's going to be a drag race to the first corner, and it's going to be David Meyer who has the inside line, but Nick Bennett trying it round the outside. He has to back out of it, and now they power out through, getting the power as early as possible towards Christmas Corner. This is where the battle truly started. Will Nick Bennett try once again? He will, but he backs out of it. He couldn't make it work this time around. Now David Meyer, he'll be hearing where that bike is. He'll be knowing where Nick Bennett is. Can he beat it on the braking zone? It's so tricky to make a move into Ashby Corner. It's where we've seen so many front end crashes so far this round. Lamar Morgan can only watch on from the infield of the circuit, but this battle for third position is incredible, with both riders being so clean and so close in the senior MiniMoto class.
This is motorcycle racing at its absolute best. Both riders showing ultimate respect and ultimate bravery out on the racing track, and they are not giving each other anything as we're coming up some back markers here. Both riders through very efficiently. It's going to be 2 laps to go to the line. It's another drag race down into turn 1, but David Meyer will hold on for the time being. Will Howard up the front is increasing the gap to Josh Birkin ever so slightly. Again, some more back markers as always in FAB Racing. No blue flags. Back markers cause chaos. To the outside goes Nick Bennett, but great defending from David Meyer. Once again, this is a senior MiniMoto battle for the ages. Put this one in the scrapbook and show your grandkids, because this is brilliant action as they head down into Ashby Corner. Still David Meyer holding on for the time being, but Nick Bennett, it looks like he's just waiting for the right moment to pounce.
Waiting for the right opportunity at the moment, but 2 laps remaining. The opportunities are going to start to run out. Currently at the moment though, the gap has certainly risen, but look at David Meyer's riding style. It's so entertaining to watch at the side of the circuit. He tries his best to get tucked in on these senior MiniMoto machines, of course. Big riders, little bikes, they do make some adjustments to help them stay on it, but Nick Bennett trying his best to get in that slipstream as now we enter the final lap of the race, where Will Howard leads away by 1.1 seconds. Will Howard on his return to the senior MiniMoto class after a couple of rounds away. He now makes his comeback, and makes his comeback in fine fashion. He took the race 1 victory yesterday on the Saturday in very similar conditions, and now Josh Birkin, he can only watch on this final lap, hoping that Will Howard only makes a mistake on the 96 machine. He has a massive amount of ground to make up though, so even if Will Howard makes a mistake, which is so rare, he's been so perfect this whole race. He just has 3 more corners remaining to get round. Will Howard, he's been dominant in the senior MiniMoto class over the last 2 years, and he's been dominant in race 2 of the senior MiniMotos. Will Howard takes the race win with Lee Klaus waving the checker flag. Josh Birkin can only watch on second position as David Meyer, who's it going to be? Will it be him or will it be Nick Bennett to claim third position? It's going to be David Meyer, it looks like, in third position. So where is Nick Bennett when Nick Bennett still yet to cross the line, so potentially having issues or has made a mistake on that final lap, so still no Nick Bennett.
No Nick Bennett to be seen. Maybe problems for the 7-1-1. Oh no, yeah, the bike stopped. I did wonder if he was slowing on the penultimate lap of Nick Bennett. Oh, what a shame for the 7-1-1. The engine stopping. Oh, that is so heartbreaking for Nick Bennett. Of course, he's still got one more race this afternoon to show us what he can do, but that was a brilliant ride from him, and he does not deserve to have it end in such a disappointing way. But it was Will Howard who took a very fine victory here in race 2 for the senior MiniMotos, almost 3 seconds up the road from the maestro, your champion Josh Birkin in P2. David Byatt managed to hold on to take P3 and round out the podium with a great ride with Mark Payne in P4, and Holly Harris another great ride there in P5. Keaton Payne with 6th, with Chris Yeomans in 7th. Nick Bennett looks like he's going to be classified in P8 with Jerome Richards in P9, Gary Eldridge in 10th, and Steve Johns 11th. And unfortunately, we did lose Callum White, Isaac Greenstreet, Ross Michael, and Lamar Morgan in that race. That is it then for race 2 for the senior MiniMotos. But of course, it seems like as Nick Bennett hasn't been confirmed to finish the race. But that's it for race 2 for the senior MiniMotos, and a great race at that. Of course, they'll be back a little bit later on for their race 3, and hopefully more of the same dramatic action. Race 2 for the AC40 Pros about to get underway here at round 7 of the FAB-Racing Minibike British Championships here at Whilton Mill. And this is a championship that is hotting up. Potentially, we're going to have to wait and see what is going. Taylor Tomlinson, this could be, of course, a title decider. So we're going to have to wait and see what it...
On the road to MotoGP and the feeder series to the British Talent Cup and RedBull Rookies. Live from Whilton Mill. This is FAB-Racing Minibike's British Championship. Title decider.
Race 2 for the AC40 Pros, and as you just heard, potentially a title decider. The championship is hotting up here in the penultimate round of the FAB-Racing Minibike British Championships, and Taylor Tomlinson has a gap of 56 points in the championship race heading into this one. And again, the magic number that you need to leave Whilton Mill with at the end of the weekend, 75 points or more. If your gap in the championship to your nearest rival is that, then you are crowned at the top of the table. So it's going to be interesting. What can Taylor Tomlinson do? What can Sebastian Gazlowski do? His main rival, Logan Cousins, as well, one to watch out for. He is still mathematically in this championship fight. Of course, last time out in race 1, Taylor Tomlinson did very well to get up to 2nd place and get onto the podium. Or Sebastian Gazlowski, a disappointing result for him, that could only manage P6 overall, and that is not what he needed in the title race. So it's going to have to wait and see what's going to happen here in race 2. The sun now shining here at Whilton Mill. The temperatures continue to rise, and although it's not as warm as yesterday, very humid out there. It is tough for the riders, and with the pressure on the old rivals yet firm friends Taylor Tomlinson and Sebastian Gazlowski, who knows what is going to be the outcome of this race and potentially the outcome of this championship.
At the moment, Preston Baker, he's in the pole position spot, but Preston Baker yesterday in race 1, he had a very disappointing end. He led the way from almost start to finish, and he just got pipped at the line. But Preston Baker, he's going to be trying to make amends this time around. Rex Austin, he's going to be hoping for more of the same with Taylor Thompson as well in this field. Taylor Thompson and Sebastian Gazlowski fighting as well, but fighting at the front at the start of the race. It's Preston Baker and Rex Austin on the front row of the grid. Taylor Thompson and Josh Perkins line up to each other in 3rd and 4th, with Sebastian Gazlowski and Nico Dunwoody in 5th and 6th position. Logan Cousins and Archie Hooper as well will be in the back of the grid for the final row in this 8-rider field. So a very impressive field. Only 8 riders though, but still super impressive for these guys. So Preston Baker, can he make amends this time around? Can he fight for the victory, and can he keep hold of it on the final lap of this race? We're going to have to wait and find out as we wait to see what's going to happen in this championship. Is there going to be... Oh, it's already Josh Perkins crashing twice there.
Open.
Crashed while trying to pick the bike up. must have had his hand on the throttle, but luckily all is okay. He hopefully should make the start.
Yeah, that's one for the highlight reel. Crashing twice in the same corner at the same time. Impressive stuff from Josh Perkins. Glad to see he and the bike are all okay as he makes his way to the grid. Looks like the throttle just stuck open as he picked the bike up and it just launched itself out of his hands. I'm sure a little bit red-faced under the helmet, a little bit of embarrassment, but he's made it onto the grid, back into his P4 slot, and everything is okay. Roving Marshals just checking, and now it's time to go racing with the championship on the line. It's about Taylor Tomlinson and Sebastian Kozlowski, and it's eyes to the lights. It's lights out. We are underway. It's a strong start from Taylor Tomlinson and Preston Baker, who takes the lead into race one. But Sebastian Kozlowski into third place on the opening few corners. That is exactly what he needed after a disappointing result in race one as they rocket up the hill. Coming to Christmas corner, it will be Preston Baker from Rex Austin in P2 and Sebastian Kozlowski with a great start into P3, but he's got his championship rival Taylor Tomlinson right at his tail in P4. Further back, there's moves being made. That was Nicholas Dunwoody on Logan Cousins, I believe, further down the order. And as we go racing around the middle section of the track for the first time today, the riders having to get used to the newer conditions, the more humid conditions. But it will be Preston Baker leading from Rex Austin in P2 and Sebastian Kozlowski holding on to P3 for the time being. If they finish like they do now, Kozlowski closes the gap slightly in the championship, and it means that he will not mathematically, Taylor Tomlinson will not mathematically be able to win the championship this weekend if Kozlowski finishes in P3 and the 77 in P4. But starting the next lap with 8 laps remaining, it's Baker from Austin, from Kozlowski, from Tomlinson, your top four. Tomlinson looks to the inside on Kozlowski. He makes it up on the inside of Kozlowski with a great lunge up the inside there. Just been told now there was a possible jump start being investigated by race control, so hopefully everything is okay. But Taylor Tomlinson, that was a great move through Christmas corner.
A great start there, and Preston Baker once again makes the race lead at the moment. He's going to be hoping to try and finally get a race win here at Whilton Mill, but Taylor Tomlinson, he's a man on the mission at the moment. But Sebastian Kozlowski, he's trying his best to keep his championship hopes behind, and now we're being told as well that all starts were legal and there will be no penalties handed out, so all the drama will be unfolding on this circuit. As Josh Perkins had a huge moment there, Nicholas Dunwoody, we've been watching that and hoping they would just stay on it. But now at the front, a 4-bike battle for the race lead, and Rex Austin looking down the inside now. Rex Austin, will he make the move? Taylor Tomlinson looking around the outside, and Rex Austin taking the race lead with Taylor Tomlinson getting into second position. What can Sebastian Kozlowski do? Rex Austin racing now at the front, but Preston Baker dropping from first to third in just one corner. It's not what the 93 rider would have been asking for, but Taylor Tomlinson, he's going to try and take the race lead in just a moment's time and try to get a step closer to get him one hand on the trophy for this AC40 Pro Championship. Preston Baker looking down the inside there. He backed out of that one very early, as Rex Austin now, with one corner remaining in this lap, leads the way in the AC40 Pro class. The battle further down the field between Josh Perkins, Logan Cousins and Nicholas Dunwoody continues to rage on to the AC40 Pro class. Massive amount of action at the moment as Preston Baker now in second position. So Preston Baker made one position, but this is where Tomlinson got him last time around. Can the 77 make a move this time around? It doesn't look like it. So the AC40 Pro, 4 bikes battling for the race lead at the moment.
Look at this. This is like a Moto3 race. The top 4 inseparable as they head through Ashby Corner. Preston Baker maybe having a look to the inside of Rex Austin, but deciding to bide his time for the moment as they head now onto the back section through Chapman Corner and right across the circuit and down the hill and into the final boot section. It is still Austin from Baker, from Tomlinson, from Kozlowski. Your top 4 covered by half a second at the line last time, and they look even closer as Taylor Tomlinson almost running into the back of Preston Baker. Sebastian Kozlowski almost running into the back of Tomlinson. There was 0.4 of a second covering them at the line this time. This is brilliant stuff in the AC40 Pros in race 2. There are 5 laps left to go. Sebastian Kozlowski is desperate to get through on somebody in front to increase his championship hopes, as Taylor Tomlinson tried on Preston Baker but was unable to make the gap appear, and that's allowed Rex Austin just to increase his lead ever so slightly up at the front of the pack. As what this means for the championship currently. Taylor Tomlinson won't win the championship, but he increases the gap even further if they finish as they do. Taylor Tomlinson in P3, he'll be getting 16 points, while Sebastian Kozlowski in P4 will only be getting 13, and that means that it's going to be a tall order for Tomlinson to wrap up the championship in the final race, but it is possible for him to do so. So we're going to have to wait and see how this race takes shape over the final 4 laps as we cross the line now, and Kozlowski is all over the back of the 77, but he's had to back off to avoid a collision. Now here we go, roaring up the hill to Christmas corner. Preston Baker looking left, looking right, can't quite make the gap appear on Rex Austin. Taylor Tomlinson similarly can't quite make the gap appear on Preston Baker. As Kozlowski here stands behind, you can hear the roar of the crowd. They're loving the action here at Whilton Mill. The AC40 Pros Race 2 is serving us up a treat, as that looks like Logan Cousins, I believe, having problems. No, that is Archie Hooper, in fact, who's having problems. Maybe a small off there as one of the marshals trying to bend the handlebars back into shape, but he gets going. Once again, great to see Archie Hooper still able to be on the bike. But back to the action. It's still Austin from Baker, from Tomlinson, from Kozlowski, your top 4, and you could not separate them if you tried.
Using all of the track at the moment as they come across the line to make it 3 laps remaining in this AC40 Pro class. Taylor Tomlinson in 3rd position. He's trying his best to clinch as many championship points as possible, but Preston Baker looking down the inside of Rex Austin at the moment, but Taylor Tomlinson making the move, stick at Christmas corner and pushing Preston Baker wide. Will this allow Kozlowski through into 3rd position? Not yet on the 64 machine, but the crowd going absolutely wild watching this action unfold. Oh, it's Taylor Tomlinson having the crash and flicking the rear up, high-sided off the 77 machine to the championship leader, crashing out of this race and trying to bend this handlebar back into shape, and at the moment trying his best, but there is his helpers and the Roman marshals doing a great job. Look at Alan trying to push him back onto the circuit. So now Taylor Tomlinson, he's blown the championship wide open, and now Kozlowski, this is his time to pounce.
What a lifeline for Sebastian Kozlowski. Championship leader Taylor Tomlinson. Drama here with 2 laps left to run in race 2 of the AC40 Pros. We wait to see where Tomlinson is when he comes across the line. I believe he will be in P7. So this means, I believe, that Taylor Tomlinson mathematically cannot wrap the championship up this weekend, if my maths is correct. We're just checking it now, but we go back to the battle for the lead, and it's still Austin from Baker, from Kozlowski, your top 3 after Tomlinson, with a dramatic high side at the worst possible moment at the weekend where he would have loved to have wrapped up the championship. We know he loves it around here at Whilton Mill, but unfortunately I believe it is not quite going to be possible for him this time, but he is still on the bike, currently running in P7. 1 lap left to go at the line this time by, and Rex Austin holding on for dear life from Preston Baker. Last lap board held out from the flag marshal Lee Clowes. Here we go, coming through the opening few corners here as they come down the inside, and Rex Austin trying to defend from Preston Baker on the run up to Christmas corner, as Kozlowski also tries to look to the outside there. Kozlowski would love a 2nd place here to further boost his championship hopes after being handed that lifeline from a mistake by Taylor Tomlinson, which demotes him down to P7. If it finishes as we do now, it would be a 49-point gap, which means the championship for Taylor Tomlinson would be mathematically impossible to round up this weekend. We're going to have to wait and see as they come into the final section for the final time. Preston Baker still looking left, still looking right, and able to make the gap appear, maybe sweeping around the outside of the boot, but no, he has to back out of it. We've seen some heroics into the final corner, but not in this race, I don't think, because it will be Rex Austin who takes the victory in race 2 of the AC40 Pros, with the top 3 separated by a 1/4 of a second at the line. Brilliant action.
Great action in the AC40 Pro class, exactly what we wanted to see. The championship now is blown wide open, roughly a 49-point gap in the championship from Taylor Tomlinson and Preston and Nicholas Dunwoody. But currently, second place in the championship is Sebastian Kozlowski on that 64 machine, the red and black machine, of course, but a very, very impressive ride from Kozlowski. 3rd position there from him. Wasn't able to capitalise anymore, but Preston Baker still unable to claim that race when he leads away so much from the early stages in the race, claims that first position, but in the late stages of the race he loses out to the likes of Rex Austin, who once again is going to be on that podium and taking the honours in the AC40 Pro class. But the riders come into the pit lane, of course, where Rex Austin is going to start his celebrations on the night.
Oh, Gazowski's just hit the wall.
And Gazowski's crashed, entering the paddock at the moment, so getting some help there from Overhaul, and that's not what you'd be wanting.
I hope he's alright. He just properly face planted into the wall. I mean, it's a slow speed, I guess. I think just waving to the crowd, it just lost where he was going. But wow, what a race we've just had here in the AC40 Pros. Rex Austin takes the victory with Preston Baker and Sebastian Gazlowski second and third. Nicholas Dunwoody is in P4. Logan Cousins is P5. Josh Perkins P6. And Archie Hooper in P7 as Taylor Tomlinson. Devastatingly, a D and F. We'll have to check what the points are going to be. We believe it's going to be a 48-point gap. With Gazlowski finishing in third and Tomlinson finishing in eighth, which means the championship, 43-point gap, so the championship no longer possible for Taylor Tomlinson this weekend. Now then, it is time for race 2 of the Premier class here in FAB Racing. It's race 2 of the LS2 helmets MiniGP 70 British Championship, and again the championship is hotting up in this one. It could not be closer coming into race 2. We've got 4 riders who are on the absolute tops of their games and are doing everything they can to try and make it a solid race out there. There we see the 4 riders in question up the front of the field. It's going to be interesting to see, Lewis, how this one all unfolds.
What is going to happen? We've seen lap records getting broken yesterday by Marco Holt. Of course, he set the lap record last year and he set a brand new lap record this year. So the championship hotting up as Sam Gardner as a late exit to the race. So for the 56 making his way to the grids, he will be starting this race, Sam Gardner, from 10th position. But on the front row of the grid, there they are, Marco Holt and Archie O'Brien. Archie O'Brien, he was having issues with his clutch, and his clutch was slipping in the race 1. So Marco Holt is going to want to do his best to try and catch up. But Marco Holt's dad having a little chat to him and do some hand signals to try and decide what the game plan is for this time out. But it's very bright here at FAB. Some of the riders still opting to use the clear visors though, so maybe the sun can get caught in their eyes. Hopefully not though, but Archie O'Brien using a tinted visor this time around. It's going to be an interesting one as they head out for their warm-up lap, their green flag lap for the LS2 helmets MiniGP 70 British Championship. It's Marco who leads the fields away on this warm-up lap. As Blake Wilson having issues there on the warm-up lap. So Blake Wilson, he's going to want to try and get that bike started as quick as possible. That is the championship leader, Blake Wilson, having issues with his bike. So a 5-point lead in the championship currently for Blake Wilson, and now he's sprinting back to the pits to try and get help and try and keep his championship hopes alive.
Yeah, potentially disaster there for Blake Wilson when the top 3-4 riders in the championship covered by only 31 points. You cannot afford to have problems like this. This could be detrimental to his championship bid. But it is Archie O'Brien who starts on the pole with Marco Holt in P2. Luke Fitchett is third, and is Blake Wilson going to make the start? We simply don't know. The Luke Fitchett third, Blake Wilson in P4, Wilson Dilks is fifth with Bill Harris in sixth, 7th Finley Pahol, 8th Jensen Bishop, 9th Austin Johnson, 10th Sam Gardner, Ollie Sims 11th, Harry Payne 12th, and Hamish McIntosh rounding out our grid in 13th. Of course, no Blake Wilson unless he's starting from the pit lane. We're going to have to wait and see. I think that's going to be the case as the riders get ready to go racing. Championship leader, disaster strikes before the lights go out in race 2. It's all up in the air. 31 points covering the top 4 in the championship. It's pointing to the lights from the flag marshal, and it's time to go racing. It's lights out. We are under. It's a great start there from Luke Fitchett, I believe, but it will be Archie O'Brien who takes the lead, coming through Oblivion, and up the hill we go on the run to Christmas Corner. It's O'Brien from Marco Holt, from Luke Fitchett in P3. A great start there from Archie O'Brien. Counteracts the disappointing getaway he had yesterday, but Super Marco Holt on that number 58. He's already pushing hard again. We know he loves it around here at Whilton Mill. and he's looking to take another strong result after a brilliant win in the race yesterday. But Archie O'Brien, he maintains the lead from pole position for the time being. But who will get the advantage in this race? Again, Marco Holt setting lap record after lap record yesterday. Archie O'Brien wasn't quite on the same pace, but now that he's got a good start, he has that confidence. He's got the lead on lap 1. We'll have to wait and see what happens. The real question, did Blake Wilson get away? I believe he did, but the championship leader has got a massive order in front of him, starting from the pit lane.
Such an impressive start from Mark Holt as he takes the race lead now into Christmas Corner, and the 58 leads away from the 91 with Luke Fitchett only able to watch on at the moment. So Blake Wilson yet to cross the line if he has made it out to the championship, but it's going to be completely changed by the end of this one. Marco Holt, he's going to lead the way once again. Currently this season he's had 5 race wins, and Blake Wilson hasn't made it out on the circuit after having a chain issue on the formation lap. So Blake Wilson, the championship leader, will no longer lead the championship if things stay the same at the moment. But watching on 4th position is Wilson Dilks as we come across the line. So we get 10 laps remaining, the fastest lap of the race going to Marco, a 50.071, a 50 dead from Marco. Yesterday though, we were in the 49 second range, a 49.6. A new lap record was set yesterday. Can they do the same today? Slightly cooler conditions, slightly cloudy actually at the moment, so these riders, slightly more manageable racing conditions for them. But Luke Fitchett, we've seen him have a somewhat subdued weekend. He's been in 3rd position. He's not been able to catch the likes of Mark Holt this time around.
No, he has not. Marco Holt leads the way in the 58, and championship leader Blake Wilson did not start. Absolute chaos here in the race 2 of the LS2 Helmets MiniGP 70s British Championship, because this has blown it all wide open. Blake Wilson looks like he will drop down to 3rd in the championship following this race, given that Luke Fitchett is only 5 points behind him and Marco Holt is only 7 points behind him. Archie O'Brien a little bit further away, 31 points behind the championship leader at the start of this race, but he's not racing. Disaster, disappointment for the number 8 of Blake Wilson, but we turn our attention in the battle for the lead. Whereas Marco Holt at 50.008 on the last lap, he's starting to set the pace, but Archie O'Brien keeping him honest, and not far behind them, Luke Flatcap Fitchett and Wilson Dilks. They are all so close together. The front 4 of this race is going to be 8 laps to go at the line this time by. It's going to be interesting to see how the riders start to fare, potentially with back markers in the coming laps, and how they fare with each other. There we do see Wilson Dilks currently in P4. Marco Holt not faster that time of 50.115, so lap time is maybe something to climb back up again. The conditions maybe getting a bit worse, but it wasn't a particularly strong lap from Archie O'Brien. That's allowed Marco to just extend the gap a little bit, and now maybe Archie O'Brien's starting to think about defending from his old rival Flatcap instead of attacking, and that's going to allow Holt to pull away even more at the front on that number 58.
6/10 of a second was Holt's lead at the line from Archie O'Brien. The Spider-Man helmet trying his best to chase Holt and trying his best to use his superpowers to catch up. Finlay Paulhill also getting into 6th position, just behind this field at the moment. Wilson Dilks at the back of it, watching on the rear wheel of Luke Fitchett, and he'll know how difficult it is to be able to make it past. But there is the battle of Austin Johnson and Ollie Sims as well, with Harry Payne also involved in this one. This is the battle for 8th position at the moment. Ollie Sims at the front of it, Austin Johnson in the middle. Austin Johnson, of course, moved to the 70s this year after winning the LC40 Elite Championship in 2022, but at the front it still continues. No one really pulling away at the moment. Holt has a somewhat comfortable lead, but he's unable to properly start to make ground because a 49.8 last round from Archie O'Brien, a couple thousandths of a second quicker than Holt in front. Currently, the riders continue to race on. Wilson Dilks in 4th position. They continue to fight away with it. Will there be any new fastest lap this time around? Mark Holt now powering it out through. 6/10 of a second was his lead at the line. Now they power it through. A 49.8 from Luke Fitchett, the fastest lap of the race, now going towards him. So Flatcap Fitchett, the fastest rider on the circuit, and now he's making the move on Archie O'Brien. Luke Fitchett now diving into 2nd position on the number 7.
Great stuff there from Flat Cap Fitchett. Of course, these two have history, fierce rivals in the MiniGP 50s. Last year, should I say, as there we see problems for the 911 of Jensen Bishop pulling over to the side of the racetrack, coming onto the front stretch. And I think that will be Jensen Bishop's race 2 done, unfortunately. But Luke Flatcap Fitchett, he takes P2 from Archie O'Brien. How does Marco Holt respond to that as they head round the final corner to make it 5 laps to go? Yellow flags will be out on the main straight, so they're overtaking down into turn 1 at Oblivion. Archie O'Brien, who we're desperate to call back that P2, of course. He is, I say he's the distant 4th place in the championship at the moment. He's only 31 points behind Blake Wilson coming into this weekend, but he was definitely the furthest away from that championship fight in 4th place, even though it was only 31-point gap. He needs all the points he can get to take this opportunity, given that Blake Wilson is a do-not start. But still, P3, it's going to be a strong result. But when, again, his championship rivals finishing in front of him in Marco Holt and Luke Flatcap Fitchett, yeah, he'll be looking to try and move forward over the remaining 4.5 laps of this race. Holt still leads from Luke Fitchett in P2, O'Brien in P3 and Wilson Dilks in P4. It is starting to get cloudy here. There was potential for rain in the early afternoon and then heading into the evening. It was a very slim potential as no one was expecting it this weekend, but we're going to have to wait and see as the clouds firmly come over. The temperature's still very, very warm. It is still very, very humid. Further back in the pack, Ollie Sims still holding on to P7 at the moment. Austin Johnson giving him a good chase with Harry Payne just behind them. Up the front, fastest lap last time. Wilson Dilks of 49.808. That is 4 riders with lap times all within a tenth of a second of each other as their fastest lap. Those guys at the front, there's nothing to separate them. They're just all so consistent, all so quick. They're extracting the absolute maximum out of these MiniGP metric kit machines.
Glued together at the front, 1 second, covering the top 4 riders at the moment. Everyone here at Whilton Mill is getting a great show with just 3 laps remaining. The show is almost over. A 49.668 is now the fastest lap of the race, and that is going to be a brand new lap record in the LS2 Helmets MiniGP 70 British Championship. Luke Fitchett claiming that new lap record on the number 7, as now he's closed in the gap to just 0.3 of a second from Marco Holt. So an incredible time there, and there is confirmation of that lap time. So Luke Fitchett taking the honours, and he's going to want to take the honours in the overall finish of this race. With just 3 laps remaining, he continues to chase Marco Holt, who set a 49.7. So Fitchett last time around 1/10 quicker.
Yeah, Fitchett absolutely flying at the moment out there in P2. A new lap record last time. Does anyone go any faster this time? No, not quite. Lap time's just all climbing up a little bit, but penultimate lap of the race, and Holt and Fitchett have started to break away from Dilks and O'Brien, with Dilks actually squeezing his way past O'Brien. So Archie O'Brien down to 4th place on the number 91, but this is now the battle for the lead. It's Marco on the 58, it's Luke on the number 7, and it's anybody's guess as to who's going to be on top, because Flatcap has looked very, very fierce here in race 2. Can he find a way past the 58? Can he find a way through and into the race lead? We've got 1.5 laps left to run. Dilks in P3, O'Brien in P4. Those two have changed places, but it will be 1 lap left to go here at Whilton Mill in race 2, and Marco Holt leads the way across the line. Last lap board held out by the flag marshal Lee Clowes, but Luke Flatcap Fitchett, he is still applying the pressure on the run-up to Christmas corner now. Fitchett isn't quite close enough to have a dive up the inside. Archie O'Brien tried to have a look on the outside, but couldn't quite make it work. Traffic ahead for Marco Holt on the final lap of the race. We saw him robbed of a race win on the last lap at Raura last time out in the 50s racing. Maybe the same thing will happen again, because he's catching it at a very awkward time on the inside of Chapman's. They go, squeezes his way past, and it looks like he's managed to get away with it. Fitchett a bit too far back to challenge. So with just 1 section remaining, it's been a tense race for the number 58, but he will round the final corner, and that will taste sweet, because it will be the championship lead. Marco Holt wins in Wilton here for race 2 of the LS2 Helmets MiniGP British Championship, and crucially, he takes the championship lead. Drama here on Sunday at Wilton.
Drama in the championship in the LS2 helmets MiniGP 70 class. Marco Holt, an impressive victory once again. 0.7 of a second is the gap between them at the line. Luke Fitchett, very impressive there from him. The best showing we've seen of him in the 70s so far this round. Luke Fitchett not even qualifying on the front row. In third position he qualified, up into second. Wilson Dilks managed as well to pip Archie O'Brien for the final place on the podium in the last couple of laps. Of Bill Harris rounding out the top 5, but Hamish McIntosh as well claiming a top 10 finish as well for him, ahead of Sam Gardiner, so a good result there for him. But Marco Holt, he will be celebrating this one all the way into the night. Still one more race to go so far this weekend, but Luke Fitchett, a brand new lap record for him in race 2. Lap records constantly falling, conditions slightly cooler, which seemed to help him this time around. But Marco Holt, he helped himself by taking yet another race win here at Whilton Mill in race 2 of the LS2 helmets MiniGP 70 British Championship. He took it by 0.7 of a second over Luke Fitchett and Wilson Dilks, who managed to overtake Archie O'Brien for third position on the final couple of laps. O'Brien ended up finishing in fourth, ahead of Bill Harris, rounded out the top 5 with Finlay Paulhill and Ollie Sims in 6th and 7th. Sims was in a battle with Austin Johnson and Harry Payne for 7th place. They finished in 8th and 9th, with Hamish McIntosh rounding out the top 10. Sam Gardner as well finished in 11th, and sadly we lost Jensen Bishop and Blake Wilson not even starting the race after having his chain coming off the motorcycle on the warm-up lap. And now already with one more race left this weekend, the championship is certainly starting to heat up.
Race 2 of the Mini F1 sidecars coming up next, and although it is not likely to be a championship decider, given just how close the leaders are, it is still hotting up in the championship. After that victory in race 1, Mick Williams and Mike Elms have a 55-point lead in the championship. Of course, Mick Williams riding with Jack Quarters on the sidecar this weekend. Again, Mike Elms still recovering from that injury he sustained a few rounds ago, of course. We wish him all the best. But the Green Streets still very, very close. They repeated their feat from last year, taking pole in qualifying here at Whilton Mill, as it looks like maybe some problems there for some of the guys trying to leave the grid. But we are on the formation lap here, so it will be the Green Streets starting from the pole position with the 26 of Mick Williams, with Jack Quarters on board in P2. Mick Lee on the 44 starts third with the 369 of Vince Bailey and A.B. Tilbrook, the real showstoppers of the Sidecar paddock in P4. The Impies on the 457 are fifth with Mark Parker in P6. John Hosker on the 127 will start in P7, and the number 11 of Jamie Alexander, they start from 8th on the grid. Coming to the grid now, it has been a real classic season in Mini F1 sidecars here in FAB Racing. For the first time in a long, long time, Mick Williams has had competition on that number 26. Jack Quarters, he's having a walkabout, having a stretch, as you do. Maybe you should do some stretching with Sullivan Mounsey, the stretching sessions that the RNG British Talent Cup rider runs every morning here at FAB Racing. But it's now getting ready to be crunch time again. The championship is hotting up. It can mathematically be decided this weekend, but it's so unlikely just given how close on pace Mick Williams and the Green Streets are, with just 55 points separating them. Green Streets on pole, Mick Williams in P2. The 44 of Mick Lee is going to be able to make it to the grid after having problems leaving the pit lane, which is great to see. So we'll just wait for them to come round before we get ready to go racing. And yeah, it's going to be a very interesting one. Of course, Mick Williams took the victory in race 1 after a brilliant, brilliant start. But the Green Streets kept the 26 honest the whole way through the race. And again, with the championship hotting up and on the line, it is anybody's guess as to what is going to happen. Mick Lee comes in and slides into his grid box, and our eyes go to the lights. It's lights out, we are underway. It's a really fast start from the Green Streets, but with the inside line, the 26 of Mick Williams will take the lead as he did yesterday. coming into Oblivion Corner, and they now rocket up the hill to Christmas Corner. The green streets look to the left-hand side. They're going to try and draw alongside the 26, but the 26 has the inside line, and that's the 44 of Mick Lay that went from nearly not starting the race. Now they're holding on to a very, very solid third place. Well, that's Mick Lay doing a great job up the inside. Go the green streets, heading through Ashby Corner. The green streets take the lead with a great move up the inside, and they will also have the inside line coming into Parker Corner. Mick Williams trying, cannot get through. It's green streets to the front after losing out from pole position as the lights went out. But as we round down to the back section and onto the back stretch, it is the green streets from Mick Williams, from Mick Lay in P3 at the moment. The top three all very, very close, and you can tell this is going to be a very close race indeed, because Mick Williams is almost pushing the green streets. As we look further back, it's the Impies in P4. I think Jamie Alexander up into P5 as well, an overtake there to get through. That was very nice from the 230 Mark Parker, who with 6 laps left to run, it is the green streets that lead the way here in race 2 at Whilton Mill.
The green streets at the front, the family duo leading the way by 1/10 of a second at the line over Mick Williams, the infamous Mr. Mini F1 Sidecar. He continues to battle away in second position. Just behind those, sitting the fastest lap of the race so far is the 44 outfit. In third position on McLeay, but of course still plenty of laps remaining and still plenty of drama to unfold. Just 6 laps remain in this Mini F1 Sidecar race. Not a lot of laps for them, but it's extremely impressive what they do on the circuit. Jamie Alexander and Martin Hills drop down to 7th position on the last lap there, so not what they'll be wanting at all. They were in 5th position, but now all the way down to 7th. Mark Parker and Ames also dropping down the field, but Chris and Robert Impey, after having issues in race 1, they've managed to have a far better race 2, at least a far better start to race 2 in 4th position. But Mick Williams almost out of the seat there. They had a big moment from the rear end of it, trying to drift round. It's what we've seen time and time again. That's what they love, and that's what they love to ride the sidecars, like just nice and loose. But now the passenger, we see them have a lot of stretch on the grip, perhaps really struggling fitting onto the sidecar. Of course, I'm sure this would have been designed for the likes of Michael Elms, which was normally on the sidecar, so maybe with a slightly taller physique he might be struggling to fit on that.
Yeah, Jack Courses did a great job last time out at Rowley, did a great job in race 1, but we saw him just stretching before the start of the race. He's just not quite getting it down to the low as much as the green streets. He's just not being as quick getting over. I think he may be just struggling potentially with the heat. Is Jack Courses on that passenger seat as we look back, and oh my goodness me, Mick Lay has dropped massively back from the leaders after a strong opening lap. 4 laps left to go here. We see further back action for P4. It's the Impies against the Hoskers. Currently the Impies leading the way on the 457 machine, but John Hosker doing a great job. Mick Williams almost touching the back of the number 90 machine on the exit of Christmas Corner. Mick Williams is ready to make the move, but he just can't quite find the way through at the moment. He is the rider with the pace. He was about 0.5 of a second faster on that last tour of the Whilton Mill kart circuit. But the green streets still holding on for the time being, still doing a fantastic job on a win they would desperately need, because if they swap places, Mick Williams has a 60-point advantage in the championship. If they finish like they do, it's a 55-point advantage in the championship, and that looks like it's Mick Lee from P3 having problems and coming into the pit. So the 44 machine looks to be down and out of the race as it becomes 3 laps left to go. The green streets still leading from the 26.
Continuing to lead at the moment, but Mick Williams looks like they want a bite of the cherry to take the race lead, to try take another race win in the Mini F1 sidecar class. An interesting riding style from Jack Horters, but Mick Williams, he's a highly experienced rider in the Mini F1 sidecars. Is he waiting to pits? Is he trying to learn from the green streets? It's been one of the green streets' best seasons that they've had in the class. It's been some of the best racing we've ever seen from the Mini F1 sidecars. Consistently great racing and consistent bravery from these guys at the front. 2 completely different outfits, 2 completely different riding styles. It's 4-stroke versus 2-stroke. Who is going to come out on top at the moment? 3 laps remaining in this race, and number 90 continues to lead the way from Mick Williams, who continues to watch and waiting for them to pounce perhaps into the final corner, into the pit bend. Will they make it work on the number 26? They have the back out of it. Mick Williams still unable to make a pass on the green street, so still continuing to watch on from behind. But John Hosker as well has been promoted into the podium position. So the 127 now in third.
Just a little bit of breathing room for the Green Streets there, with Mick Williams backing off further down in the pack. More action with the MPs, Mark Parker, and I believe that's Jamie Alexander there on the number 11 machine. The MP's doing a great job at the moment, holding on to that P4 position, as John Hosker inherits P3 from the unfortunately retired Mick Lee. Up the front though, it is still the Green Streets holding on from Mick Williams. They're doing a great job on that number 90 machine, but don't discredit the 26. If they finish as they do now, the championship gap goes down to 50 points, which means that it is mathematically possible for Mick Williams to win the championship in the final races. He has another look to the inside coming into pit bend. One more lap to go this time, but the only way, if they finish like they do, Mick Williams can win the championship in the final race is if he wins and the Green Streets DNF, and I just do not think that is going to happen. The Green Streets have been phenomenal all season long, but it's one more tour of the Whilton Mill circuit here in race 2. The Green Streets holding on for dear life. They've been superb, but can they prevent the attack of the number 26, Mr. Mini F1 Sidecar himself, Mick Williams, with Jack Quarters on the passenger seat, doing a great job. The Green Streets run slightly wide, and does Mick Williams get through? Yes, he does. It's a last lap move, a mistake from the Green Streets, and Mick Williams slides through, heading into the back straightaway, and the Green Streets look like they had it covered, but just one little mistake, and that has allowed Mick Williams to slide on through, and this will mean, oh, the Green Streets, they made contact. The Green Streets touch Mick Williams. It's going to be a drag race into the final corner, almost contact again, coming through the final corner, a drag race to the line. Who's going to be on the top step of the podium? It is the Green Streets with a dramatic final lap here in the Mini F1 sidecars. Absolute superb stuff here at Whilton Mill, and that will mean the championship goes down to 50 points separating the pair of them heading into race 3. But I can tell you that Mick Williams isn't going to be happy about that one. I mean, they say Robin's racing, but that was a little bit of a touch off, as we see there further back in the pack. The fight for P4 rages on. The MP's still holding on from Hosker, and that's Jamie Alexander having a look to the inside, coming into the final corner there, almost touching the 11 barges. The number 230 out of the way, and the 11 finishes in 5th place. Wow, what a sidecar race we have just bared witness to. The Green Streets on top, the championship gap down to 50 points, and I can assure you Mick Williams won't be happy about that move into the final corner.
The Green Streets cannot believe it. They take the race win by 1/10 of a second. Mick Williams, a small shake at the line, but 1/10 of a second separated Green Street and Mick Williams, and John Hosker claiming that final podium position. Chris and Robert Impey finishing in 4th position, with Jamie Alexander and Martin Hills rounded out the top 5. Mark Parker and them's got overtaken at the final corner from Jamie Alexander, with Mick Lee sadly DNFing from the race. We also didn't see Vince Bailey and Amy Tubbert take the start, but still, for these guys, they're still going to have one more race later on where they're going to hopefully see more celebrations like this, and we're going to hopefully see more battles like we've seen in race 2.
On the road to MotoGP and the feeder series to the British Talent Cup and RedBull Rookies, live from Whilton Mill, this is FAB-Racing Minibike's British Championship, title decider.
Coming up next is the Extreme 200s, where we've seen all season close racing. We have 18 riders lining up on the field, and now Sylvain Mountsie, he has the chance to take the Extreme 200 Championship in 2023. Can he do it though? Because Filip Sorowiak, his championship rival, will be starting in pole position for this one, alongside the returning Ethan Spark. Sylvain Mountsie, he's got the weight of the world on his back, but he's a highly experienced rider, and I don't think we're going to see him crack. We're going to have to wait and find out. The number 4 starts from 5th position this time around though, so he has to be very, very aggressive in the first couple of laps. They make their way to the grid, where we're going to have a 10-lap race for these guys, which could decide the 2023 Extreme 200 Championship.
It could indeed. In order to take the championship, to the next race, Filip Sorowiak has to outscore Sullivan Mounsey by at least 16 points. And although he's starting from pole and Sullivan Mounsey starting a little bit further down in 5th place, that is a big ask. But we'll have to wait and see what the 75 can do. Can the 4 of Sullivan Mounsey go out there and put on a display, as well, of course, the 2 British Talent Cup rivals going toe-to-toe this season in the Extreme 200s. But it will be Filip Sorowiak starting from pole position. Ethan Sparks returning to FAB Racing after spending the year in Spain. He starts in 2nd with Bailey Stewart Campbell in P3. Henry McCartney starts in 4th place, and 5th place the potential champion Sullivan Mounsey. Richard Holmes-Williams is in P6 with Blake Wilson 7th and Dan Goodman 8th. 9th and 10th is Charlie Huntingford, and also returning Rossi Banham this weekend. Austin Johnson is 11th with Brandon Keane in P12. Reece Peacock is 13th with Simon Huntingford in 14th. Aidan Bentley is 15th with Ollie Sims in P16. Jordan Thomas is 17th, and Will Howard rounds out our grid in P18. So it's going to be an interesting race here, Lewis. The pressure is on Filip Sorowiak here. Sullivan Mounsey basically just has to finish in the points, and as long as Sorowiak doesn't outscore him by 16 points, he will be crowned the 2023 FAB Racing MiniMoto British Championship Extreme 200 champion. Of course, Sorowiak, he's been in this situation before. He was the champion of last year, but, you know, it's advantage to Mounsey at this point.
It is at the moment, but on the grid it's going to be the advantage of Filip Sorowiak. He's been looking extremely strong on this motorcycle, which is Harvey Claridge's old machine, but Ethan Sparks, he gave him a good run for his money. But all Sullivan Mounsey needs to do is score some points, as the point to the light has been made, and the lights go on. And it goes out, and we go racing for the Extreme 200 Championship decider. Filip Sorowiak is in 2nd position with even Sparks claiming the race lead. Sullivan Mounsey making up 1 position on the start there, up into 4th position. As further down the field, more battles with Rich Owens-Williams gets done as Sullivan Mounsey almost got clipped there. All it takes is one mistake from someone else, and the championship could be blown wide open. Henry McCartney, though, in 3rd position. He's been extremely strong. He even won a race at Roura, but Ethan Sparks leading the race lead at the moment and leading the way after spending some time in Spain and Austria over the past year, of course. The LS2 helmets, MiniGP 70 reigning champion, a 2-time champion in the class, now returns in the Extreme 200 race for the KTM 85cc and leading the way after lap 1. Then we come across pit bend. Sullivan Mounsey already on the back, and who knows, Sullivan Mounsey is Bailey Stewart Campbell actually now just leaving the pit lane. So Bailey Stewart Campbell trying to make it out for this race, but Sullivan Mounsey in 4th position at the moment, now trying to make it to 3rd. Championship, potential championship winner at the end of this race. He's certainly pushing on, and he's not going to go home without a trophy in his hand.
No, he is not. If they finish where they do right now, Sorowiak only outscores Mounsey by 4 points, and we crown Sullivan Mounsey the 2023 Extreme 200 champion. But of course, still a long race to go. There's still 11 laps left in this race too here at Whilton Mill, and anything can happen. Sullivan Mounsey did have the fastest lap on that previous lap, a 51.762. Absolutely flying there from the RNG British Talent Cup rider on the opening few tours of this circuit, but it is still Ethan Sparks, the double back-to-back 2-time LS2 Helmets MiniGP 70 British champion from 2021 and 2022. Of course, racing over in Spain and across Europe and in Austria this year is old Sparky. It's great to have him back here for the first time this year in the FAB Racing Paddock and showing us what he can do, and he is holding off the pressure from Filip Sorowiak right now, who set the fastest lap last time at 50.020 and is actually having a look to the inside of Ethan Sparks there up the inside, and there goes almost contact between Sorowiak and Sparks. We've seen that before way back in the day at Glandau. I believe it was 2021. The two came together at the championship decider in the LS2 Helmets MiniGP 70 British Championship. This time it's in the Extreme 200 race for the lead. Somehow they don't touch, and somehow Ethan Sparks holds on to the lead.
Somehow keeping it clean at the front of the race, but it's Sullivan Mounsey in 3rd position at 49.7, the fast lap of the race, as Filip Sorowiak goes into the lead of the race from Ethan Sparks. So Sparks getting demoted. He's trying to make a move as soon as possible, and he does. The 62 back into the race lead, but Filip Sorowiak battling back straight away on the Ford machine. Now he battles it through, powers it out towards Parker and then Chapman. What does Ethan Sparks have? This is allowing Sullivan Mountsie and Henry McCartney to catch up. So this 2-bike battle is soon going to become a 4-bike battle as Ethan Sparks now comes towards the final sector of the circuit. Is he going to look for a move into the final corner, into pit bend? It looks like he's a little bit further back, but powering out through towards the start-finish line, and over the line we go to make it just 8 laps remaining in the Extreme 200 race 2. He's building up a move towards Christmas corner now, trying to get inside the slipstream Ethan Sparks. No response at the moment. The Sullivan Mountsie is hot on their tail. These guys continue to battle out through as race control is now investigating someone using the wrong transponder on their motorcycle. So I'm sure they'll have a good look at that and check them all after the race. But Philip Sorowiak on the number 6, a 49.9, his personal best of the race, a 1/10 of a second gap between the two riders, and Sullivan Mountsie for over 3/10 back at the line. So you have to say the race is not over yet. It's certainly not going to be a 2-horse battle for the race lead, as Sullivan Mountsie, although he has a championship on the line, is now closing in the gap and hoping to take the win.
Yeah, well, you'd love to wrap up the championship with a win, wouldn't you? And that's what Sullivan Mountsie is trying to do. Again, at this point, if they finish as they do, it is not enough for Philip Sorowiak. Sullivan Mountsie is crowned champion. The gap will be over 100 points. And if it is so, then mathematically, Philip Sorowiak, even if he won the remaining 4 races left in the season of the Extreme 200s in 2023, and Sullivan Mountsie didn't even turn up for him, he would not get close enough to be crowned champion. So if they finish as they do, it is Sullivan Mountsie on top of the Extreme 200s world. But at the front, it's Sorowiak on top, leading the way from Ethan Sparks at the moment, as there we see potentially the champion-elect Sullivan Mountsie on that number 4 machine. He's doing a great job in P3 at the moment, but he'd be loving to see the two in front of him start to battle so he could close back up again. 6 laps left to run here in the Extreme 200 race 2 at the penultimate round of the FAB-Racing Minibike British Championship here at Whilton Mill, just outside of Northampton. And there is the man we are expecting to be crowned champion at the end of this race, pending a disaster. Of course, touch wood and all of that. But if they finish as they do, again, he is crowned champion. Sorowiak had the fastest lap of the race last time, a 49.275. But it's actually a new lap record there for Philip Sorowiak, so he breaks the lap record from the previous race. So Philip Sorowiak flying here at the moment, a 49.275, a new lap record for the number 6, a new lap record for the man in the lead. But unfortunately for him at the moment, it is not enough for Philip Sorowiak. Again, he's done everything he can, but as it stands, it will not be close enough to get him the championship.
Philip Sorowiak, a new lap record once again this time around, a 49.106. So impressive. 3 laps in a row that he's broke the lap record. Ethan Sparks, though, keeping tabs on him at the moment. So impressive from the youngster, of course, RNG British Talent Cup current rider, and you would have to say a future rider in the RNG British Talent Cup. Of course, the Talent Cup will be back in action next weekend at Alton Park, where the championship is starting to close in, where Sullivan Mountsie is also in contention for that one. So who knows, Sullivan Mountsie could wrap up potentially 2 British championships in 1 year, but now they come across the line, and it's a 49.1 once again, but this time around for Ethan Sparks. No new lap records though from them, but Ethan Sparks continuing to chase from behind and trying his best to get inside that slipstream. 4 laps remaining in this race. It's starting to build up and they're starting to lose touch on Sullivan Mountsie. He's 2.1 seconds behind these guys, so he's struggling, and now potentially he's starting to realise all he needs to do is bring it home and not do anything stupid and not bring back Manic Mountsie. He just needs to be smooth sully until the end of the race, and coming across the line he'll be absolutely buzzing with it. But Philip Sorowiak, he wants to do everything he can. You have to say he's doing his best.
He absolutely is. He is pushing like there's no tomorrow, and unfortunately in championship terms, as it's 3 laps to go, it may look like there is no tomorrow for Philip Sorowiak. Another lap record of 49.043. Sorowiak and Sparks as well was only 1,000 slower on that last lap. These guys are pushing boundaries we didn't even know were possible to push here in the Extreme 200s. They have shattered the lap record time and time again in this race, carving 7/10 off of Charlie Nesbitt's record from 2018. These guys are just finding pace everywhere they stick the bike. There's grip where there shouldn't be grip. There's speed where there shouldn't be speed. And it is phenomenal to watch. Maybe we'll even be ducking into the 48, helling into the final few laps. But Filip Soroviak is doing a great job out the front at the moment. Sullivan Mounsey, I think you are right, Lewis. I think he's just sitting there. He knows he's in the right position, doesn't want to risk it. And you can hear as well the engine actually being a little bit lower, just shifting a bit earlier, just saving everything. He just wants to bring that bike home. We head up the hill, past some back markers, through go the leaders. Ethan Sparks was held up a little bit there, got his entry just a little bit compromised to Christmas corner, and that has allowed Filip Soroviak to just extend the gap with 2 laps left to run.
Filip Soroviak at the front of this race, still 0.4 of a second. He continues now to start to bridge out a gap on Ethan Sparks. The 62 machine of Sparks is only able to watch at the moment. Both of them breaking into the low 49. So impressive. Going into this weekend, the lap record was set by Charlie Nesbitt back in 2018 with a 49.7. They've took 0.7 of a second off the lap record across these 2 races, but 1 more lap remains for Sullivan Mounsey to provisionally become the 2023 Extreme 200 champion, and 1 lap remains before Filip Soroviak could potentially win yet another race this year. Charlie Huntingford just ahead of him at the moment. He's trying to get past him, but of course Soroviak racing with him in the RNG British Talent Cup this season, and Soroviak and his whole family run a great outfit all the way throughout the year. Now he's getting held up ever so slightly by Ollie Sims. He tries to get through now though as he head into Chapman, and he makes it work on the number 6 machine. Of course not racing with his normal number 75 here at FAB with Harvey Quarry's old machine, but he's done everything he could. It doesn't look like it's going to be enough with championship terms, but certainly on race terms. So Filip Soroviak wins race 2 as Ethan Sparks runs wide. He takes second, and where is Sullivan Mounsey? Well, Sullivan Mounsey becomes the 2023 Extreme 200 champion on the number 4 machine. A very, very impressive ride. Sullivan Mounsey, he is your provisional champion. What a smart ride from him. He did what he needed, and there he is celebrating in style. He's very, very content with that title.
Sullivan Manic Mounsey on top of the Extreme 200 World in 2023. We crown him the champion of 2023. Wow, again, what a super smart ride. As you said, Lewis, just kept it all nice and composed because he knew what was on the line, and with 4 races still left to run to match the number 4 on the front of the fairing, Sullivan Mounsey, your 2023 Extreme 200s champion. He has had a great season, and Filip Soroviak did everything he could to try and take it, but unfortunately it was not enough, and the number 4 is on top of the table at the end of 2023. It was Filip Soroviak who took the victory with a few lap records to boot, holding off Ethan Sparks for P2, with your now provisional champion Sullivan Mounsey rounding out the podium. Henry McCartney up into P4 with Dan Goodman in P5 and Richard Holmes-Williams in P6. Blake Wilson is P7 with Brandon Keane in P8. Rossi Banham up into P9 and Austin Johnson in P10. Ollie Sims was 11th with Charlie Huntingford in 12th, Simon Huntingford 13th, Aidan Huntley 14th and Will Houth in P15, and Bailey Stewart Campbell rounding it out in P16. What a great race we have just seen there. What a great result we have just seen there for Sullivan Mounsey as well. And of course those guys will be back out later for race 3. Race 2 of the Moto Team weekend here at Whilton Mill, and the championship in the open classes is hotter than ever as we riders make their way round on from the pits and up to the grid before the green flag lap. We saw a great race yesterday here in Moto Team. We saw some great action all throughout. Of course, the standard championship has already been wrapped up by Team Pinky and the Brain, but over in the Open Championship, Will Houth, on his return to Fab Racing this weekend, did what Will Houth does and went and won the whole damn thing. and it was a phenomenal performance. Acme Racing finishing P2 and Ernie the Badger only in P4, and the championship is very, very close. Only 15 points separating Team Acme Racing, the current championship leaders, from Team Ernie the Badger in P2, and will have only 60 points back in P3. This is a championship that's definitely going down to the final round, and definitely going down to the wire.
It's an impressive class all the way throughout the year. It's so impressive to see, actually, yesterday what Will Howard managed to do. He's actually the last rider to make his way onto the grid. Cool, calm and collected, something which is very, very normal to say about Will Howard. But now they head out on their formation lap, on their warm-up lap, and then we will go racing in just a moment's time. What's it going to be this time? Can Will Howard win yet another race? Is the rider going solo already? The 99 having issues at the side of the circuit, so Tristan Margot pulling over at the side of the track, but Will Howard leading the pack on the green flag lap because he's starting in pole position. Alongside him was Josh Hill. He managed to keep tabs on Will Howard in the early stages. On the second row of the grid, we have Team Acme Racing and Fraser Kennard. What can they do from the second row with Jack Van Eden having a crash in yesterday's race, hoping to do better yesterday, and alongside them is going to be Team Dis. Harrison O'Keefe will be alongside Scott Jewett in 7th and 8th, with Tristan Margaret having issues on the warm-up lap in 9th. They'll be alongside Ben O'Keefe this time around, with Phil Maplebeck and Team Ernie the Badger on the 6th row of our grid. Team Bert and Rob Huntley will be starting in 13th and 14th. Madison Martlew and Gary O'Keefe rounding out our Moto team grid. So now the riders make their way around the final corner as the 99 gets pushed off the circuit there and through the gate that leads the way back inside the paddock. So an early retirement for them as the riders now make their way to the grid. There's going to be no delay, it seems, due to that gate. So final couple of riders making their way. Gary O'Keefe will be slotting into position now, and Lee Klaus will do the point to the lights. The tension is rising. It's one of the biggest fields that we've had all season in the Moto team class. The lights will go on. And we go racing for the second time of the weekend for the Moto team class. Gary O'Keefe struggling at the back of the field to get away, but Josh Hill staying in second position as Will Howard attempts to run away at the front. He had issues in race 1 yesterday. Is it all sorted for today? We're only going to have to wait and find out. Team Acme Racing did a crash in qualifying earlier on in the weekend. They go around the outside at Christmas Corner as Will Howard continues to lead the way, but Josh Hill and Will Howard both have jump start penalties. So the front two bikes in the field both have jump start penalties. They're going to have a 3-second penalty applied to their final finishing position and final finishing time. So they're going to have to stretch out a gap as soon as possible. The real question is, will they know it, Ross? Because if they don't, they may not know to push as hard as they can in this early stage, because Will Howard, he certainly is.
Yeah, well, obviously there's no communication to the riders. There's no radio, there's no team members telling them what's going on. So the only way they know is if they've realised they've done it the second they've done it, and they'll know, okay, I've got a 3-second penalty, I've got to go. Will Houth is certainly pushing. Josh Hill is also trying to get a move on as well. So we're just going to have to wait and see what the gaps are at the end of the race. A jump start penalty here at FAB-Racing, that is plus 3 seconds to your race time, and it's a one-time offence. Obviously you can only jump the start once, but it's unideal, and especially when it's both of the guys on the front row of the grid. So Will Houth and Josh Hill, both of them now have to contend with that 3-second penalty, whether they know it or not. Again, of course, we've also got to remember that those two guys fighting up the front, Will Houth and Josh Hill, really doesn't matter if they're fighting because they're in 2 different classes. But it's the open class that we're really interested in now. The standard class has already been wrapped up by Team Pinky and The Brain. So Team Acme Racing currently overall P3, and that means that as it stands, they are the overall leader, if my math serves me correctly, and they are very much in the lead of the Open Championship at the moment, in that fierce battle for the Open Championship with Will Houth and also Team Ernie the Badger. So this could be advantage Team Acme Racing if Will Houth isn't able to pull away far ahead enough. We're just going to have to wait and see how the race unfolds. 10 laps left to go in action all throughout the field. Wherever you look, we've got some of the O'Keefes there fighting with each other. There we see Jacques Van Eden as well. He had a great race yesterday until he had that off and it ruined his day, unfortunately. But he's back out there doing a great job on the number 17 machine. Currently P4 in the open class and P5 overall in the front fairing. I think that's on the 357, I believe that was. Shaking quite a little bit, so hopefully everything's all okay with the bike. And no, it wasn't the 357, it was the 333 of Scott Jewett. But yeah, here we see Jack Van Eden really putting the pressure on and looking at the gaps at the moment. Up the front, Will Howard is 2.1 seconds ahead of Team Josh Hill, I believe, who is 2 seconds ahead of Team Acme Racing. So, as it stands, Howard's finishing second and Josh Hill is finishing third.
Will Howard at the front, setting fastest lap after fastest lap, but now the battle continues further down the field. Jack Van Eden leading this group for Team Des, the second bike in this battle, but Will Howard now is showing that with the penalty applied, presumably it's showing as a 2.1 second gap from Team Acme Racing. He did drop down third on the time screen, now he's all the way back up to first. So Will Howard last time around was over a second quicker than Team Acme Racing, so certainly it looks like at the moment they're going to bridge out more than a 3 second gap by the end of the race. 9 laps remaining. Josh Hill showing his third in our timing monitor. Number 19 now trying to get past us. Jack Van Eden has issues, runs wide. Is there issue with the bike or just trying not to go into the grass there? It seemed like it for the number 17. So one of the O'Keefes powering it out through now. It looks like it's going to be Harrison O'Keefe, the top O'Keefe once again, and Phil Maplebeck will also go up into 5th position ahead of Team Des, who's just ahead of this field. Team Des though under pressure from Harrison O'Keefe, who goes down the outside of them, and now will he make it work into Christmas corner, the side by side through the flip-flop. Harrison O'Keefe, he did back out of it though, as there is Phil Maplebeck on the number 19 leading this field through it already, starting to bridge a gap. Will Howard for another fastest lap yet again at 55.3. These guys which you're seeing on your screen, they're doing 58 second lap time. So Will Howard ahead of everyone else at the moment, as there is the 357 of Team Des. Scott Jewett as well in this field. Battles all the way through in the Moto Team class. The top standard bike at the moment is still Josh Hill, who's 3rd place overall, and Josh Hill in the standard class. The next standard class bike is Team Des in 6th. So Josh Hill, although he has that penalty, it looks like he might be able to hold on to the standard class race lead.
Yeah, that's the bizarre thing you've got to remember, is obviously here at Motor Team you're classified not where you finish overall, but where you finish in relation to your class. So we talk about the overall victors and who's on the podium overall, etc, etc. But, you know, Josh Hill is leading the standard class at the moment, even though he's P3 overall. Even with that 3 second penalty, he's so far ahead of Team Dis in P6 overall, the next standard class bike, that Josh Hill will still pick up the 25 points for this race. Try and wrap your head around that one at home, but there's the man currently leading in open class and overall, Will Howard, who has shot off into the lead again. The 3 second penalty not applying here at all, because he is well above 3 seconds ahead of Team Acme Racing in P2. 4.3 seconds is the gap back to second place, and again the championship leader in the open class, Team Acme Racing. Will Howard is just doing what Will Howard does best. He's just getting his head down and riding the absolute wheels off that number 96 machine, and he's doing a superb job at the moment. Again, we saw yesterday he had a couple of moments, a few problems, a few niggles with the bike, just seemed to not quite want to do what he wanted it to do, but he seemed to come over them, and looks like he's all running okay now, as the conditions started to cool down here a little bit at Whilton Mill. This will help these larger wheeled bikes out, because of course, you know, when it's so hot they just really struggle with the temperature and with the track temperature. So now it's started to cool down. That's really going to help these guys out as well, and the fatigue aspect as well. It's really going to be nice for the riders.
A lot of these guys running ex-Moto3 tyres, the Dunlop slicks on them at the moment, but Team Acme Racing coming through turn 1 at the moment, as there is Josh Hill getting through Gary O'Keefe at the moment. Gary O'Keefe currently running in 15th position, and Team Acme Racing also coming now to lap them, but Jack Van Eden at the front of this field now and ahead of Phil Maplebeck. Phil Maplebeck slow out the final corner, and Team Des trying their best to be able to fight with them. Team Des on the 357. They've changed up their style of bike anyway over the past year, but they continue to battle for the top 5 positions here in Moto Team, and that was a move from Team Des, managing to get through on Maplebeck, and now what a move that was on the number 19 machine. O'Keefe still a couple of places back in 9th position, so Harrison O'Keefe ahead of Ben O'Keefe in 10th, but it looks like for Mabelbeck the bike just doesn't have the same punch coming out the corners, and that's what's allowing Scott Jewett now to get past on the free machine. Can Harrison O'Keefe potentially now also have a chance? Does Phil Maplebeck potentially have an issue, or have they just got the wrong gear in for coming out the corners?
Maybe. It's unfortunately we've got as much information as everybody else in the paddock over this one. We've just got to wait and see what is going on with Phil Maplebeck as they come to the line. It'll be 4 laps remaining for these guys this time by. Will Howard still in the lead with Team Acme Racing in P2. They're both open class bikes, and Josh Hill, the leader of the standard class, in P3. Again, got to remember Will Howard and Josh Hill both with 3-second jump start penalties. Currently, Will Howard is 3.9 seconds clear of the Team Acme Racing in P2. So, as it stands, Will Howard still finishes on the top step of the podium overall and in the open class, and Josh Hill is many seconds ahead of the next standard class bike, Team Dis. So Josh Hill has essentially got a free ticket to the top step, even with that podium. But with 3 laps left remaining here, Jacques Van Eden still holding on to that P5 overall at the moment, P4 in the open class, and fighting with a Team Dis standard class bike. They are second overall in the standard class at the moment. Jacques Van Eden, he had a great run in the first race yesterday. Unfortunately today just doesn't quite seem to have the pace. He did have quite a big off coming down the back stretch in race 1, so maybe some problems with the bike, maybe a knock to the confidence as well. Of course, Jacques Van Eden, one of the many Free Tech riders, the Free Tech Endurance Championships, one of their many riders that we've had turning up here at Whilton Mill for the Moto team this weekend. Had the similar thing last year, and he impressed last year as well, so we know that he's a phenomenal rider and he does great stuff over in the Free Tech Endurance Championship. But right now, just not quite on the pace that we've become accustomed to seeing from the number 17 machine. And it looks like second place overall. Josh Hill and Team Acme Racing are trading places like there is no tomorrow, as our leader Will Howard continues to bolt away into the distance. He's being held up a little bit here by the number 99. That is a back marker there of Tristan Margot, when he makes his way through all cleanly and with only a few corners, about half a lap left to run. It's about 600 metres, 1.1 kilometres around here at Whilton Mill. He has been absolutely superb. It's been Will Howard doing Will Howard things. The number 96, he goes out there, he gets the motor team bike, he disappears off into the distance, and that's all you need to know.
4.5 seconds is the gap last time around. What's it going to be this time around? Will Howard continuing to lead the way, managing to get through, and Tristan Margaret, who managed to get that bike back on the circuit after having to retire on the warm-up laps, potentially tested for the final race of the weekend. Of course, Will Howard, a very impressive ride here for him, a 55.3, a little bit off his own lap record, which he set in the Moto Team class back in 2018. That was in the 53-second range, just a little bit off that here today, but regulation changes have been made over the past couple of years, making this class hugely accessible. A 16-bike field here in the Moto Team class. It has so many talents in it, such as Will Howard, who has not made one mistake this whole race, even with a jump start penalty. He's cleared away at the front, and he only has 2 more corners to get around. The number 96 is going to make it 2 out to 2 as he sees the checker flag waving, and he comes across the line to win once again. It's Will Howard on top overall, and in the open class, Josh Hill comes home in second position, and the winner in the standard class. Is this going to be enough though to hold on to with a 3-second penalty? It was 2.8 at the line between Josh Hill and Team Acme Racing, so potentially they might lose that they might lose the second place overall, and they might get dropped down to third, of course, with that jump start penalty applied. But Will Howard, jump start penalty or not, our race winner.
Will Howard wins overall and in the open class. Jake Hill does get demoted to third, also with a jump start penalty. He's down to third overall, but he will still win in the standard class here at race 2 in Moto Team, and a very enjoyable race. And that Will Howard is really staking his claim on that championship. He's really closing in to Team Acme Racing. As it stands, the championship down to a 55-point gap. Will Howard wins by 5.1 seconds. Factor in the 3-second penalty, that's 2.1 seconds. Josh Hill finishes second overall on the road, but he'll get demoted to third overall with his penalty. But he is the winner of the standard class. Team FAB-Racing will inherit second overall and in the open class from Josh Hill, with Fraser Kinnard fourth and Jacques Van Eden fifth. And then Team Dis in P6, they are second in the standard class. Phil Waffenberg is seventh. Harrison O'Keefe was third in the standard class. Ben O'Keefe is in P9 and Team Burt in P10. Only the Badger Racing in P11, a very disappointing result for them, with Rob Huntley in P12. Madison Martley 13th, Gary O'Teefe 14th, and Tristan Margot in P15. Scott Jewett looks like a DNF for the 333 there, unfortunately. Hopefully Scott Jewett can make his way back out for race 3 a little bit later. Of course, all of our class will have a race 3 later on today.
Now then, coming up, race 2 for the MiniGP 50 class. We've seen a very exciting race 1 so far, but Marco Holt on pole position for this one. A 51 dead in qualifying he did, and straight away out to the blocks in race 1 he would go on to take yet another race win, and actually his 14th race win of the season. Marco Holt has been almost an unstoppable force here at Whilton Mill. He also holds the lap record now, which is set in race 1 as well, a 51.416, taking the lap record from Luke Fitchett, which was set last season. But the riders now heading out on their sighting lap before they come to the grid to a warm-up lap, and then we will get underway with racing. An incredible field once again. 22 riders line up on this grid. Chloe Gleason there as well, with Callum Maxwell, Sam Gardner, Dylan Tureen, just to name a few. So many talents in this field, and it's a class which is constantly expanding, and you really have to question, how much bigger can it get? How much MetroGP machines are out there on the market for these guys to expand their grid? It's so popular. The class is expanding year on year. It's proven the MetroKits are the bikes to be on for young riders. So if you watch this and decide that you want to get involved, of course we're on the road to MotoGP. Head over to the FAB-Racing website and discover how to get involved. Contact them to discover how you can get hold of one of these beautiful MetroGP machines. They're a master of engineering, and they're definitely the bike that all young riders should be learning on at the moment. But Ross, it's a tense picture on the grid at the moment. Marco Holt, he's looking relaxed. Luke Fitchett, on the other hand, he is completely focused.
Dead focus from the front row. The championship rivals. Marco Holt can mathematically win the championship in this race. He has an 83-point gap back to Luke Fitchett at the moment, but that would require Luke Fitchett DNFing and Marco Holt having a strong result. So we'll have to wait and see what is going to happen there. But it is all advantage Marco Holt in the championship. Race 3 could be the championship decider. We will have to wait and see as the riders make their way out on their green flag formation lap. And on the pole, it is Marco Holt, the championship leader. His main rival, Luke Flatcap Fitchett, alongside him. Wilson Dilk starts in P3 with Frankie Watson in P4. Byron Johnson, a great qualifying from him to get into P5 with Sam Garner in P6. Harley Baker and Jensen Bishop make up row 4 with Matthew Thomas and Travis Shaw rounding out the top 10. Chloe Gleason is 11th with Dylan Tureen in 12th. Beth Ashby is in P13 with Tyler Hartley in 14th. Annabelle McCartney starts 15th, but alongside Ollie O'Gorman. George Ackerman is 17th with Seth Hayward in P18. Lucy Curtis is 19th with Murray Simmons in 20th, and our grid is rounded up by Riley Paisley and Callum Maxwell, a 22 by grid to look forward to here in the MiniGP 50s, one of the most populated classes that we have here this weekend at Whilton Mill. And again, it's always great racing in the 50s, Lewis. We've got a championship which could mathematically be decided in this race. Realistically, it's definitely going to race 3 at least, if not beyond, into the final round at Three Sisters. This could be a crucial race this weekend.
It's a crucial race for Mark Holt and Luke Fitchett. Fitchett currently second in the championship. He's been Mr. Consistent all season. 17 podiums to his name, but just one race win. Can he make that 2 race wins after race 2 of the MiniGP 50s? The lights will go on now. And the lights go off and we go racing for the second time in the MiniGP 50 class. Mark Holt leads the way, almost making contact with Luke Fitchett. Fitchett though drops down to third position and allows Wilson Dilks to claim second place. Can't fix it though. Battle back straight away at Christmas corner. He goes down the inside and has to back out of it. Frankie Watson in fourth place. He's going to be the next man that's going to try and fight Luke Fitchett and try and battle his way through. The couple of laps, as we see, Wilson Dilks taking the race lead of Mark Holt straight away on the first couple of laps. His aim clearly is to try and beat him up and try not allow him to get into a rhythm in the early stages. Jenson Bishop and Byron Johnson as well battling away in 5th and 6th position. A great ride from Jenson Bishop. He started all the way down in 8th position. Now he battles his way to 6th on the opening couple of corners. Wilson Dilks, though, you wouldn't have thought this after lap 1. He leads the way and comes across the line with Marco Holt just behind in 2nd position. Ollie O'Gorman as well having the battle with George Ackerman further down in the field at the line. 1/10 of a second separated the top two riders as Marco Holt looks down the inside on the 58 at Christmas corner, and he makes it work and he makes it stick with Luke Fitchett only able to watch on behind.
Yeah, what a great start there from Wilson Dilks, but Marco Holt slides his way through, but there goes Wilson Dilks again up the inside at Ashby corner. Marco Holt responds to the outside. Can he sweep round the left-hander? No. Wilson Dilks will hold on for the time being. Luke Fitchett, a disappointing start when he needs a strong result here, as in he needs a win to keep his championship hopes alive. Marco Holt to the inside, heading through the boot section. Lovely little move there from the 58 again. And we're talking about this at Rowra last time out. This man is the man who we all thought was going to be on top of the Mini GP 50 world come the end of 2022. But an injury sustained in Spain curtailed his championship hopes. And now here in the Mini GP 50s in 2023, he is showing that he truly is a champion. And this is going to go down to the wire between himself and Dilks, as apparently a few drops of rain starting to come down at the circuit. That could be something mega to watch out for. It's so hot this weekend. Nobody expected a downpour, and suddenly we're getting a little bit of rain. And when it rains here at Whilton Mill, the track turns into an ice rink. The riders call it Slippery Mill for a reason. It's so bizarre. So much grip in the dry and so little in the wet. There's only a few drops being reported, but a few drops is more than no drops, Lewis. There's 8 laps to go this time. Marco Holt leads Wilson Dilks at the line with a 52.146, the fastest lap of the race last time out. These guys are absolutely flying.
Calm before the storm at the front, but Marco Holt still leading the way, the fastest lap of the race, a 52.146 from him this time around. Of course, the lap record being a 51.416, so still a little bit off that, exactly 1 second quicker than that, so still a little bit of time to make up, but a lot of spots on their visors will be appearing if there's 1 or 2 drops in the air, and that's really just mental rain at the moment. And Wilson Dilks seating it actually is moving about quite a lot at the moment. Less than a tenth of a second separated them at the line last time around though. It's clearly not over at the front. Luke Fitchett, he was a further 0.8 of a second behind. Who knows though, these conditions constantly changing, weather constantly changing in the air. Who knows, we could see someone like Luke Fitchett, like Frankie Watson, maybe even Jenson Bishop battle for the podium positions. But further down the field, loads of battles going on as Wilson Dilks tries to get in the slipstream, tries to make a move towards Christmas corner. Now the 85 looking down the inside. He does his doctor's dangle and he backs out of it as soon as he can. It's such a tight and tricky section there, Marco Holt. He knows how to cover it off. He's led the way throughout the whole weekend, a 51.954. The first rider to hit into the 51s in this race. It's Mark Holt, of course, and now he leads the way by just over 1/10 of a second as Luke Fitchett, he tries his best to keep tabs on them.
He does indeed. Marco Holt really looking fast out here, but he's having to fight with Wilson Dilks. It is not going to be an easy victory for the 58. He's going to have to earn this one. They round pit bend and make it 6 laps to go, this time by Black Cap Fitchett, currently sitting in P3. Not good enough for him, unfortunately, if he wants to continue this championship battle. While it won't wrap up the championship in this race, it puts one hand on the trophy for Marco Holt. Further back in the pack, we've got some great action going on here. That is the 25 of Chloe Gleason scrapping with Travis Shaw on the number 4 machine, and just behind them Beth Ashby as well, doing a great job, just being overtaken by Dylan Tureen in the final few corners. But up the front, Marco Holt, he's doing a great job at the moment, a 51.885, another fastest lap that last time round, getting closer and closer to that lap record. Marco Holt unfortunately had his lap record in the 70s broken in race 2 by Luke Flatcap Fitchett, his championship rival in this series. So maybe Marco Holt wants a bit of revenge for that one as well and wants to take the 50s lap record away from the number 7. We've got some more action further back in the pack as well. Matthew Thomas doing a great job on the 47 machine, and everywhere you look there is just fighting and fighting. So many bikes out there at the moment. Tyler Hartley, we were just seeing in P18, doing a great job, but back to the battle up the front. And it is the top 3 of Marco Holt, Wilson Dilks and Luke Fitchett. Luke Fitchett set the fastest lap last time, a 51.639, and that was ever so slightly a lap record, about by half a tenth of a second. So Luke Fitchett, new lap record, a 51.639. Great stuff there from Flatcap. He's turning up the wick with just 5 laps left to go.
You can see how much that gap has closed and how close he is to the back wheel of Wilson Dilks. A 51.639, so impressive in these conditions. The rain just starting to fall, and potentially Wilson Dilks just starting to ease off as Marco Holt now sets a new lap record of 51.627. So the lap record constantly getting broken lap on lap at the moment. A 1.3 second gap from Holt to Dilks, but who knows? It's going to be Fitchett who's going to take second position. Now he backs out of it. Now as they come towards some backmarkers, Cal Maxwell in the 111 machine is going to be the first one, and then Riley Paisley. How is this going to deal with the battle for second position? Will Wilson Dilks get held up? Will this allow Luke Fitchett to claim second position, or is Fitchett now going to get held up? He dives down the inside on the number 7, pushes Maxwell slightly wide there, maybe just a little bit startled, of course. No blue flags here at FAB. Riley Paisley is the next rider. Wilson Dilks through nice and cleanly now. Is Fitchett going to get held up? He is. Fitchett has to back out of it, has to wait a couple of corners. He's such a safe rider, and there he goes through on Riley Paisley. So the battle for second position completely changing with just 3 laps remaining in this MiniGP 50 race.
Marco Holt has bolted away at the front, 1.1 seconds ahead of the 85 of Wilson Dilks, and we saw there Luke Fitchett getting held up by the back markers, and that'll be disappointing for him. Again, he needs the strongest result possible to keep his championship hopes alive as long as possible. And as they head through, coming down to the middle section, it will be Holt that leads, but Wilson Dilks currently holding on to P2 at the moment. But wow, would you look at that, Luke Fitchett doing everything he can. He is pushing super hard, but as it stands, while he's still mathematically in the championship fight at the end of this race, you've got to think it's not enough. You've got to think the gap is too big, unless Marco Holt has a disaster class in the last race in the 58. Well, that is nothing. It's just something that doesn't happen to him. 2 laps left to run here at Whilton Mill in race 2, and it's championship leader Marco Holt leading the way and siding his way through back marks. He did get held up there a little bit, but he is comfortably up the front.
Gets him through. Lucy Curtis at the moment. Wilson Dilks managed to get through. Not Luke Fitchett though, so Luke Fitchett struggling to get past back markers at the moment, but certainly the gap between Holt and second position Wilson Dilks has closed over the past couple of laps. 1.1 second last time around. We're going to have to wait to see what it's going to be at the line this time around. But Luke Fitchett, he's going to have to push hard. He's going to have to see some red mist to push on over the limit to catch up to the likes of Wilson Dilks. They're absolutely on fire here in the MiniGP 50 class. A 22 bike field, the most competitive field that we've seen in multiple seasons. But now Tyler Hartley is in front of Marco Holt as Marco Holt comes to start the final lap of the race. What is the gap going to be? 1.3 seconds. The Holt stretched out in that final sector of the circuit. Is that going to pay dividends at the final lap of this race, in the final corner of this race, in just a couple hundred meters time, as they are diving down the inside of a back marker is Wilson Dilks. He's trying his hardest as Mark Holt comes towards Hannibal McCarthy and Ollie O'Gorman. Of course, his brother Casey O'Gorman racing in multiple championships this season. Will Holt get held up this time around? He comes here to win. He's doing it at the moment. This is why you have to use your head in the MiniGP 50 class. A massive grid, so many different abilities on these gear bikes. Holt, you would have said he's championship contender last season. He dives down the inside. Ollie O'Gorman pushes him wide, but a little wave to the crowd, a little saying sorry to Ollie O'Gorman. He comes across the line in just a moment's time to take the race win in race 2 of the MiniGP 50 class. Second position is Wilson Dilks. He holds on to that second place from Luke Fitchett. A lot of back markers involved there, but Marco Holt, a bit of luck a lot of skill to take that race win.
One hand on the trophy for the number 58. He increases his championship lead up into the 90-point region, and that is a tall order for Luke Fitchett in race 3 if he wants to take the championship to the final round at Three Sisters. And you can see just how much that means to the 58 of Marco Holt. He is delighted, double punching the air. He knows that he is one race away from the championship. Marco Holt takes victory and puts one hand on the championship trophy with Wilson Dilks in P2, Luke Fitchett in P3 with Frankie Watson in 4th, Byron Johnson 5th, Sam Gardner 6th, Jensen Bishop was 7th, Harley Baker was 8th, Matthew Thomas 9th, and Travis Shaw squeezes into the top 10 at the end. And the MiniGP 50s will be back for one more race later.
On the road to MotoGP and the feeder series to the British Talent Cup and RedBull Rookies. Live from Whilton Mill. This is FAB-Racing Minibike's British Championship. Title Decider.
Race 2 for the Pit Bike 140s, and it is a crucial one because Chris Wells is looking to put his name in the history books and take the championship here at round 7 of the FAB-Racing Minibike British Championship at Whilton Mill. In order for the championship to go down to race 3, Liam Wood must outscore Chris Wells by 9 points. And well, Liam Wood was just looking a little bit off the pace in race 1. Chris Wells seems to hold all the cars, but that wasn't the man at the front of the field, was it, Lewis? Because of course we have the likes of Rossi Banham and Taylor Lawrence, 2 legends of the pit bike game, returning here this weekend and putting on a display. Rossi Banham with a classic Rossi Banham victory of just disappearing off into the distance and never looking back, while Taylor Lawrence with a very hard-fought race as well to get a strong result. It is a huge grid of pit bikes here. We've got some fantastic names returning to the FAB-Racing paddock, and it's all eyes on Chris Wells and Liam Wood. Can Liam Wood keep it going to at least race 3, or can Chris Wells put his name on the trophy in race 2?
It's going to be dramatic here in the Pit Bike 140s. Lucas Brown as well will be lining up. He's been battling for the championship all season. He sadly missed out on qualifying. He will be starting from the final position on the grid, will Lucas Brown, after missing qualifying yesterday. But Chris Wells, this time around, he's going to be going from 4th position. And next to Taylor Lawrence, of course, Taylor Lawrence returning this time around with Rossi Banham. But there's Chris Wells. He's looking excited, he's looking psyched. And Taylor Lawrence trying to talk to him before the race starts. It's going to be dramatic as the riders head out on their warm-up lap now. The green flag lap is underway. One last tour before it's going to be lights out. And lights out for the front row of the grid for Rossi Banham, who's going to be starting this race from pole position. Rossi Banham setting a 52.018 in qualifying. He'll be next to Liam Wood. Taylor Lawrence and Chris Wells will be lining up on the second row of the grid of Reece Peacock and Super Pit Bike Sonic Jamie King in 6th. Zach Tureen and Brandon Keane will be starting on the 4th row, of Keaton Payne and Elliot Crosby in 9th and 10th. Sean Whittaker and Bradley Ferreira in the 6th row of our grid. Noah Gilroy returning to Fab after a couple of rounds out. He starts from 13th alongside Joshua French in 14th. Alfie Garrett will be starting from 15th with James Ratcliffe in 16th. Stephen Butworth will be starting in 17th with Bailey Lawrence in 18th. Of course, Robert Taylor returning this round. Seth May and Mark Portis starting on 10th row of our grid, with Robert Baldock, Shannon King, Simon Portis and Lucas Brown starting and rounding out our Pit Bike 140 grid. It's going to be a dramatic one. Taylor Lawrence returning, Rossi Banham returning, but Chris Wells, he can wrap up the title here.
He can indeed. It's all eyes to the flag marshal. It's all eyes to the lights. It's lights out and we are underway, and it's a bit of a pop-up wheelie for Rossi Banham from the start, but he will still take the lead. Liam Wood manages to hold on to 2nd place with Taylor Lawrence in P3, and championship hopeful Chris Wells under attack from Jamie King for P4 on the run up to Christmas corner. Jamie King decides not to go for the move for 4th place, so it is in fact at the front. It is Banham from Wood, from Lawrence, from Wells, your top four. The four starting in the order. They are running in now. And look at that, Liam Wood. He is desperate to get on with it. He needs to find a way past Rossi Banham. He needs to outscore Chris Wells by at least 9 points to make it to the next race at least and keep his championship hopes alive. But currently he's not doing that if they finish where they are, but there's still plenty of laps left to run in this race. It's only lap 1, and Rossi Banham, it must be said, is already doing what Rossi Banham does and is starting to streak away. Some small battles, some small clusters of riders bunching together already forming as it's 11 laps to go. At the line is Banham, who leads the way from Liam Wood in second and Taylor Lawrence rounding at the podium. Here goes Pit Bike Sonic, the 3-time champion Jamie King up the inside of Chris Wells. Do they make contact? Not quite, no. Chris Wells just holds on to the position, and that means that Reece Peacock might be able to make a move on Jamie King, but it has not quite worked out. Unfortunately, Lucas Brown on the AMR machine doing a great job. He started from the back. He's already up to P12. Brilliant stuff.
Lucas Brown from the back of the field, P12, very impressive. But Reece Peacock, of course, a lot of involvement with Lucas Brown in the British Talent Cup, doing his mechanicking for him. He's battling in this group with Jamie King and Chris Wells. This trio is what we've seen over the past couple of years in the Pit Bike 140 class is back to normal as Rossi Brown leads the way by 1.2 seconds from Liam Wood in second place. Jamie King in the middle of this pack. He powers out through the fat part of the tyre and tries once again in Christmas corner. Can he make it work? It's 3 wide for the Pit Bike 140 guys. All of them have to back out of that one. Reece Peacock and Jamie King backing out of a move, but Chris Wells still leading them in 4th position. 10 laps remaining in this race. It's starting to build up. Of course, the gap now 1.2 seconds at the front. The podium position guys not battling at the moment. Taylor Lawrence still trying to find a way past Liam Wood. So this battle for 4th is the one to watch with real veterans in the Pit Bike 140 class duking it out on the circuit.
If they finish as they do, Chris Wells is declared champion of the Pit Bike 140 class in 2023 here at FAB-Racing. It would only be a 7-point advantage to Liam Wood. It's not the 9 points at least that he needs to take the championship down to the wire. And here goes Taylor Lawrence, the 2021 champion, to the inside of Liam Wood. He takes 2nd place, and it's a further dagger in the heart for the championship hopeful of Liam Wood. Now he needs Chris Wells to fall down even further down the order because there's only a 4-point advantage he's gaining if they finish as they do with 9 laps left remaining. What a lovely move there from the 2021 champion Taylor Lawrence. Rossi Banham, of course, has absolutely disappeared off into the distance already. No surprises there from the reigning champion. But Chris Wells holding on to P4 at the moment. Jamie King, a quick glance back as up the inside of Jamie King goes the 29 of Reece Peacock. A lovely move. He loves diving up the inside there, does him. Jamie King actually is also lost out to the number 7 of Lucas Brown on the AMR machine. He has scythed his way through the pack and he is already up to P6 with just 8 laps to go. That boy is absolutely flying on the AMR bike. Here goes Reece Peacock looking to the inside of Chris Wells. Here goes Lucas Brown to the inside. Double overtake on Chris Wells. And I'll have to check what that means for the championship. But wow, brilliant stuff from Peacock. Brilliant stuff from Brown.
Inches away from contact there, Lucas Brown and Chris Wells. And Lucas Brown actually saying sorry. He's chasing Reece Peacock, but that could have been a championship changing move on Chris Wells if there was contact made. But Jamie King, he can only watch this unfold at the moment. King down in 7th position and not able to be the king of the Pit Bike 140 championship at the moment. But Reece Peacock runs slightly wide. Is this going to allow Lucas Brown through? Yes, it does. The number 7 through. He runs slightly wide on the exit, and Reece Peacock tries to get through into turn 1, but he was on the outside line. He couldn't make that one work with just 7 laps remaining in this race. Of course, Lucas Brown on the AMR machine this time around, as now Jamie King tries to look down the inside at Christmas corner. He backs up it once again, and in the Pit Bike 140 class, like we see with Lucas Brown, if you try to make a move at Christmas corner, it's going to be near contact if you don't back out.
Indeed it is. Unfortunately, Chris Wells dropping down the order. Still not enough for Liam Wood. If they finish like this, Wells is your champion of 2023. And even if Jamie King gets past as well, because Pit Bike Sonic's on the attack, it is still not enough for Liam Wood to take the fight to at least race 3, and if not even further along to the final round of Three Sisters. That's Reece Peacock, who's gone down on the 29. Reece Peacock's had an off at the final corner, back on the bike and everything okay, but he's fallen behind Jamie King and Chris Wells. So very strange incident there for Reece Peacock. And again, that betters Chris Wells' position by 1, makes it even harder for Liam Wood. But now Jamie King to the inside at Christmas corner. Chris Wells holds it to the outside, but Jamie King with a lovely move. They're still side by side, heading into Ashby. That is superb from Pit Bike Sonic. Pulling off there now, the number 27. That is Seth May having issues there. A shame for him, but Jamie King back to his brilliant best with a lovely overtake.
A great overtake there for Jamie King, trying to show Chris Wells how it's done. He is a great friend with Chris Wells off the track, but on the track, he's doing everything he can to beat him. The yellow flag still out. That may be because of Seth May. Yes, it is. The number 27 still stopped at the infield of the circuit. But they're coming across the line this time around, making it 5 laps to go for these riders. 5 laps remaining before Chris Wells could become the provisional 2023 Pit Bike 140 champion. Jamie King is 76. He rounds out our top 5 at the moment as Chris Wells tries to look down the inside that Christmas corner. He backs out, but once again, Reece Peacock, after that fall, he drops down to 7th position ahead of Brandon Keane and Keaton Payne. And inside the top 10 now is Noah Gilray. So Noah Gilray having a great ride, but of course all eyes on our championship contender. He's technically right now got one hand on the trophy in this race. If he doesn't do anything silly, he may walk away with the title. Yellow flag still in this sector, it seems to be where Chris Wells is fastest in his final sector and at Christmas corner. As there's Rossi Banham. Look how relaxed that man is. He is backing it in, having some fun, and leading the way by 4.3 seconds over Taylor Lawrence.
He's showboating to the camera in the middle of a race. I mean, that's how confident Rossi Banham is, the reigning Pit Bike 140 champion. He is doing a superb job. You can see the number 1 plate on the bike this time, and he is just loving life out there at the moment. Taylor Lawrence is still in P2, just holding on actually from Liam Wood in P3. And here's interesting, if Liam Wood is able to get past Taylor Lawrence and Chris Wells finishes in P6, the championship does go to the next race. Wells misses out on the championship by 1 singular point. That is how much is on it. This is the stakes. This is how much is riding on Liam Wood's shoulders. This is what's riding on Chris Wells' shoulders. And Liam Wood has got through. Liam Wood is up to 2nd place with 3 laps remaining. So if they finish like this, the championship goes to race 3.
Jamie King also could be a deciding factor here. Of course, great mates. He wants Chris Wells to win the championship, but he's making his life more difficult. There is the battle for 2nd position. Liam Wood and Taylor Lawrence. Taylor Lawrence, I love his riding style. He's so close to the ground, tries to get his elbow down every single corner. He's battling away on his return to Fab. As there's Shannon King coming for your picture with our back markers here. She's constantly improving on the Pit Bike 140 class, but Liam Wood still ahead at the line, 1/10 of a second. Lucas Brown behind these 2 riders, setting the fastest lap of the race at 52.437. These guys up front doing 54.226. So last time around he's 2 seconds quicker. Lucas Brown on the move. Potentially he could also get involved in this championship charge. You can see him in the back, closing in every single lap. So Liam Wood might be getting a little bit of help from Lucas Brown in just a couple of laps time as Taylor Lawrence dives down the inside at Christmas corner. The number 10 makes it work. Can Liam Wood have any... Liam Wood has a moment on the front, on the exit there. So this means now Chris Wells would win the title if Liam Wood stays in 3rd position.
1 place in it. That's all there is between championship glory, and we go again later this afternoon for Chris Wells, as there's see Taylor Lawrence and Liam Wood having to deal with some back markers there. Lucas Brown just in the background as well. It is super close. There is Chris Wells. He is in front of Jamie King, so the situation gets worse for Liam Wood. Now he needs to pull something magical out of the bag or hope that Chris Wells has an off and has a disaster. We are on to the final lap of the race, and it is Rossi Banham who leads from Taylor Lawrence in second. Liam Wood is in third, and in fourth place, Lucas Brown very close to the back of that battle for second place, and Chris Wells is in P5, and we wait to see whether it be Rossi Banham. The race hasn't even finished and he's doing wheelies. Why do we bother? This man is so far in front of everybody, and he's wheeling before the race is even over. That's how confident, that's how cocky he is. It's been another Rossi Banham masterclass out there today. You've got to give it to the guy. Every time he steps foot on a pit bike, he just absolutely demolishes the field. Rossi Banham will round the final corner and make it 2 from 2 wins here at Whilton Mill, but we wait for the rest of the pack. Lucas Brown's in second. Lucas Brown finished in second with Taylor Lawrence in third and Liam Wood in fourth place, and that means it is glory, glory for the number 62. Chris Wells is your champion of the Pit Bike 140s in 2023 with an amazing ride and an amazing season. Chris Wells is on top of the world.
Chris Wells, your 2023 Pit Bike 140 British champion. I've been told celebrations are inbound for these two, so we're going to have to wait and see. I'm sure they're going to celebrate all the way into the night here at Whilton Mill. Lucas Brown, Taylor Lawrence also stopping, congratulating, a little round of applause. But onto the grass now, and I've been told there is some sort of celebration in place and a little hug. It's lovely to see it. Even a bottle of champagne, it looks like, behind her back as well. But Chris Wells celebrating with everyone, cuddles all around. Jamie King grabs the champagne, so it sounds like he's going to get sprayed a bit now. Yes, he does. Jamie King sprays Chris Wells with champagne. He takes it all in. We're still 4 races remaining this season. Perhaps the number 1 plate as well, taking off Rossi Banham's bike, handing to Chris Wells, and it's going to get put on instantly, and celebrations are going to start for our champion.
Wow, just wonderful to see. You could just see how much it means to these guys. You can see how close they all are as well. Simply amazing stuff there. Your champion of 2023, Chris Wells, being given the champagne, and Rossi Banham handing over the number 1 plate as well. Amazing stuff there. They're fixing it to the front of the bike. Chris Wells almost looks like he's crying under the helmet. That may be just the champagne running down his face. Thumbs up to the camera, and celebrations all round from riders and friends and family alike. Chris Wells is your 2023 Pit Bike 140 champion, and he joins an elusive club. So many great riders, so many great names up there being champions, and Chris Wells can now forever say he was one of them. Rossi Banham takes the victory here at Whilton Mill with Lucas Brown in P2 and Taylor Lawrence in P3. What a ride there from Lucas Brown, last to second. Liam Wood was 4th, and your champion Chris Wells came home in P5. Pit Bike Tonic, Jamie King in P6 with Reese Peacock in 7th, Brandon Keenan 8th, Keaton Payne 9th, and Joshua French rounding out our top 10. James Ratcliffe was 11th with Stephen Butterworth in P12. Bradley Ferreira was 13th with Sean Whittaker 14th. Alfie Garrett was 15th with Noah Guillory in 16th. Bailey Lawrence 17th. Mark Portis 18th. Robert Baldock in 19th. Simon Portis in 20th. And Shannon King, our last runner, in 23rd. And we unfortunately did lose Seth May. As we see the riders coming in to the pit lane, there is Chris Wells getting more congratulations from members of the paddock. He's actually stalled the bike, and he's got to start it again because he was stopping and saying thank you and saying hello. We can see many of our younger riders congratulating, and maybe they'll be Pit Bike 140 champions in the future and join that elusive list. But wow, what a season, what a ride, what a rider. Chris Wells, your 2023 champion.
So impressive. Celebrations continue, and I'm sure there'll be a couple of refreshments after the racing has finished here today. He still has one more race left on the cards here at Whilton Mill, and luckily looks like been okay for the weather. But of course, Whilton Mill, it's been a place of drama over the years, and we've seen some great racing. So let's take a look in the past in the FAB-Racing archives, and let's have a look at the MiniGP 70 Race 2 in 2022. As the LS2 Helmets Mini GP70 British Championship. We wait for the final checks to be done on the grid before we can get underway. The point to the lights is done. Everyone looks up to the lights. The lights are about to go on, and the red lights are on, the red lights are off, and we are racing for the final race of the weekend. It's Marco Holt who leads the way with Ethan Sparks, managing just to get into second place, getting into that position, just be able to attack from the get-go. Blake Wilson managing to stay into third as it looks like at the back. Ruben Bray is battling with Noah Gilray as Ronnie Harris and Luke Fitcher are having a right old tussle. But it's Marco Holt who leads the way, and it's going to be a dream weekend for him if he can win this 70 race. It's such great conditions. He's been through every type of conditions. As now Ethan Sparks, he's trying to find any way past on the Vision Track bike. Such a quality team, such a quality bike that he's on right now. All these riders, they're immaculate. Every single part of their racing, they put 100% effort in, and it's so great to see at such a young age.
Yeah, it's really good to see that they're all on slicks as well, because in the second race it's sort of a bit of a disadvantage, but when they're all on the same bike, same tyres, yeah, it creates really good racing. And for all of them, they don't want to win because the other one's made a mistake on tyre choice or whatever. So yeah, I think all three of them are up for it. It'll be interesting to see if Ronnie can get in the mix, because he's been a little bit behind them throughout the weekend, but he's got pace. So yeah, hopefully it's a 4-5 way battle, because Luke's had a good weekend in the 50s. He won all three races, and yeah, a bit extra track time, so hopefully he can get up there in this one.
Yeah, it's been great to have so many riders in the 70s. It's a 10 bike field, it's a pretty healthy field. We've seen some rounds where it's been slightly less, but it's great to see all these riders as well being so competitive on the motorcycles. And it's a class which, no matter where you're at in your racing career, people are able to find a race and able just to progress with the racing career and with the racecraft, because these bikes, they help riders so much, they give them so much feedback and really teach them the fundamental parts of racing a Grand Prix motorcycle.
Yeah, 100%. It's that racing style. It's a two-stroke, which is different to what most people ride now, but yeah, I think you learn more on them than you do on the four-stroke. So yeah, it's really good to see them all up there. It's getting to a class where all the times are so close now, whereas before in the past there's been big gaps between first and last place. But yeah, now it's really close, and even the guys at the back are doing 51s, 52s, which is really respectable times.
Yeah, it certainly is. And right now it's Ronnie Harris who is trying to get up to Luke Fitcher. Luke Fitcher, of course, has had a dream weekend in the GP50s. Slightly slower machines than these, but Blake Wilson, your rider of the race yesterday, is in that third position once again, and at race 2 he took the slick tyres and it paid off, and now you can just see him once again. He's sticking with the front boys. He's not able to necessarily be there and be able to fight with them, but he's there to pick up the pieces if anything goes wrong. As Ethan Sparks looks down the inside, but will he make it work? Yes, no he won't, as Marco closes the door on him. You can just see it so close. They're on the knife edge, these guys. They're pushing every single ounce out of this motorcycle. It looks like Marco Holt is taking a slightly more defensive line right now at this stage of the race. 9 laps to go, so he's already thinking and understanding that he is Ethan Sparks, last year's champion, right behind. Marco Holt now is going round, still having to defend the conditions though. They're the best that they're going to get all weekend, and it's the last race of the weekend, so what a better way to finish it, really. I mean, when you've had a weekend where it's been mixed conditions all weekend, and now it's dry, do you just kind of just go for it, or do you have to maybe spend a couple of laps to feel out the conditions and feel where you can push far harder than you have all weekend?
I think 100% they just go for it. They've done enough time here in the dry over the years with the MiniMotos and the 50s and things like that, so yeah, they're all pushing. I think the overall's still up on the line here, so they all want to win it, and yeah, it's good to see. I think for me now is the best time of the day. I think maybe they'll get a 49, but it'll be difficult, but it'll be great to see if they can do that, because that's what they're doing in the Extreme 200. So yeah, they're pushing hard. Luke's being able to stay with them, which is surprising, but well, not surprising if you look at his 50, but surprising if you look at his 70 results from this weekend. So yeah, it's good to see someone else getting in the mix and showing him what he can do.
Yes, certainly. Ethan Sparks is still waiting and still lurking behind Marco Holt, and it's at the point of the race, 3 laps to go, where he's going to have to show some cards pretty soon. Do you think that Ethan Sparks just actually a 49 set? Scott, you called it perfectly. A 49.980. set by Marco Holt as Ethan Sparks dives down the inside and takes the race lead. How will Marco Holt respond? Will Marco Holt sit behind and just take a lap or two to think about where he can make this pass, because it's so tricky to make a pass at Whilton Mill? Or will he just try and dive back and just go back straight away and not let Ethan Sparks get into a rhythm? Because once Sparks get into a rhythm, it's so difficult to make a pass.
Yeah, 100%. For Ethan now, he's just got to put in 2 qualifying laps and hope he's going fast enough where Marco can't overtake him. But for Marco, he's just got to disturb the rhythm straight away into the one at Christmas corner. He's got to try overtake and try not let him get away, because if he's got 1-2 bike lengths here, it'd be impossible to overtake.
Yeah, and obviously these Metric bikes are world renowned for being so good for giving on talent and bringing up talent into the future, and we've seen that with the British Talent Cup numbers and with the amount of riders that have came from it, such as yourself. And how much feedback does these bikes give you whenever you're going around on track?
Yeah, it is basically a mini Moto 3. It's good for them to ride these bikes. It's the same. Yeah, they're not going as fast and they're on small tracks, but it's definitely a stepping stone on the route to Moto 3.
Certainly, and these bikes are so technical to ride. I mean, it's 2-stroke motor, as you mentioned. They teach riders so much more than the 4-strokes. They really have to keep the revs up and really just have to ride it so hard. But of course, Josh Watley, you're battling against in the 70s for the championship, and well, now he's your teammate in Moto 3. So do you ever talk about that time, discuss that time back in the day whenever you're here at FAB?
No, not really. I think the present's the important one at the moment, and yeah, he's doing all right. But yeah, we both want to beat each other now, and at the moment I've got the upper hand, which is nice. And yeah, I'm sure he'll be working hard to try beat me in the second half.
Yeah, so well, now we're on the final lap of this race. Ethan Sparks still leads the way, half a lap left. Now Marco Holt is wanted to try and find any way past. Marco Holt taking a far wider line there, trying to carry a bit more momentum, a bit more corner speed. But right now, Ethan Sparks, 1 more corners to go. Can he keep it? Yes, he will. He will take the race win and take the final race win of the weekend. Ethan Sparks wins the race from Marco Holt, and Luke Fitchett getting another podium. He took 3 race wins in the 50s and now has got another podium to his name in the 70s. So an excellent result from Fitchett. As Ruben Bray now coming across the line, following Samuel Munson right to the line. That battle goes. Ollie Sims closely behind them, but now you can just see them celebrating, messing about on the track. Racing's done for the weekend now. It's celebrating time.
Yeah, it's really good to see Ethan win that, especially with the other 2 doing the 50s. He's had half the track time they've had, so yeah, it's good to see that he's on the pace. And on the second to last lap, Marco did a 49.8, which yeah, he'd much rather be Ethan right now, but it's a bit of a consolation for him. But yeah, it's good to see this. I don't know who's actually won the overall. I think it'll be close because Ethan had a bad second race, but maybe he's just pipped it, but I don't think he'll mind with the big championship lead he has.
The Extreme 200s are about to restart their race after a very brief red flag. All riders have been moved and seem to be okay, so now we will get underway in just a moment's time. Many of the riders still trying to restart their bikes after having sat on the grid for a few moments. Richard Holmes Williams starting on the first row of the grid, second place, and is still struggling to get it restarted, so may well have to sit out this race restart. We're being told they're not going to be given another warm-up lap. They'll just be going straight from the grid, which won't do much good for their temperatures. Otherwise, it seemed to be a struggle. Richard Holmes Williams furiously pushing down the right foot to try and get the bike restarted, and is not having much luck in doing so at the moment. So it could just be just one rider on the first row and one rider on the second row of the grid. So looking a bit bare towards the front. Looking further back, everyone seems to be in their normal grid slots. Richard Holmes Williams is not going to be taking the start of this race. So Charlie Nesbitt, by comparison, will be leading by turn 1, you would expect. And as the red lights are on now, they're underway. A good start again by Charlie Nesbitt, leading. Into second place goes Bradley Ray through turns 1 and 2 for the first time. Richard Holmes Williams does get underway, but at the very back of the field. How long will it be? We've got 12 laps for Richard Holmes Williams to make progress, as with everyone else. But so far, Charlie Nesbitt leads from Bradley Ray. Not a sentence you hear very often. Josh Watley in third place, Gareth Roberts in fourth. And we've got a fall, and it's Richard Holmes-Williams has actually lost it coming out of turn 3 and 4 in his anger, just spun the rear wheels a bit too much, just carry on and into this race, but everyone else through cleanly.
He was riding like a maniac to come through, so Richard Holmes-Williams, he risked tripping up over slower riders, so unfortunately that seems to have happened. Out front though, Charlie Nesbitt. Spud Nesbitt is leading Bradley Ray at the moment. They come across the line. This is going to be a proper race now. This will be very, very fast indeed. The two leading riders in this race are massive exports. The British motor racing now, and both of those will be going head to head. Charlie Nesbitt leads Brad Ray at the moment. They are at turn 4, flicking through to turn 5. A fast right-hander accelerating through it. Hard braking into turn 6. Another right-hander. Hard on the power. Bradley Ray's bike moving about everywhere. Charlie Nesbitt using all the track, flicking left. Short burst on the power, down a straight into turn 8. This is another left-hander. Bradley Ray loses the front, just about holds on to it. So everyone pushing very hard at the front. Third place is at the moment Josh Watley ahead of Gareth Roberts. Gareth Roberts, your championship leader, can wrap it up this weekend if all results go his way. And fifth place is Tom Whedon, and Jack Scott from the Motorstar Championship is in 6th.
And well, there was a big moment for Tom Whedon coming out of turn number 10. Very big oversteer moment, just put on a bit too much power too quickly, almost lost it, did though keep it in check, and very well indeed. But it's 0.8 of a second the gap between your race leaders, Charlie Nesbitt and Brad Ray. Josh Watley is 2.2 seconds behind them, and has also got Gareth Roberts, a very fired up Gareth Roberts, who with no Elliot Dufton taking the start in this second restart, means that he's going to get a load more championship points to try and consolidate the lead. Tom Whedon, Jack Scott 5th and 6th, Brandon Payne in 7th. Elsewhere you've got the likes of Chloe Jones, Patrick O'Connor and Will Howarth, your top 10. Will Howarth getting a decent start as well. Richard Holmes-Williams did get underway, does continue. He's closing up to the tail of the field, but has cost himself a whole load of time with that mistake on the first lap. But 3 laps in, 50.2 compared to a 50.5 for Charlie Nesbitt and Brad Ray means it's a second for your race lead. I'm sure Bradley's not pushing himself too hard at the moment, but Josh Watley still got Gareth Roberts to contend with, sliding the bike a lot further over the curbing the number 70 rider is. Gareth Roberts not pushing too hard to keep the position at this moment.
Gareth Roberts at the moment is in 4th place. Got Josh Watley just ahead of him, not too far ahead of him, within passing distance if you can get it all done. At the moment it's all a bit line astern. Richard Holmes-Williams making moves downfield, gets past one and gets past the second only just, so that's downfield. Not sure who was passing, but he's coming through the field again like a hot knife through butter. His next target will be Jamie King. Bradley Ray 1.2 seconds off Charlie Nesbitt. Nesbitt, his fastest lap of the race last time around. He's getting quicker and quicker. Both him and Brad are your leaders. 1.2 seconds between them. They are coming round to complete their 5th lap.
And as we continue, now 4 laps completed, 8 left to go. Got a third of this race already completed. The race indeed does continue. Gareth Roberts just dropping back slowly. Now 0.3 of a second behind over the line the last time. Should be more as they continue into this race. Brandon Perrill and
we have a red flag. We have a red flag, Dan.
Okay,
I don't know who or why that is, but we have a stoppage.
Richard Holmes-Williams got the front row to himself. Brad Ray in 2nd place despite starting in 4th place at the moment. It's a bit empty on this grid at the moment. So far so good. 1-2-6. Richard Holmes-Williams leads out of Bradley Ray. Gareth Roberts into 3rd place at the moment. Then 4th place is still being contested. There's a few riders having a look as they go through turns 1 and 2 for the first time out of 10 in this restarted race. They all do make it through cleanly, at least turns 1 and 2. A short sprint through the very tight complex at turn 6 is a different matter though. We've got one rider pulling off 2 riders left hand side. They do rejoin, so just got a bit wide, couldn't quite rejoin, but nonetheless so far it's Richard Holmes-Williams now ahead of Brad Ray. Gareth Roberts in 3rd, Josh Watley being there and thereabouts in 4th place for the time being as well.
Rich Holmes-Williams leading then. We saw that he had magnificent pace in the first couple of parts of this race. Let's see what he can do this time around. Brad Ray in second place from fourth on the grid, so good start from Brad. But out front, Richard Holmes-Williams. Brad's right on his case though. This is not done just yet. I know his dad's watching back home. Kevin is tuned into the feed. So Brad Ray in second place, looking for a win here back in Coolfab for this Whilton Mill round in 2018, round 7. And at the moment, Brad Ray's giving Richard Holmes-Williams a run for his money. Those two are a little bit clear. Gareth Roberts, who is in third place. Josh Watley is fourth. Fifth and sixth, Chloe Jones. And then it's Tom Wingdon. So new riders all the way through the leading group. So Josh Watley goes on the inside at turn 9, the tight left-hander to go through on Gareth Roberts. Roberts looks to fight back and get cut back through turns 10 and 11 across the line. It is Richard Holmes-Williams ahead of Bradley Ray, and Josh Watley held on to that third place ahead of Gareth Roberts. Chloe Jones is fifth.
So a great move there. Just got a great run coming out of turns 7 and 8. The two left-handers really used the better traction to good advantage. But Brad Ray with the fastest lap, 50.710.
Bradley Ray's alongside Richard Holmes-Williams. Bradley Ray to the front. So the kid from Lead then decides he wants to have a little go at the front. He was in early, out a bit wide. Richard Holmes-Williams knows he's got to fight straight back if he's to stay in touch with Brad, and doesn't do so. So Bradley Ray then at the front of a Coolfab race meeting. Not the first time we've said it, and I'm sure it won't be the last either across this week. Bradley Ray loses the front and down he goes. I can't believe it. Bradley Ray, I'm meant to be his friend. I cannot believe I've just shot him out of this race. Oh my goodness me. Bradley Ray, Kevin, I know you tuned in. Please accept my apologies. I do not care if I take you off if you take me off your Christmas list. My goodness me. Richard Holmes-Williams will be giving me a handshake later on. Richard Holmes-Williams is back in the lead. Bradley Ray's front end was under him for a week. It was at turn 8, sorry. Unbelievable scenes. Bradley Ray, fastest lap of the race in this race, but certainly I cannot believe what I've just said, or seen for that matter. Bradley Ray's front end.
Well, I think you need to go and have a lie down for a minute, Kiko Giles, but nonetheless, a great... It does continue though, the thing to mention, he has continued into the race, so he is still in fourth place. He's still got the fastest lap, so could well yet change. We've got 4 laps left to go, and the gap, which was 7.8 seconds since it recorded over the line, is now Richard Holmes-Williams in the lead, ahead of Josh Watley in second. So as they make their way through 7 and 8, they are still fighting tooth and nail, but we are about to see and about to have the last lap flag has been waved for Richard Holmes-Williams. One tour, 1.20 kilometres of this circuit to go. And Richard Holmes-Williams on the 126 machine is working his way through some of the other riders in this race. Doing it masterfully though, and really has got the measure of it.
Bradley Ray in fourth place, 50.9 was the quickest rider out on circuit last time around. It is purely academic at the moment. Richard Holmes-Williams is going to take this win in this championship. Second will be Josh Watley. Third is going to be Gareth Roberts, and then Brad Ray will come home in fourth. Richard Holmes-Williams comes through the last few corners now. 1 to go. Keep it neat, keep it tidy, don't do anything too silly. Through he comes. Richard Holmes-Williams, a dramatic Extreme 200 race finally concludes. Richard Holmes-Williams takes the win. Josh Watley second, Gareth Roberts third. Bradley Ray should be fourth. Yes, he is. Apologies there. Chloe Jones is in fifth place. What a result that is for Chloe Jones on her debut in this paddock. Sixth place, Tom Whedon. Seventh, Brandon Payne, Brandon Perrell. Eighth, ninth place. Hang on, our time is... Will Howard is eighth place. Brandon Perrell gets ninth. And 10th is Josh Ingram.
The 8040 Rookies, race 2, head out onto circuit now, and it's Liam Hodgins with the grid.
22 strong this field is, and at the top of it is the championship leader of Archie Gibbs, starting from pole position 1.7 seconds quicker than Casey Sperry in second in qualifying. Luke Fitchett picked up the race win in race number 3 last time out at Lit, will be in third ahead of the 73 of Ollie Sims. Joshua Williams on bike number 78 with a fractured thumb, doing a very good job out there this weekend on the number 78 machine, ahead of the 58 of Marco Holt in 6th spot. Row number 4, 7th spot for William Harris, ahead of the 3-3-3 of Brandon Keane. In 9th is Archie O'Brien on bike number 91, and rounding out the top 10 runners and riders at the start of this grid is Harry Payne. Thorley Trevorrow is next up in 11th on bike number 42. Wilson Dilks in 12th, ahead of Arnie Carr on bike number 83 and 13th. Max Wilson, who's come from go-karting to mini bikes in the last couple of rounds, this is his second weekend on bike number 33. Max Wilson in 14th spot, ahead of Byron Johnson. Bike 273. Bailey Lawrence is next up, just outside the top 15 and 16th spot. Felix Dorling on bike 87, ahead of Minnie Rossi. Eddie Carter on bike 46 and 18th. Austin Johnson is next up, ahead of Callum Maxwell on bike number 111. Chloe Sewell in 21st, ahead of Bethany Ashby, making her debut this weekend.
So a very strong grid of entrants. The second race of the weekend for the AC40 rookies. The riders on the front row look towards the light, as does everybody else. They're waiting with anticipation ahead of this next racing session. Whilton Mill for round 6 of the championship. The red lights come on now, and as they rev the engines, they're waiting to get racing. They do get going now. A good start from the front row, making their way through the first few corners. It's a great start by the number 3 rider, that of Archie Gibbs, who leads this race, heading up towards Christmas Corner for the first time. Luke Fitchett once again getting involved in the battle for second place. That was a fantastic battle that Luke had yesterday. Certainly going to be emulating that again in the next 8-lap encounter. A few riders running a bit deep into the first right-handed hairpin for the first time, just sizing out where the grip is. The conditions are a lot cooler than where they were yesterday. Not quite this time. Yesterday the wind's a lot further down as well, so conditions are quite different, and it's a difficult thing to try and learn riding in very different temperatures and wind conditions.
With these bikes being so small, the wind would buffet them around quite a lot, so thankfully the wind is down quite a lot today, as you said, Dan, and it means they won't be getting such a strong headwind as they head down some of the straights, and in turn it would give them a big tailwind. But Archie Gibbs, championship leader on the number 3 bike, powering out the final corner, coming across the start of the finish line to complete lap number 1. Your championship leader is leading this race ahead of the number 96 of Luke Fitchett. Casey Sperry is in 3rd spot, coming off 2nd. I said he was in 3rd spot, he's not anymore, as Ollie Sims powering up to Christmas Corner, late on the brakes. Can he make it stick? No, he can't. So Casey Sperry looked like he was about to lose 3rd spot, but pounding up towards Christmas Corner, managed to hold it. There's some more riders further back pushing each other away through Christmas Corner, so some great battles heading down the field. Ollie Sims in 4th, Marco Holt in 5th, ahead of Joshua Williams, Brandon Keane. Oh, it looks like it might be raining.
It's raining outside quite heavily now.
So fingers crossed. Oh, we've got Archie Gibbs down. Archie Gibbs here. Oh, 2 of them down. Luke Fitchett as well. Everyone's going down. The red flags will be coming out, so everyone, fingers crossed, everyone can get back to the pits okay. So it started raining, and in these slick tyres, there's no grip at all. So coming through the double left-hander, I've got another rider down there pushing a little bit hard.
Red flags are out.
Red flags, all right, which is good to see. These riders won't have any grip in the slick conditions, the wet conditions here. Green surface. Archie Gibbs went down first, Luke Fitchett in 2nd went down after that, so these tricky conditions catching out all the riders. One of the riders looks like they're up and okay, bit of a bang, so fingers crossed they can get back to the pits and restart this race. So Dan, horrible conditions now, worst time to have the rain coming down for this race.
Well, as you mentioned, it was saying just a moment ago, it's much different conditions. It's changed even further with a bit of the rain coming down fairly horizontally. It's not a simple straight down rain. This track, known as Slippery Mill in the wet, because it's such a highly used circuit by bike testing and kart testing, and so much karting going on here as well. The rubbered inline is a very strong, grippy part of the course, but when it rains in this greasy conditions, as you saw, so many riders struggle because the grip simply isn't there. So a few riders going to prepare their bikes for a wet session, which will mean probably taking the tyre pressures down a little bit and doing a few tweaks just to offer a bit more grip. The rain getting ever heavier. Really, really tricky conditions out there, as you mentioned there, Liam, for these young riders, the youngest riders in the field. It's a great learning experience, but it's a challenge nonetheless. With 8 laps in prospect, the rain pattering down on the grid. Umbrellas out, making sure everyone stays nice and dry. And just to reiterate, a very big thank you to all of our marshals, all of our medics and our race control. It's been a very tricky day weather-wise. We simply couldn't go racing without you guys and girls out there persevering through the rain. So a big thank you to all of you. We can't reiterate just how much we mean that, because it is a real great thing that you guys do. Voluntary efforts for many of you out there. So as the rain gets heavier and the race is about to get underway, everyone's just making sure they're ready to go. These air-cooled bikes, it's pretty cool out there temperature-wise, so it's tricky to get them in the right operating window. Just make sure they're all still running, which is why there are a few marshals and assistants out on the grid just to make sure, Liam, that they're all revving up, ready to go.
They are indeed, and I think they're just making sure that a lot of the parents are there, just making sure that their kids are ready to go and they'll be nice and safe on circuit. But there's a lot of rain out on the circuit. The rain, every time we look out the window, and for the visual viewers at home, every time we look at it, it seems to be coming down even heavier, so it's lashing down. But it looks like we're going to get underway nonetheless, Dan.
Race start then for race 2 of the AC40 Rookies. They look towards the red lights, they pick out, they look up, you look, but don't take too long staring. The red lights on, it's out pretty quickly as well. Good start from the front row. Ollie Sims and Luke Fitcher making a pretty good start. They had a good one in yesterday's first race, but as they make their way through turns 1 and 2 for the first time, it's going to be tricky to make sure absolutely everyone filters through. But touch wood, it seems like they've all managed to get through cleanly. The rain's pouring, you can hardly see the riders in the course in front of you. The rooter tail's pretty big.
We've got rider down.
We've got one rider down immediately down at turn number 3, Christmas corner. There seems to be the 42 of Thorley Trevorrow. Thanks there, Liam, as he does get on the way. Riders up and back into the race. So just a big moment right to the way back of the field. You've got 7 laps to go. Doing this 8 or 7 lap encounter, it's not too long, of which you've got to push, get that temperature into the tyres, but also make some positions. The top 3, including Archie Gibbs, making the best start out of it and leading this first lap.
Casey Spadey had a great run at lead in the wet conditions last time out. Race number 1, he's taking the lead of the race now, so he's powered past your championship leader Archie Gibbs, who looked like he may have had a bit of a moment coming out of the corner, and Ollie Sims has moved up into second. So the number 20 of Casey Spadey, his hero must be Fabio Quartararo for the number 20 on his bike. Powers down to the final corner on the circuit. Sperry leads them across the start finish line to start lap number 2. Sperry leads Sims. Gibbs, who was leading the race, is now back to 3rd position. There's a big gap of over 3 seconds back to 4th position. It's Williams on the number 10 ahead of Brandon Keane. Marco Holt also making a great start into 6th. Harry Payne in 7th. Archie O'Brien in 8th. Wilson Dilks in 9th. And Luke Fitcher on the number 96, who's 3rd in the championship, has had an awful first lap. He's dropped down to 10th position as the riders tip their way round the track here, looking like they're going only 2 miles an hour. But Ollie Sims is lining up Casey Spadey. They both dropped Archie Gibbs. Archie Gibbs just trying to protect his championship lead. The circuit resembles a swimming pool out there. It's like a sheet of white ice out there. You can see the reflections.
You don't need to be a hero in these conditions, just bring it home, bag some points, because ultimately come the end of the year you're going to regret the race you didn't finish rather than the race that you finished in 6th or 7th and got a few points. But as the rain continues to come down, the edge has been taken off the rain. The edge has been taken off Casey Sperry's run as well. Through has gone the number 73 of Ollie Sims into the race lead, but Casey Sperry, as you say, had a great run at lead, emulating that fantastic run in the wet once again, through the puddles, through everything else. But as we continue through this race, once again, Casey Sperry and Ollie Sims are your 2 race leaders. Archie Gibbs in 3rd. 4th is William Harris at...
It's going to be, a fascinating start to this one. Who can keep their calm? Who's going to make that tentative start to this race in these tricky and wet conditions? We've got one bike starting from the pit lane, so they will wait until the rest of the pack leave the grid and cross the line, and then a great getaway there from Friendly Polehill as Austin Johnson.
Anyone else doesn't quite need to be that much quicker than anyone else. Has an 11-second lead at the moment and can...
As we wait for some of the riders just to find their way into the grid slot, you can see Jamie King centre your picture. He's had quite an up and down season. In between rounds he's had to rebuild 2 pit bike engines
and a spine.
So he's had quite a lot.
Blake Ansell on pole position. Alongside him is Scott Ogden, who will get the blast down towards turn 1. Blast off, and we go. It's a good start then from Blake Ansell. He leads down towards the first corner. Scott Ogden just holds up for 2nd place. Meanwhile, an absolute barnstormer of a start for Josh Whatley. He's up into 3rd place after after starting in 5th position. Incredible getaway from the number 70. He's up into the podium already. Franco Born in 4th. Oscar Pinson in 5th place. You'd mistake him for his brother any day of the week on that motorcycle, and you can really see why. He's looking more comfortable than ever. Will he be able to hold on there? And Liam Bassett as well, having a great start. He started in 9th place. He must be up into 6th position by now. That's a blinding getaway for the number 64 on the yellow and black machine. Closely followed by Cameron Hall on the number 8 machine is Liam Bassett, as the riders come through to finish their first lap already. Brilliant to see as Blake Ansell comes across the timing line and already has a distinct advantage over the rest of the field. A second is the gap between himself and Scott Ogden. Franco Bourne in 3rd place. Josh Watley now into 4th place as Bourne has got himself ahead of Watley on that last part of the lap, which is really wonderful to see. So Ansel out in front with a second's advantage. Really great racing going on further down the field as well. Earl Stevenson really lost out, unfortunately, on that start. But we often see there's some great battles towards the tail end of the field in Coolfab Racing, and I'm sure that this is going to be no exception. Let's wait and find out how things go. But Ansel out in front, though. He's already heading into the boot in comparison. Scott Ogden is still around about a second and a half, maybe nearly 2 seconds behind now. So Ansel has got the bit between his teeth and could be on to take his first ever victory within the Mini GP 70 class. Let's wait and find out. Will he be able to get the podium position medal? Will he be able to take the glass of cool milk here at Whilton Mill in Daventry? It'll be very interesting to find out. Just 11 riders competing in this. There's still some great battles going on, like 9th place between Earl Stevenson and Callum Wybrow. Earl Stevenson into 9th place. Callum Wybrow now down into 10th position. Blake Ansell with the fastest lap last time around. 2 seconds the advantage back to 2nd place. Oscar Pinson in 5th place as well, having a good run on that Mezakit GP70. Bit of a gap back to Liam Bassett and a bit of a gap in front of him as well, up to Josh Watley. And Watley looks to not necessarily have the pace this weekend for some reason or another. I'll just try and chat with him and find out what's going on. But normally he's at the sharp end of the grid every single weekend, but for some reason it's just not all gelling with him at the moment, unfortunately. Maybe they're trying out some new bits on his bike. They've got some new fairies on the bike and they look very smart indeed. A nice grey and blue colour scheme matches his old leathers that he uses in comparison to the ones he races in Spain with, which are brand spanking new. You don't want to be sending down the road here, that's for sure. Ansel, though, out in front, looking comfortable, more comfortable than ever, more confident than ever. 3 seconds now the advantage. He's putting out at the rate of a second a lap, and his lap times are a second faster, funnily enough, as well, compared to his nearest rival of Scott Ogden. And Ogden has been looking mightily quick, actually, this weekend as well, especially within the Mini GP 50 class. It's a shame it didn't all come together for him due to that poor start that he made, but still plenty of races to come, plenty of time to do it. And a podium position is not to be snuffed at all. Oscar Pinson holding on to 5th place very nicely indeed. 2 seconds separating himself and Liam Bassett. Cameron Hall, meanwhile, is less than a second behind Liam Bassett, so I'll have to keep an eye on that battle as it continues onwards. Meanwhile, the old battle of Felix Hearn and Callum Wybrow, that's been going on all season long, and you can't separate them on track at all. And here is no exception at all at Whilton Mill. They are so close on circuit. Across the line comes Callum Wybrow in towards the first corner, closely followed by Felix Hearn on the number 28 once again. All a learning curve for these riders. A lot of them, it's their first year within the Mini GP 70 class. Most of them competed within the Mini GP 50s last year, or perhaps another class, or perhaps have come over from another series. Really great to see them making a lot of progress as well. More fantastic racing on the way, of course, in Coolfab Racing. Let us know who you're supporting today at Downforce Radio on Facebook. Anyway, other way around, at Downforce Radio on Twitter, facebook.com/Downforce Radio. If you want to get in touch with us via that medium, let us know that you're listening in this afternoon. It really would be wonderful to hear from you. You can get in touch and chat to us Tell us who you're supporting, tell us who you're cheering on. Use the hashtag #CoolFabRacing as well. It makes us that little bit easier to find your tweets and your mentions and the like. And if you're on Facebook as well, why not have a look at our live video stream? You can look at my face in the commentary box and hear the fantastic stereo audio quality of Cool Fab Racing, thanks to our sound producer, Lester Forbes, who is standing to my right-hand side. If you're on the stream, you'll have seen that. If you're not and you're watching at the circuit, then you won't have seen that, obviously. But nonetheless, back to the racing in hand. Josh Watley, personal best lap last time around, 53.7. In comparison, the fastest lap from Blake Ansell, 51.9 rather, I should say. And his fastest lap last time around was still 0.8 of a second quicker than Scott Ogden's, even though it wasn't a personal fastest lap for Blake Ansell. Incredible, just incredible pace that Blake Ansell has got. His consistency this weekend has been in a different league. We spoke to John Ansell, Uncle Ansell, recently, and I can see him watching trackside, and he will be very, very proud of his nephew if he can finish in that position. And Blake Ansell, every lap, I'm sure, will feel like the longest lap in the world. Meanwhile, Felix Hearn gets himself ahead of Callum Wybrow. Finally, those who have been battling ding-dong for 10th place over the last couple of laps. And that is a great, great race to be able to see. And my apologies, actually, because it's Felix Hearn actually unlapping himself, unfortunately, because Callum Wybrow has actually completed 7 laps, whilst Felix Hearn on my timing screen apparently has only completed 4. So some kind of an issue that Felix Hearn has suffered with. Hopefully he'll get that sorted by the time the race is done. So final lap board being displayed then. So last lap for these riders to be completing. Blake Ansell rounds the final corner. He's on his final lap's worth of racing. My apologies, he's actually already past his final lap's worth of racing. Into Ashby goes the number 20. He'll be very, very pleased with this result indeed. Scott Ogden, 2nd place. Franco Bourne, 3rd position. Josh Watley in 4th place. We haven't seen the normal sort of Titanic battles we often see within MiniGP 70s, but nonetheless, it has proven to be very, very entertaining. Blake Ansell, though, meanwhile, comes around the boot for the final time. It is going to be, as he goes through pit bend, Blake Ansell, who takes his first ever victory in the MiniGP 70 class. What a win for the number 20. He will be absolutely ecstatic, and the family will be very, very pleased. Blake Ansell takes his first ever victory in MiniGP 70s, his first victory of the season, and moves that little bit closer to trying to take the championship lead away from Franco Bourne. Scott Ogden finishes 9.5 seconds back in 2nd place. A great podium for the number 19. He's had cracking pace all weekend, and that's backed up by that result. Franco Bourne in 3rd place. Josh Watley holds on for a good 4th place ahead of Oscar Pinson in 5th. Liam Bassett will come home in 6th place. Jay Abel as well will finish in 7th position. He'll be very pleased with that, will the number 303. Cameron Hall in 8th place, Earl Stevenson in 9th, Callum Wybrow rounding up the top 10, and then Felix Hearn in 11th position. But Blake Ansell, what a race it has been. He will be ecstatic.
On the road to MotoGP.
Hot town, summer in the city, back of my neck getting dirt and gritty.
FAB-Racing Minibikes British Championship, live from Whilton Mill.
Well, welcome to the afternoon coverage of the FAB-Racing Middleweight British Championship. The sun was out earlier, and yesterday we were celebrating summer, a late summer that is, but now the dark clouds is in and the storm is brewing on and off the circuit. Rain is potentially just moments away, with 10 races remaining on our schedule for today. All the race frees still to come, and the first one off that, the AC40 Rookies, they'll be out in just a couple of moments time, but half the circuit is somewhat light, the other half is almost in complete darkness. It's very, very big clouds over us, very dark clouds over us, and Will Ross, it's going to be dramatic, especially for these rookie guys. It's going to be really tricky on the hardest circuit of the calendar in the wet.
Absolutely, young Lewis. When it rains here, it really pours. And, well, they call it Slippery Mill in the wet for a reason. It's one of the grippiest circuits, actually, when it is dry, because it's used so much by karts. There's just so much kart rubber down on the track surface. But when it rains, it is just an ice rink for bikes. And, well, you may have seen watching some of our classic Fab Whilton Mill races over the lunch break, and when it starts raining and suddenly everybody goes a-tumbling. So we're going to have to wait and see. The race 3 for the AC40 Rookies class coming up shortly. This championship can no longer be decided this weekend. It will go to the final round at Whilton Mill after that DNF from Jensen Ansel, and also a DNF from Caelan Ratcliffe means that he is now out of the championship picture as well. So it is all about Ansel versus Frederick, with only 33 points separating them going into this race, and who knows, it may be even closer going into the final round. The riders just making their way out of the pit lane and round to the grid before, as always, we have our green flag formation lap, and then it's red lights on, red lights off, and we go racing for the final time this weekend in the AC40 Rookies class. One rider having a bit of a problem there, nearly falling over, but looks like managed to get going again. That's the 27 there. Hopefully everything is okay for James Dermott, one of our newer riders in the category, who has been very, very quickly improving after only a few rounds here at FAB-Racing. We've had a brilliant weekend of racing so far. Hello and welcome, if you are just joining us, wherever you are watching around the world, for round 7 of the FAB-Racing Mini Bike British Championships. And well, it may not be championship day in the Rookies, but we've had a few championships decided this morning. We may get some later on this afternoon, and with the rain potentially falling, Lewis, it could get hectic out there.
Coming up is going to be the final race of the weekend for the AC40 Rookies. Rain is in the forecast. It's going to be extremely dramatic on and off the circuit, with the weather and with the drama that unfolds usually in the AC40 Rookie class. And on pole position is Mason Frederick, who's going to try and do the triple this time around. It's going to be extremely impressive if he can manage to do that. But of course, Max Johnson, he claimed an unexpected podium. He had a blow up on race 1, then he had no engine for the rest of the weekend. So luckily, Caelan Ratcliffe's family stepped in, gave him an engine to go racing, and then we went racing once again. Well, Max Johnson managed to go racing once again, but in this class, Jensen Ansel, he leads the championship, and he did get involved in a crash on the race start. Luckily, I guess somewhat luckily for him, the race was red flagged. He managed to do a full restart from his normal grid position and get going again. So Jensen Ansel, he was somewhat saved by that for championship point-wise. So hopefully no sorts of drama this time around. But you can see final couple of riders such as Henry Brodie coming into their grid slots.
Absolutely. Jensen Ansel was saved by that red flag after that first corner pile-up in race 2, but then again getting caught up with a back marker, another crash for him and a DNF. That means the championship is down to 33 points between himself and Mason Frederick, who has been phenomenal the last few rounds. One warm-up lap to go. The flag marshal Lee Clowes will wave them on through, and it's one green flag, a warm-up formation lap, whatever you want to call it, and then it's time for race 3. The huge grid of 25 riders making their way around on the final warm-up lap for them of this Whilton Mill weekend. And again, it's all eyes on Mason Frederick and Jensen Ansel. Frederick starts from the pole with Max Johnson alongside him. Kai Hawken is P3 and championship leader Jensen Ansel in P4. Can he maybe try and extend it a little bit further going into the final round? Caelan Ratcliffe is 5th alongside Henry Brodie in P6. Arthur Rich starts in 7th with Jensen Cedrus in P8. Samuel Whitaker and Daisy Polden round out the top 10, while row 6 of the grid is made up of Tommy Williams and Austin Dilks. Nelly Newth starts 13th with James Rich alongside him 14th. Ethan Bayliss is 15th with Emerson Oakley in 16th. Freddie Taylor starts 17th with Finney Styles alongside in 19th. 19th is James Dermott, and Reed Saxelby is in P20. Leverson Usher starts in 21st with Oliver Wilson 22nd. Tyler Schiraldi is 23rd with Daisy Grayson 24th. And Casey Reeson rounding out our grid of 25 rookie riders in P25. That is just a phenomenally large grid. Again, this is the first step in the young riders' motorcycle racing career. Many of them, this is the first race they've attended full stop. So it's great to see so many riders out there. Mason Frederick, the man on a mission. He's managed to get the championship gap down this weekend from 90 points to 33. Obviously a bit of bad luck for Jensen Ansel, throw that in the mix, and suddenly the championship is closer than it has ever been this season. And Jensen Ansel, he's got to be feeling the pressure a little bit, the momentum potentially against him. And as we head into the final race this weekend for the AC40 Rookies, the final riders making their way onto the grid. This is it. It is the big one. Can Mason Frederick close the gap in the championship any further? Can Jensen Ansel give himself a bit of breathing room before the final round at Three Sisters at the start of October? It all comes down to this. Waiting for the final checks from the parents and the roving marshals, and we look to Lee Clowes, the flag marshal, who points to the lights. It's time to go racing. Lights out, we are underway. It's a strong start from Mason Frederick, but there goes Jensen Ansel up to the inside. The championship leader takes the lead coming into turn 1 at Oblivion. The perfect start for the number 22, exactly what he wanted, but here comes Mason Frederick from the pole position on the run up the hill into Christmas Corner. He's got the inside and he has the lead straight back off of his close rival. This is going to be a battle for the ages between the two. Only 33 points separating them into the championship, heading into the final race of the weekend, the penultimate round of the season in 2023. It will be Mason Frederick that lead from Jensen Ansel in P2. As it stands, if they finish like this, as there's battles all throughout the pack, the gap will come down to just 28 points heading into the final round. It's going to be interesting to see, does Jensen Ansel have the confidence knocked maybe a little bit after a hectic race 2, or is he getting his visor down and is he absolutely going to go for it? Looks like Max Johnson in P3, followed by Kai Hawkin in P4. No, Kai Hawkin in P3. He's managed to get past Max Johnson heading through the boot section. Lap 1 led by the number 5 of Mason Frederick. He continues his dominant charge this weekend.
It's a dramatic start to the race, and Jensen Ansel has been given a jump start penalty. So 3 seconds will be added to his time at the end of the race. So the rider led the way into turn 1, currently in second position. He will have 3 seconds added to his time. So extremely dramatic stuff. That will drop him all the way down the order to 7th position. So it's already been applied on the timing monitors at the moment. So he has to stretch out a massive gap, and that's the hope. Mason Frederick can run away and just tag on to the back of him, or he has to do all the work himself. But one thing we've seen so far this weekend, the AC40 Pros, it's one of the closest classes that we have here at FAB at the Whilton Mill circuit. Kai Hawkin, though, second position at the moment, third position on the road. He's following Jensen Ansel, and he will have no clue that Jensen Ansel has that time penalty. So he'll still be pushing on, still trying his hardest, only to realise the man that he has to overtake to battle for the race lead has a penalty in front of him. But 6 laps remaining in this race, and it's Kai Hawkin who sets the fastest lap of the race as Jensen Ansel goes round the outside there all the way out to the curb. He was bouncing over it, but towards Christmas Corner behind Mason Frederick. He's starting to push on now, so potentially maybe a hand signal was done to tell him that he's got that 3 second penalty, or potentially might already know that he has that time penalty that will be applied with him creeping on the start. But Mason Frederick leads the way at the line, 6/10 of a second, and you can't really ask for more. AC40 Rookies, dramatic once again.
Well, Mason Frederick won't know that Jensen Ansel, has a penalty. So as far as he's aware, he is just fighting for position with the championship leader. But just Jensen Ansel, his disappointing weekend just continues as he has a look up the inside of Mason Frederick, and it looks like potentially a few spots of rain starting to fall here at Whilton Mill. This is something we were not expecting at all. There we see it. It is raining. The slippery condition flag is out. Red and yellow stripes. That mean the track surface is slippery. The rain is falling, and that's Jensen Ansel running very, very wide up the circle. We've seen him pushing so hard through the right-hander at Crook and running super wide heading through there every single time this weekend. It's a very peculiar line, and this time he's bitten off more than he can chew, and he'll drop down to, I believe, 3rd place on the road. I'm not sure where that puts him with his penalty applied. It should be 4th or 5th place in the rain. It is now starting to fall. You can see it on your screen. Oh, high side! That's Jensen Ansel. Red flag is out. Jensen Ansel high side. Red flag's out for the rain. We've been here before at Whilton Mill. We know that when the rain starts falling at Whilton Mill, it gets bad and it gets slippy. Red flag waving. We are stopping this race. Jensen Ansel after a high side. Maybe just giving him a lifeline after that jump start penalty as well. We just saw over the lunch break, digging into the FAB-Racing archives in 2019 when it started raining in an AC40 Pros race, and every single rider hit the deck almost instantaneously. We're trying to avoid that here again. Whilton Mill, when it rains, it is an ice rink for the Minimotos out there. Red flag immediately waves. They're being sent straight back to the pit lane. That is potentially a lifeline for Jensen Ansel after a high side again. With his penalty applied, he was looking at maybe only having a 15-point advantage heading into the final race weekend of the season at Three Sisters at the start of October. And with Mason Fedrick riding in the form of his life, well, that'd be a bit nervous for the young Jensen Ansel, but the riders coming into the holding area now. Red flag out here for the weather. It is raining heavily here at Whilton Mill. And, well, when it rains here at Whilton, it pours and it gets slippy.
Now then, pandemonium in the paddock. Parents running back to the paddock to try and get the tyres changed as quick as possible on these motorcycles to make it out for the restart. But we might have to wait a little bit of time to see if this rain is just going to be a quick shower or if it's going to stay here for a long time. So I believe we're going to wait 10 minutes until we see what the weather does and then see what the track conditions are like. So it's going to give people a little bit of time to make a decision wherever they want to change onto wets, wherever they're just going to wait it out. Hopefully the weather will clear and then we can go racing hopefully pretty soon. But the AC40 Rookies, tough conditions for any class to go out there racing, never mind the youngest class, the least experienced class that we have here at FAB Racing. But that was a dramatic start to the race before the rain even started. You have Jensen Ansel getting a jump start penalty, and there you see one of the riders up on their feet.
That's James Dermott there, yeah.
Yeah, James Dermott getting carried back to the paddock in the pouring rain. But of course, once again, marshals, the Roman marshals, the parents doing a great job at keeping everyone safe and helping everyone out, of course. But that seems like the rain's fallen definitely heavier than what it was a couple of minutes ago.
Yeah, it is starting to come down here at Whilton Mill. No one expected this weekend. You can see no umbrellas, no raincoats in sight for the crowd watching along on top of the pit building. If you've just tuned in, hello and welcome to the penultimate round of the FAB Racing Mini Bike British Championship here at Whilton Mill. And despite the 30 degrees, despite the heat wave and the humidity, as you can quite clearly see, it is lashing it down here at Whilton. And when it rains here, it turns into an ice rink. So after a few laps of the first race 3 of the weekend, the AC40 Rookies, we have got a red flag for the weather. We've been here before when it started raining in the middle of a race, and riders just hit the deck when it starts coming down here, and then on the right tyres. So we've red flagged the race. Going to give it 10 minutes or so just to see if the rain is passing or if it's going to stay, and then also give the riders and the teams the chance to make the call if they want to make the switch onto the wets, or if they want to take the gamble and stay out there on the semi-slicks. So there is the flag marshal, Lee Klaus, having a bit of a dance. Clearly she's enjoying the wet weather. It has been very, very warm here this weekend. 30 odd degrees, very humid. It has been horrible for most of the riders out there. Lots of people getting sunburned, lots of people just sweating like maniacs in the middle of the races, and coming back and jumping straight in the ice baths, or should I say the ice paddling pools that they've all brought along this weekend. But yeah, Flag Marshal Lee Klaus, of course, she does a fantastic job, and we cannot thank her enough for the work that she puts in here at FAB Racing. She's just having a conversation with some of the people watching along. Of course, Lee Klaus, a Motorsport Award nominee last year for Marshal of the Year, one of those multiple nominee as well. So yeah, she did very well on that. Maybe she'll win it this year. Who knows? Tune into the Motorsport Awards at the end of this year to see what happens. There we see, there we see some of the pit bike guys putting out wet floor cones. Oh, you've got to love the pit bike guys. They never lose their sense of humour. That one's in Spanish, so someone's clearly been out riding over in Spain.
Maybe Lucas Brown.
Maybe Lucas Brown. I mean, it's in a few different languages. I can see German on there as well. I'm not sure what pass up. I'm not sure what language that is in, but I can't speak Spanish, but I recognise the word. But we've got 2 regular wet floor cones there as well. A little bit of humour. I'm not sure how race control are going to feel about that one, but a smile on the face. I think it was Pit Bike Sonic, Jamie King, and Taylor Lawrence. I didn't quite catch who the other perpetrator was in this situation. But yep, just to say hello and welcome if you are just joining us after the lunch break, the rain has started coming down. We had a few laps of racing in the opening race 3 of the weekend, the AC40 Rookies, and with the rain coming down, we have immediately red flagged it to try and assess the situation, and one of the circuit marshals has immediately decided that is enough, and he's gone to pick up the cones. But he's had a smile on his face. I think he finds it quite funny, but of course, he's just doing his job. Obviously, a big thank you to the marshals and all that they do here at FAB Racing, and of course the marshals, the roaming marshals in the yellow high-vis, they are parents of the FAB Paddock who also help out, and the medics, of course. We couldn't go racing without any of them, so while it may be a little bit of a sport on this occasion, he's only doing his job, and he's done it with a smile on his face, so he clearly finds it funny. And again, a big thank you to all the marshals.
The riders making the most of this delay period that we currently have. Lucas Brown, Lawrence, and as well Jamie King all going onto the circuit, but the rain still falling at the side of the track, on the track of course, but a lot of conversation going on between Rob Keys and Lee Klaus and some of the people watching on at the side of the circuit, and hopefully we can get racing underway very, very soon. But now Jamie King seems to have disappeared after dropping the cones on the circuit, maybe running away, scared to get in trouble. But these guys, there's some people, taking this opportunity to nip to the loo while we have a little interval. But the circuit still very, very wet at the moment. A bit damp at the type of stage where it's going to be greasy conditions for these riders. There's not a great tyre to be on at the moment, because by the time you finish a couple of races, it's going to end up drying out again. And either if you go in wets, you're going to struggle. If you go in wets, you're going to struggle. You might chew them up, waste all that money. Or if you go in dries, you risk crashing, but potentially it could pay off by the end of the race. But the rain's still falling at the moment, so we're waiting to see what's going to happen, get an update on whether we're going to have a restart, whether they're going to give them another 5 minutes to try and let them change their tyres before we get restarted in this race. But race control did a great job as always here at FAB. Of course, all the officials, all the medics, all the marshals doing a great job, majority of them volunteers here at FAB, so great for them to be here, run such a great show, being as safe as always, and able to go through things as swiftly, make the right calls like we've seen here in this red flag period. Threw it out straight away before too many incidents started. It was just like 2019, and well, plenty of photographers out there, Dale Baldwin as well, enjoying the weather, and many people like myself not bringing a jacket to this round. But some of the riders taking some shape, actually brought an umbrella, was somewhat prepared for this. I didn't take that opportunity to be prepared for this, but Rob Keys there waiting, and as well Sarah Harris not wearing jackets, facing the weather conditions at his best.
On the road to MotoGP and the feeder series to the British Talent Cup and RedBull Rookies, live from Whilton Mill, this is FAB-Racing Minibike's British Championship.
The rain is falling here at Whilton Mill. Hello and welcome to Sunday afternoon at the penultimate round of the FAB-Racing Minibike's British Championship. And well, we did get going very, very briefly before the rain started hammering it down, and we immediately red flagged the first race 3 of the weekend in the AC40 Rookies. Just spoke to race director Roger Keys, and he said they're going to just wait and see if the rain passes over, and if it does not, they're just going to stick the wet tyres on and send them back out. So we should be racing hopefully in not too long, as we see there the friends, family in the paddock watching along, and Flag Marshal Lee Klaus having a bit of a dance on the grid. She seems to be enjoying the rain again. It has been very, very warm this weekend. Of course, hello and welcome wherever you are watching around the world. It is, of course, the road to MotoGP and RedBull Rookies, the FAB-Racing Minibike British Championship. The place to be if you want to make your way into the R&G British Talent Cup. Of course, we were awarded the Road to MotoGP accolade by Dorna back in 2019 after over 60% of the R&G British Talent Cup field was made up of riders who came from FAB-Racing, and that is a stat that has continued every single year since. So of course, if you want to get involved, if you've got a young one at home who wants to make their start in motorcycle racing, and of course get in touch, come along and get involved. We are just waiting for the rain to pass, and you join myself, Ross McIntyre, and alongside me, Lewis Ray. Well, Lewis, What about 3 laps of racing? Now the rain's coming down, and this is something I don't think anybody expected this weekend. This could flip everything on its head heading into the race 3s.
It's going to change absolutely everything at the circuit. It's going to change characteristics of the bike, and now we're being told as well a wet race has been declared. So it means if you don't stick on wet tyres, you go out there and try to race with slicks, then it means that you will not have a race red flag. You're going to have to stick out there or pit, and your race is going to be over. So you have to stick the wets in, because look at the rain at the moment. It's still pouring down, and it's looking slightly brighter maybe than what it did, but it's still very, very dark out there. Plenty of people grabbing umbrellas across the circuit, trying to hide from the elements as best as possible.
Lee Klaus is loving it, I must be saying. She is just enjoying the rain. Again, it's been super warm this weekend, so
a nice cool down for some people, owning the weather conditions. No jacket, no hood, no umbrella in sight for Lee Klaus. She's sticking out, and plenty of people actually at the side of the track sticking out. Perhaps maybe for some people it's a little bit of a relief for how warm this weekend's been. We had conditions that was over 30 degrees yesterday, and now we're faced with pouring down rain. It's exactly what we expect from Whilton Mill, but a lot of riders, it's the last thing they will be hoping for at this circuit. This circuit, it's not been resurfaced in over 15 years, and it is very, very slippy, and that is putting it mildly.
Yeah, no, it's an old track surface coupled with all the kart rubber that gets put down here by, the likes of the Super 1 Series and the British Championships over in our four-wheeled counterparts. And it just causes chaos when it rains here. It just becomes an absolute ice rink. If you're tuning in, let us know who you're supporting wherever you are around the world. Of course, hopefully it is not long until we get going again with the AC40 Rookies Championship. Make sure that you keep posting on social media. Make sure you tag FAB-Racing and Motorsport Radio and Brits to MotoGP as well. Of course, those guys do a fantastic job and great. Again, it is a pleasure to bring you all of the, not so much action going on at the moment, but all of the action from the penultimate round of the FAB-Racing and Mini Bike British Championship here at Whilton Mill. And again, with this rain that no one expected coming into this weekend. It was 30 degrees yesterday. It was 28 degrees this morning. We are in the middle of a heat wave in the UK, and if you're watching from overseas, trust me, it's not been a pleasant, high temperature early September. It has been brutal, and yesterday especially was just so hot. You had riders left, right and centre coming in off the bike and immediately jumping in a paddling pool just to cool off and just to try and get clean and get rid of all the sweat as well, because it is tough work on there. But now the temperature has dropped and the rain is hammering down, so there'll be wet tyres from now on, presumably for the remainder of the day, unless the rain stops and the track dries up quite quickly. But we are just going to have to wait and see, as we see some of the marshals there shielding themselves from the rain, some of the parents and some of the riders shielding themselves from the rain with an old Suzuki umbrella. Again, some people were prepared enough to bring umbrellas. Us here in the commentary box, we were not, but at least we're indoors, so at least we've got that much.
Yeah, that's all we've got going for us at the moment, but we hopefully should get racing soon. The only race going on at the moment is the race to get a seat inside the cafe indoors, so you don't have to be out in this rain. But conversations going on at the moment, and hopefully we can get underway with a wet race. Still plenty of people walking about without any jackets on, any hoods on, which fair enough to them. It's been absolutely roasted. It's a nice cool down for them after a couple of days of heat. But at FAB-Racing, we've had quite a few rounds now in a row with mixed conditions. Even if we look back to Roura, we have plenty of mixed conditions there. These riders so far this season haven't been too lucky with the weather conditions, and especially at the circuit, it's not what you'd wanted. Roura, it's not so bad. It's a somewhat grippy track in the wet. We did see a lot of front end crashes though, but everyone braving the elements at the moment, including our cameramen out there facing out. Some of them bringing umbrellas, being nice and prepared as well. But there's some wind around the circuit as well at the moment. It's currently 2 o'clock, so plenty of time, and plenty of time for any delays that we need to have for weather conditions, just to get it right. Organisers, they always do a great job, and like we've seen there, that is why.
So, of course, this being the penultimate round of the FAB-Racing Mini Bike British Championship, we've only got, including this next race coming up, we only have 40 more races to look forward to until that's it for 2023. But of course, we'll be back in 2024. We always come back here at FAB-Racing, and of course, we'll have all the familiar names in the paddock, and we'll have some new faces as well. And maybe you watching along at home, maybe you can be a new face as well. If you've got a young one at home, or you're an aspiring older, shall we say, racer to race in the senior classes on some mini bikes, then make sure you do have a look at the FAB-Racing website and come along. It is a wonderful place to be, a real family within the paddock here, and it's just super, super fun as well. And it'd be a real pleasure to see you out on track, all your young ones as well. And as you can see, just waiting for the rain to pass. Hopefully less of that next year. I think we've had 4 or 5 wet, dry rounds this year, which is just absolutely incredible. And especially today, when you consider how warm it was this morning and yesterday, and suddenly it is raining very heavily and the wind is picking up as well. There's a few awnings in the paddock that have got flags, and they've all been pretty still most of the weekend. There's not been a lot of wind, and there's one in particular that looks like it's about to snap in half. The wind is so heavy. So suddenly very, very tricky conditions for the riders at what is without a doubt the most tricky circuit in the rain of the season. Restart is at 2:15 for the AC40 rookies. Presume they will either have a total restart or we will start from the order of the previous lap. We'll get that confirmed for you. But 2:15 is the time we're aiming for the restart. So enough time for the rookies to suit up, get back out there, stick some wet tyres on the MiniMotos, and then we can go racing with all of our race 3s this afternoon. And well, yeah, it's just the rain. I don't think anyone expected it. I mean, all the different weather apps were saying different things. We thought there might have been some rain coming in once the day's racing was done, and suddenly we've just been hit with this downpour, and I don't think anybody expected it. I mean, Lewis, obviously, as a retired motorcycle racer now, your career has come to an end up at Knockhill, but I'm sure, being Scottish, you've had your fair share of experiences racing in the rain. What's the difference between the dry and the wet? I know it seems kind of simple, but when you're out there on the bike, it must be a totally different experience.
Yeah, it's a totally different experience, mainly for me because I was further up the grid whenever it was wet. But yeah, you have to be a lot smoother, calmer, and you can sometimes spring up a few surprises. I think with the races today, we're going to see some people that you wouldn't expect being up there battling for podiums, be suddenly battling for wins potentially. So it's going to mix up the grid, especially if you're leading the championship. Like we've talked about so far this weekend, some championships already wrapped up, like the Pitbull 140s. They've just been wrapped up before the rain fell before lunch. But the MiniGP 50s, they could be wrapped up in the final race of the day, and it's going to switch things completely up. The Mini F1 sidecars as well. Mick Williams, he doesn't go too good in the wet. The sidecar doesn't like the wet, and currently a 50-point gap. I think that's going to come down massively here. I think we're going to be in the low 40s by the end of race 3, unless Mick Williams can pull something out of the bag. But yeah, wet conditions throwing up championship changing races into the mix, I would say. I was always personally better in it, but now that I'm retired, I can sit here and talk about it instead. But hopefully the shower can pass by very, very soon. It's definitely lighter than what it was, but yeah, we should be getting a restart in around 4 minutes time now. So thanks to all the FAB sponsors that have came on board with us this season. Hopefully they'll be joining us again next season. And if you want to get involved in FAB Racing, whether you're a sponsor, rider or official wanting to make a start in your motorsport journey, contact Roger on the FAB Racing website or contact any of the riders. I'm sure they'll point you in the right direction if needed. And it's a great championship to be involved in, and such a friendly atmosphere in this paddock. Everyone knows each other, everyone helps each other out. We've seen, for example, in the rookies today, Max Johnson getting an engine from Caelan Ratcliffe's family, and just because of that, even though the rivals on the circuit, they battle race in, race out, he's able to go racing for the rest of the weekend, and that is what FAB Racing is all about.
Absolutely, and we saw as well in the Pit Bike 140s with Chris Wells wrapping up the championship in race 2 and getting a champagne spray down from almost the entire grid. Rossi Banham handing him the number 1 plate. Of course, Rossi Banham, the 2022 Pit Bike 140s champion, although he hasn't been here much this season. He's won both races here today so far, and yesterday not lost an ounce of his pace, and is still a phenomenal talent out on the track. So once again, we're just waiting for the clock to tick down. 2:15 local time, British summertime. That is when we are aiming to go racing again with the AC40 rookies, and the rain has actually lightened up a little bit, so it's not a downpour anymore. There's a few drops coming down occasionally, but again, the track is now wet, and here at Whilton Mill, when the track is wet, oh, you better hold on, because it is slippery out there. And again, it's more about being confidence out there. We see someone being confident enough to run some chips through the rain as well. So kudos to that. Again, we've seen a lot of people who have been embracing the rain and really enjoying the slightly colder weather we've had after 3 days of just boiling action. But now the rain is coming down. Some of the riders, I don't think will be too happy. Some of the riders will be a lot more happy, but it's tricky here in the wet. I think all of the riders will just be a little bit more cautious, a little bit more careful as they head back out on track. So just a few minutes to go before the rookies hopefully roll up in the pit lane, and then we will get going with the racing once again. There we can see at the front of your picture the flag marshal Lee Clowes, and in the background on the left the race director Roger Keys, who has been doing a brilliant job the entirety of Fab Racing history, and as always is doing a brilliant job here this weekend. And a big thank you to everybody involved, both the race control and marshalling and the organisation of Fab Racing. Again, they're the reason why we're here, they're the reason we can do what we love, and they do a fantastic job of it. So a big thank you to all of them. And actually, from that camera angle, it looks like the rain is coming down a little bit harder, but our commentary box is right next to race control, and looking out the window, it doesn't look too bad. So I think it just depends on what you're looking at and where you're looking at it. But I guess the only way we can tell how bad the rain really is when the AC40 rookies get out there for their race 3s.
Yeah, we're just going to have to wait and see what is going to happen with these guys. It's going to be an interesting race to say the least. Although they have the fan on in there, it's absolutely boiling at the moment still. Roger did a little wave to the camera, but it's still very, very humid here at the circuit. But we are just moments away with bikes in the holding area, finally with wet tyres on and ready to go racing for race 3 of the AC40 rookies, which is just going to come to you in a couple of minutes time. Just a handful of bikes in the holding area, but they should be heading out to the circuit any minute now. Really, a bunch of bikes now coming, and parents straight down the holding area. Rob will be releasing them from the pit lane, and then we will go
red
racing.
Flag. A red flag delay, apparently. I think our producer might be feeling a little bit hungry or something along those lines. We're going to get 2 cycle laps. That is 2 laps around before they make it to the grid, then the formation lap, then the green flag lap. That's just allowed these rookies to gauge the conditions. Of course, not only are they the youngest riders we have here in the Fab Racing paddock, this is the first step for all of them into their motorcycle racing careers, but it's also, these guys are the first guys out there to test these conditions. So it's going to be tough for them, but the whole eyes of the paddock will be on this start of this race. So we're going to have to wait and see how it's all going to unfold. The rookies, obviously wet tyres on board now, making their way out onto the grid in just a moment's time, and then we will have 2 cycle laps and then a formation lap, and then we will go racing for the first race 3 of the weekend, the AC40 rookies class, and a championship that has really gotten close over this weekend. The gap went down from 90 points to 33. Such has been Mason Fedrick's pace. Race 3 for the AC40 rookies about to get underway after the rain delay for the red flag. The wet tyres are on the MiniMotos. We are going to get 2 cycle round laps, then a formation lap, and then we'll go racing just so they can gauge the conditions a little bit more. And they're the first guys out there in these wet conditions that nobody expected here at Whilton Mill, and when it rains here it is very, very tricky. So right now it's all about confidence and how quickly you can get used to this wet track surface.
These guys tiptoeing about the circuit at the moment before we can do 2 warm-up laps and then get underway for race 3 and for the restart of race 3. But a lot of the riders put their feet on the ground trying to gauge where the grip is at, how grippy the circuit is, or how ungrippy it is, mainly, to be honest. If they can get their knee down, how hard they can push at certain corners. I think at the moment, during this first race, these are the first riders to hit this wet circuit. It's just going to be a race of attrition and just trying to stay on the motorcycle. Mason Fedrick, he's won 2 out of 2 so far, but completely different conditions this time around. Who's it going to be? Could it be someone like Kai Hawkin that is going to come up there and battle for the victory this time around? Maybe someone like Max Johnson with a new engine, slightly less power, it might help him. Or one of the Rich brothers, or Daisy Polden. It's going to be an interesting race. It's going to be an interesting class as always. Jensen Ansel leading the championship, these are the conditions you'd be dreading for at Whilton Mill. There's a lot of paint on the circuit as well, especially on the start-finish straight, so you have to try and avoid it wherever you can, or at least have the bike completely sat up, because it's extremely slippy.
It is indeed. They call it Slippery Mill when it rains for a reason. Jensen Ansel has got to be feeling the pressure, of course. He's not had the best weekend. Two crashes in race 2, including the red flagged restart from the turn 1 pile-up, and just not been his weekend. The championship gap back to Mason Fedrick, only 33 points, and given the form that Mason Fedrick is in, and with Fedrick starting from pole while Jensen Ansel only goes off a 4th place, you've got to think it has got to be tough conditions out there for the number 22. He's probably feeling the pressure as they head off on the first of 2 formation laps in order to gauge the wet conditions out here at Whilton Mill. You can see the riders just tiptoeing around on this opening formation lap. They are really, I mean, they're the first guys out there in these wet conditions after a weekend of 30-degree heat and blazing sun, so it is really paramount they get on top of these wet conditions as fast as they can. But Mason Fedrick, he'll start from the pole position. You know, we've got to say, he's been phenomenal. The last 2 rounds, you know, here at Whilton Mill and 2 weeks ago, around round 6, as we've already got a rider down there, that is the number 2 of Jensen Cedrus, who's gone down, coming around the top end of the circuit, and looks like the bike has stalled as well. So hopefully everything is okay. Again, there's 2 formation laps, so he can hopefully get it restarted and get back on. A little bit of a bent handlebar as well, unfortunately. Hopefully the roving marshal can punch that back into shape. But Mason Fedrick, he's been on such form the last couple of rounds. He's really piled the pressure on Jensen Ansel, with the championship gap now down to just 33 points. This championship will go to the final round at Three Sisters at the beginning of October, and this is a perfect opportunity for Mason Fedrick to give himself the best chance to maybe get the jump on championship leader Jensen Ansel come the end of the year.
Now they will come around the final sector now before they go on their final warm-up lap before we go racing in extremely tricky conditions. The riders trying to gauge whatever they can at the moment, and certainly the first riders that are going to gauge this in racing conditions is going to be the likes of Mason Fedrick, who lines up in pole position. Max Johnson alongside him on the front row of the grid with Kai Hawken, and Jensen Ansel, our championship leader, on the second row. Keelan Ratcliffe and Henry Brodie will start in 5th and 6th position, with Arthur Rich. Jensen Cedras, he hopefully will be starting in 8th position after a tip-off on the warm-up lap. Samuel Whittaker and Daisy Polden will be starting in 9th and 10th, with Tommy Williams and Austin Dilks behind on the 6th row of the grid. Nelly Nooth and James Rich will be starting in 13th and 14th, with Ethan Bayliss and Emerson Oakley on his Ducati livery replica bike in 16th position. Freddie Taylor and Finlay Styles will be starting on the 9th row, with James Dermott and Reid Saxelby rounding out the top 20. Leverson Usher and Oliver Wilson will be on the 11th row of the grid, with Tyler Scrialdi starting in 23rd and Daisy Grayson starting in 24th position. And finally, the grid, the 25 bike grid, will be rounded out by Casey Reeson. And now the riders actually are being pointed towards the pit lane instead of the grid, and that is the championship leader Jensen Ansel crashing on the warm-up lap. So perhaps the riders the officials not wanting the rookie riders to be the first class out in these wet conditions.
Well, there was a bit of chaos the first time around they came. There was a bit of miscommunication. One of the riders stopped thinking it was only 1 formation lap and got clattered into the back. And he went down, and the medics were quickly over him. He was quickly taken from the circuit and with his bike, obviously hoping he's okay. But then all of the rest of the riders just pulled over to check if he was okay. So that's why there was a lot of chaos on the grid. Just a bit of miscommunication, and one rider just unfortunate to get it wrong and stop, and other riders just not able to stop in time. But we're just waiting for everyone else to come around. It's a very empty looking grid out there at the moment, but I think we are going to go racing in just a moment's time. This is the first race of the race 3s. It's the AC40 Rookies, and it's the first race in these wet conditions at Whilton Mill, and the rain is coming back down hard again. And as we're waiting to get going, and we just have to wait and see, Lee Clowes points the lights. It's time for race 3 here at Whilton Mill in the AC40 Rookies. Lights are on. It's lights out. We are underway in the rain here at Whilton Mill, and it is a good start from Mason Fedrick, and you can see how hard it's going down as we get going. Fedrick inherits the lead from Max Johnson in P2. P3 looks like that's Jensen Ansel, who's managed to get past Kai Hawkin. They're almost 3 wide up the front as they on the run up to the most difficult corner of the track, Christmas corner. This is going to be interesting to see how the riders negotiate it. You can see how cautiously they're taking it through. They're 3 wide on the run into. This is already chaos out there at the moment. It is so wet here at Whilton Mill. It's conditions that nobody expected. Challenging at the inside to Mason Fedrick. That looks like Kai Hawkin was having a look there, but unable to make the gap appear. And you can just see how slowly they're riding. Barely any lean angle heading through the corner. Super smooth on the throttle. Super smooth on the brakes. This race is all about who gauges the conditions the fastest.
Tommy Williams having the battle further down the field at the moment with Austin Dilks, but at the front of the race they're tiptoeing round the circuit. Is a little mistake there from one of the Rich brothers, but Caelan Ratcliffe, he's the man who looks the most confident at the moment, and Jensen Ansel. You would think Jensen Ansel's battling for a championship because look at him go. He's put everything on the line, but Mason Fedrick continues to lead the way, although he looks a little bit more tense than Max Johnson, dropping down the order on that first lap. Of course, green flag waving at the moment, so overtaking and racing can resume. But there we have it, 4 riders battling for the race lead as Caelan Ratcliffe dives down the inside and takes the race lead. Jensen Ansel trying to dive down the inside as well of Mason Fedrick, but Fedrick taking back the race lead. Are we going to see Ansel try and pip his way into second position at Christmas corner? He backs over Henry Brody as well in 4th position in this opening pack, in this leading pack of the race, with Kai Hawkin sitting there in 5th position watching this all unfold. 7 laps remaining in this race. The first lap around was 1 minute 21, so obviously they're taking nice intention to try and learn the conditions as soon as possible. I'm sure times are going to get quicker and quicker as the race progresses, but Caelan Ratcliffe looking incredibly confident in 2nd position as he looks down the inside to take the race lead on the number 96 machine. So Caelan Ratcliffe leads away and now tries to set out for opening gap. I think we're going to see Jensen Ansel try and bridge the gap and not allow Caelan Ratcliffe to run away with it, so he needs to get past Fedrick as soon as possible.
He does indeed. Of course, Mason Fedrick only 33 points away from Jensen Ansel in the championship fight. It is super close between those two. Oh, rider down there in the background. Hopefully everything is okay. And that's Jensen Ansel. That's the championship leader. He's gone down at the final corner at Pit Bend, and he was looking confident with 6 laps left to go. It's another disaster for Jensen Ansel. It's been such a disappointing weekend for the number 22. He's dropped down to P8 out on track. Mason Fedrick trying to have a look up the inside on Caelan Ratcliffe for the lead of the race, unable to make it happen for the time being. But that is Mason Fedrick's now starting to get really confident. They've got some back markers here as well that they're having to negotiate. Again, no blue flags here at FAB Racing. You have to fight your own way through. But Jensen Ansel, it has just been a nightmare weekend from you. Your heart has to go out from him. He came into this weekend with a 90-point gap in the championship. He could have won the championship this weekend. At the start of this race, it was down to 33 points, and now he's fallen off again, and he's dropped down the order again. It's going to be even closer coming into the final race, as down there one of the other riders having a moment. That is a real shame. And it sounds, according to our ear, it sounds like Mason Fedrick may have a transponder issue, which is why he's not appearing on your screen on the timing tower. But he is out there. He's currently leading the race out on track. But it sounds like he may be having transponder issues again. The wet weather may be playing into that. We'll have to wait and see. It's 5 laps left to go. On the road, it is Fedrick from Caelan Ratcliffe, from Henry Brody, your top 3, and they are bolting away from the rest of the pack. You can see how confident these guys are.
5 into 3, and now Caelan Ratcliffe going down the inside of Mason Fedrick into Christmas corner at the moment. Henry Brody only able to watch on. Kai Hawkin a comfortable gap behind, so Henry Brody under no pressure at the moment. But Mason Fedrick diving down the inside this time around. Will he make it work? It looks like he has made it stick at Ashby corner. So now try and build up a gap as soon as possible. Ansel, though, on the other hand, the championship contender, he's dropped down the order massively to 7th position, so he has to spend his rest of the race trying to do damage limitation. Who knows, he might even be able to catch up to these guys if he can find confidence as soon as possible. But of course, if Frederick does not have a transponder on, he will be disqualified from the race and not be included in the official results. So we're going to have to wait and see whether it's a transponder issue or if it's just a case of that he didn't put it on, which would be a very, very costly mistake in this situation.
It would indeed. If they finish as they do now, with 4 laps left remaining, with Frederick in first, and presuming he has a transponder issue, he'd be classified first. And with him in first and Jensen Ansel down in 7th, that'll mean the gap going into the final round of the championship between Ansel and Frederick would be 17 points. But again, it could also expand as up the inside goes Caelan Ratcliffe on Mason Frederick. Lovely move up into the trickiest part of the circuit, Christmas corner. You can see the spray coming off the bikes dancing around underneath the rookies' riders as Frederick has another look into Ashby corner. Can't quite make it work, but he does stick a nose up the inside and he does get through. Wow, great move there from Mason Frederick up the inside, just staying off the racing line, using the wet line and using his skills and his knowledge of the conditions to slide his way through and up back into the lead. But again, we are not sure if it's a transponder issue or if there is even a transponder on that bike. If there is no transponder on that MiniMoto, Mason Frederick is not classified in this race. If it's just an issue, he will get classified, but we don't know because he's not appearing on our timing towers. Race control have picked up on the issue and they're investigating it as we speak. So we've just got to wait and see what's going to happen. It's going to be 3 laps to go at the line, and it will be Mason Frederick who leads the way across the line, with Caelan Ratcliffe in 2nd and Henry Brodie in 3rd. Jensen Ansel has moved, is still in 6th place or 7th place at the moment, and you can see it is just absolutely hammering it down out there at the moment. It is getting super slippy, super tough for these rookie riders, but it must be said they are handling this super well, apart from a few riders having a tumble, as there we see another rider going down. That is the 127 of Daisy Poldham, who was running in P7. Jensen Ansel has made his way up into 6th place now, but for the most part all of these riders are doing a superb job simply staying on the bike, let alone running as fast as they are.
At the front, they continue to battle. We have just 3 laps remaining. The yellow flag is out in this sector, so no overtaking will be done. But Caelan Ratcliffe in 2nd position at the moment as a rider up on his feet, is retiring from the race, it looks like, and he has an issue with his visor. Potentially his visors just became unclipped once he's hit the deck, but easy fix to be done, so they're just doing that at the side of the circuit as Mason Frederick continues to lead the way with potentially no transponder or a transponder issue. So now they come around the final corner just to make it 2 laps remaining. The more back markers are ahead of them now. It's 2:30 in the afternoon and racing is as tense as ever. We have Henry Brodie sitting behind at the moment in 3rd position, in 3rd position I should say, to come upon Freddie Taylor now. So Mason Frederick trying to get past his teammate in this championship in the Brixton team, and he does perfectly. Will Henry Brodie be held up ever so slightly? Yes.
He will indeed, but he's still on the back of this leading pack at the moment as they make their way around the top part of the circuit. What I think may be happening is Mason Frederick doesn't have his transponder on his bike. It's going to be investigated off the bike, but again, a lot of these riders have a dry bike and a wet bike, and what may have happened is he switched over to the wet bike and maybe hasn't got the transponder on the wet bike. And again, if there's no transponder on the bike, that's a disqualification. You do not score. But that'll be investigated after the race. For now, for our purposes, Mason Frederick is leading from Caelan Ratcliffe in 2nd and Henry Brodie in 3rd, with Kai Hawken not far behind them, only a few seconds back. It will be 1 lap to go as they come to the line this time, as Caelan Ratcliffe had a little look as they head through the boot section and now into pit bend, the final corner. And Mason Frederick will start the last lap of the race. Flag Marshal Lee Clowes holds out the last lap board. One more tour of the Whilton Mill circuit this weekend for the AC40 rookies. And who is going to be on the top step of the podium? Will it be Mason Frederick? Will it be Caelan Ratcliffe? Maybe even Henry Brodie, who's getting a bit of a run on the climb up the hill to Christmas corner. And actually looking up the inside, here goes Caelan Ratcliffe to the inside, but no, wasn't quite able to make the move appear. But as they come round on the back down the hill and into Ashby Corner. The final race of the weekend for the AC40 rookies. It's been a hard-fought weekend if it is just the transponder issues for Mason Fedrick. He closes the championship gap down to just over 20 points, or maybe there's no transponder on the bike and he gets disqualified. We will just have to wait and see with only a handful of corners remaining. Who's going to be on the top step of the podium as they run through the final back stretch? And Mason Fedrick looks like he's going to hold on to be the provisional race winner with only a few corners left to run. He has ridden superbly in these drastically wet and slippery conditions. With one corner to go, Mason Fedrick provisionally sweeps the weekend and closes in the championship. He takes the checkered flag and wins all 3 races here at Whilton Mill, subject to a post-race inspection. But what a ride there from Mason Fedrick. Caelan Ratcliffe finishes in second with Henry Brodie in P3 and the fastest lap of the race on the final lap as well. Mason Fedrick celebrates. He believes that he has won. Of course, it is all down to that post-race inspection on the transponder. But regardless of whether he is classified or not, it has still been an amazing ride for the number 5 and an amazing weekend as well. He has ridden superbly and has closed the championship gap right down to the struggling Jensen Ansell.
Jensen Ansell crashing out early on in the race, but Ansell now, he came across the line in 5th position. Fedrick provisionally is your race winner. All we need to do is check if there is a transponder on that motorcycle. If there is, and there's just an issue with it, then we will have him as the official race winner. But good race either way. Great finally to get racing again, and a lot of the rookie guys did an incredible job at staying on as there's been a crash actually at the final sector there, so hopefully they can get that bike up and going again. That's Tommy Williams that's crashed. He's completely ripped off the front fairing there, so he crashed on Friday practice and sadly he's had another tumble now. So Tommy Williams, he's going to come across the line. He was running in 9th position, but he will drop down the order, it seems, and not finish in 9th anymore. But anyway, he comes across the line now. There's helpers on the grid that wasn't expecting a bike to be coming. But Tommy Williams across the line now to take the final bike to finish this race. But great stuff from the AC40 rookies. Really impressive that they actually managed to stay on and actually learn the conditions as quick as possible. Not as many crashes as I was expecting, but Caelan Ratcliffe is your race winner. Caelan Ratcliffe potentially might be your race winner after post-race inspection. Currently, provisionally, your race winner is Mason Fedrick. Mason Fedrick, provisionally your race winner from Caelan Ratcliffe, who finished in 2nd position, with Henry Brodie finishing in 3rd. Kai Hawkin finishes in 4th position ahead of Max Johnson and Jensen Ansell, who's down in 6th on the roads. Arthur Rich and Daisy Polden was in 7th and 8th, with James Rich in 9th and Tommy Williams rounding out the top 10. So now we're waiting for final confirmation, and we're being told that this is now the race result because Mason Fedrick does not have a transponder on that motorcycle, so he scored 0 points from this race, and Caelan Ratcliffe will be your race winner by 46 thousandths of a second from Henry Brodie and Kai Hawkin on the podium. Max Johnson and Jensen Ansell now in 5th position. He'll stretch out a gap still from Mason Fedrick, changing the championship dynamic completely with Arthur Rich and Daisy Polden in 6th and 7th. James Rich and Tommy Williams will be 8th and 9th, with this time Ethan Bayliss rounding out the top 10. Freddie Taylor, Tyler Scrowley and Emerson Oakley 11th, 12th and 13th. Austin Dilts 14th. Oliver Wilson rounding up the top 15, and Casey Reeson rounding up our finishers. So these guys, of course, will be back in action at Three Sisters for the first time. Coming up next is the final race of the weekend for the LC40 Elite class. We've had 2 dramatic races. Harrison Day, he dominated almost in race 1, well in race 2. Byron Johnson, he had an answer for him until the final lap where Harrison Day managed to sneak through and take the race win once again. Can he do the triple this time out though? We're going to have to wait and find out. The rain has fallen here, so it's extremely humid at this circuit. Although it doesn't look warm, it is still extremely warm at this circuit. Rain just spitting at the moment, but the track is extremely wet. So Harrison Day, he'll be the man on pole position for this one, but Taylor Tomlinson, he first of all, he won't win the championship this season. He will potentially never crack it in next year, but he's going to want to try and take the honours in this one. Of course, you have some wet riders which always exceed everyone's expectations in the wet conditions, so who knows, we could see some surprises here. And we're being told there will only be one warm-up for these guys. Of course, the premier class of MiniMotos in the UK, so highly experienced riding these bikes in these conditions.
Absolutely, of course. The LC40 Elites Championship wrapped up last time at Rara. Byron Johnson dominating this season, much like his brother Austin dominated in 2022. And of course, Byron will be looking to join his brother on the geared Metrokit bikes moving up in the future. But it's been an interesting 2 races. Now we've got a wet race on our hands, the first wet race of the weekend for these guys, and the only time they're going to experience the track in the wet in 2023 again. The sudden downpour occurred just before the just after the original start of the AC40 Rookies race 3, and it has caused chaos. And Whilton Mill is slippery in the wet. It's been boiling and dry all weekend, and now suddenly the rain's come down, the temperature has dropped, so changes have to be made to the bikes, the tyre pressures, everything you can imagine will have to be changed to allow the riders to be at their most comfortable as we head off on our formation lap. Only the one formation lap due this time to race 3 of the LC40 Elite. On the pole, it is Harrison Day with Byron Johnson alongside in P2. Lewis Hull starts in 3rd with Taylor Tomlinson in P4. Bradley Curtis and Matthew Thomas, they make up the 3rd row of the grid. Further down, we've got Sebastian Gazlowski in P7. He's alongside Oliver Hall in 8th, with Josh Perkins and Nicholas Dunwoody rounding out the top 10. And last, but of course not least, it is Ollie Sims and Archie Hooper in P11 and P12. The rain is still coming down here at Whilton Mill. The track is very, very wet. This is the only time all weekend these guys have experienced this type of track conditions here at Whilton in this year. So it's going to be interesting to see how it all unfolds.
Now then, these guys coming round the final little bit of their green flag lap before we can go racing. Harrison Day, will this be once again, as Taylor Thomason actually looks like was running to pick up his bike on the formation lap there, so Tomlinson crashed in the middle of the circuit there. Is that him? Yes, it was the 77 of Taylor Tomlinson picking up his bike. He'll be starting in 4th position. Hopefully not too much damage done to that machine. Hopefully he can make the race start in the position it should be in. So Taylor Thompson now coming around the final corner. His legs not on the foot pegs though, so we're going to have to wait and see, as now we await for the riders to come into their positions before we can get started. Archie Hooper and Ollie Sims at the back of this grid. A busy weekend for Ollie Sims, racing in multiple classes. Lewis Hull though, you can see him near the front of the field. This could potentially suit him. He has a much more body weight to use in the corners and easy to plug himself about, but we're moments away from going racing. Final check's been done on Taylor Tomlinson's machine, but this is the final race of the weekend for the final time for the LC40 Elites. So let's go on and we go racing for race 3 of the LC40 Elites. Harrison Day leads the way once again. Bradley Curtis, he's one to look out for in 3rd position. He's extremely quick in the wet weather conditions, as now Bradley Curtis gets into 2nd place past Byron Johnson as Oliver Hall looks down the inside on Matthew Thomas, and Bradley Curtis hits the front of the field. Harrison Day crashing out his bike going to the middle of the circuit. Hopefully everyone can avoid that as well. At the back of the field, Archie Hooper having his own crash on the 12 machine. So both riders on their feet picking up the bike. Ollie Sims almost having a crash, trying to avoid Archie Hooper as well. So 3 crashes at Christmas corner there, but at the front Bradley Curtis leads the way from Byron Johnson. Lewis Hull in 3rd.
Fantastic reactions there from all of those to avoid the crashing riders in front. Amazing that no one was collected in those incidents, but it did hold quite a few people up. Matthew Thomas especially, he got massively held up, having to avoid Harrison Day's bike, which was just skirting down the circuit. Of course, Christmas corner, it's slightly downhill, it's very wet as well. As there we see, so there's Byron Johnson and then Lewis Hull and Taylor Tomlinson there, with Oliver Hall just behind Taylor Tomlinson. A good start there from Oliver Hall. He's struggled just a little bit this weekend in the LC40. He's not been quite where he would have wanted to have been. Currently running in P5 though, that is great stuff from him. But Bradley Curtis is 6 seconds ahead of everybody else at the end of lap 1. That is ridiculous. Byron Johnson in P2. I mean, there's Bradley Curtis. and there is no one else. I have no idea how this man has pulled 6 seconds on one lap. Of course, there was a slight crash behind him. You've got to factor that in. Everyone else had to take avoiding action. But if he's genuinely running at that pace, that is ridiculous. Byron Johnson currently holds on to P2 with Lewis Hull just behind him in P3. And Taylor Tomlinson and Oliver Hall not far behind them. And Sebastian Goslavsky is also in the mix in this fight for second place as it stands. Oliver Hall again, what a great start he had on the number 3 machine. He is flying and ravishing in these wet conditions here at Whilton Mill. There is Bradley Curtis, your race leader on the 71. He rounds the final corner now to make it 7 laps left to run, and you can see just how far behind everybody is. We'll have a look at the timings as they come to the line this time. Bradley Curtis's last lap was a 1 minute 6.238. Let's see how Byron Johnson did. He did a 1 minute 10. Bradley Curtis is lapping 4 seconds faster than anybody else. The gap is 10 seconds. We've been racing for 2 laps.
Bradley Curtis, of course, not from Scotland, but he did race in the Scottish Championship for a couple of seasons, and this has allowed him to be able to get a lot of experience in the wet conditions and perhaps surfaces which aren't that grippy. But right now, Byron Johnson, second position at the moment on the 37 machine, with this battle forming behind with Oliver Hall, Lewis Hull, and Taylor Thompson diving down the inside on this 77 machine. A very, very late move. He pulled out at the last minute and somehow made it stick. So Bradley Curtis, fastest lap of the race, 4 seconds quicker than this group here. So impressive to see, with 7 laps remaining in this race. The helpers watching on, seeing if anyone is having any kind of troubles out there. But Taylor Thompson in the middle of this group, he's under pressure from Lewis Hull, who's having the consistent ride. But there's a crash from Oliver Hull. Oliver Hull has crashed out of the grace, but Daniel Hull straight away picking up the motorcycle, bashing the handlebar back into place, and the bike luckily is still running. So Oliver Hull, seconds after crashing, is back in this race once again with 6 laps to go.
Oh, what a shame though for Oliver Hall. A great start, having possibly his best race of the season so far, running in P3 there, and a quick down. Who dropped down to 7th place, but there's still 6 laps to go. Still time for us there. Another rider goes down. That is Nicholas Dunwoody on the number 35. And Daniel Hall quickly needed again to get the bike. So again, it is so wet here at Whilton Mill. And the ride is very much struggling out there. Yellow flag still waving in the final sector. But yeah, what a big shame there for Oliver Hall, of course. You know, it's all part of the learning experience. Unfortunately, when you're this young of a rider, you're occasionally going to have a crash, especially when it's wet. But it's still disappointing when you're running that strongly. That does promote Taylor Tomlinson on the 77 up into 3rd place, though, the 2022 Rookies champion, who's also been having a great championship fight in the AC40 Pros. And that, of course, he'll be out later fighting for the championship. That will go to the final round at Three Sisters. But Tomlinson doing a good job at the moment. Bradley Curtis has just eased off the pace a little bit. His last lap was a 107.5. I think he's realised that he is about 15 seconds ahead of everybody else. He's actually 18 seconds ahead of everybody else. With 5 laps left to go, Bradley Curtis can finish this race blindfolded. He is on another planet in these wet conditions right now. Clearly, Lewis, racing in the Scottish Championship in the wet and rainy stuff up there, it's done him a world of good, because he is just absolutely flying out there at the moment. He's still lapping 4 seconds faster than anybody else out there. And he doesn't even look like he's pushing particularly hard. He's just got so much more confidence in the corner. He's just able to find grip everywhere he looks. And he is absolutely ragging this LC40 Elite machine round here at Whilton Mill. And he is dominating this final race of the weekend. We have not seen a performance like this in a long time. Bradley Curtis doing a superb job. Let's have a look at the gap. He comes to the line now to make it 4 laps left to run. Last time round, Byron Johnson was 18 seconds away. If we give it about 18 seconds, and then we'll tell you how close Byron Johnson is. That is another crash there for another one of our riders. That is Harrison Day. That's the second crash he's had in this race. Harrison Day, a real shame for him. He started on the pole and he has just been struggling in the wet conditions. A big shame. Once again, the marshal's doing a great job helping him get the bike started again. Byron Johnson, meanwhile, is 21 seconds back from Bradley Curtis. And Byron Johnson is the man who's dominated this entire season. Bradley Curtis has just shown up in the wet and taken them all to school.
21.2 seconds lead, and now Archie Hooper coming onto the back of Harrison Day. So Harrison Day, our race 1 and race 2 winner, has crashed for the second time in this race, and now he's battling for positions outside of the top 10, it seems. But these riders continuing to battle on the track, the weather anyway looking slightly brighter around the circuit. Not as many dark clouds. Potentially it was just a shower. As there is Archie Hooper down once again. So Archie Hooper on the number 12, crashing out of this race, trying to get the handlebar bent back into place once again, and then hopefully the bike's still running, which it is, and then they'll get him safely back on and rejoining back to the circuit. Lewis Hull flying past there as he enters the circuit behind Matthew Thomas. But the race leader at the moment, Bradley Curtis, the 71 machine, of course with the bright yellow helmet, he continues to lead the way by a massive gap, and he's came across the line moments ago, and there he is, flying through with a 22.3 second lead at the moment, constantly building a 108.4 last time around. Byron Johnson to the 109.5, so the guys behind starting to match his pace, but it's too little too late.
It is too little too late. Bradley Curtis just having that confidence that little bit earlier, and that is the difference that it's made. 22 seconds ahead of everybody else, as it has been a complete race of attrition. Multiple top riders just getting caught out by the tricky conditions here at Whilton Mill, while Bradley Curtis has put on a masterclass. He makes his way onto the penultimate lap now as he rounds the final corner, and it has been a phenomenal ride so far. Of course, he's still got to keep it on the black stuff. There's still 2 more tours of the circuit to go in race 3 of the LC40 Elite. But my, oh my, the 71 has been in an absolute league of his own in this race. Just dominant, and it has been a joy to watch. I mean, if you're this good in the wet at this age, I mean, you should have someone from BSB or MotoGP or something like already on the phone, because that is just sheer talent in the wet weather. A true rainmaster in the making here with Bradley Curtis. And with 1.5 laps left to go, he's 24 seconds ahead of champion Byron Johnson in P2, who himself is actually having a bit of a scrap with Taylor Tomlinson at the moment. They're just having a bit of a fight over the remaining podium places. Of course, this is massive for Taylor Tomlinson, getting that track time out there, as well as Sebastian Goslavsky. The elites here putting on a display, especially Bradley Curtis, and he will have 1 more lap to go as he rounds the boot and pit bend, the final corner. Lee Krause, the flag marshal, will hold out the last lap more, and he just has to cruise on home, as that's Matthew Thomas, who's had a down on the 47. That looks like it's coming out of Christmas corner, the trickiest corner on the circuit. And luckily back on the bike, everything okay. But Bradley Curtis, 1 more lap to go. It has been sheer and utter domination in the wet in race 3.
We spoke about it before the race started. Sometimes the rain can spring up a surprise and give you riders on the top step that wouldn't normally be there. Bradley Curtis is no exception to that. We've seen him at Raura in the mixed conditions. He was out there at the front, battling for race wins, even claiming a race win. And now here he is once again, the 71 in the wet weather here at Slippery Mill, is leading the way by 25 seconds over the 2023 LC40 Elite champion, Byron Johnson. So if you're watching this at home, you want to get involved, take notice of how this man rides a bike in the wet conditions. Bradley Curtis, 2 more corners remaining around this circuit. 1 more corner to stay on 2 wheels. He just needs to keep it upright, and Bradley Curtis will win in the wet at Whilton Mill by a massive 25 seconds. We'll wait for Byron Johnson or any one of his competitors to come across the line. What a victory it was there from him. No one yet to cross the line still. So Bradley Curtis, he'll be looking and wondering where everyone else is in that field. They led from lap 1 from start to finish. It was an impressive ride. He made that move at Christmas corner to take the race lead, and that was it. Byron Johnson crossing the line now, 24.4 seconds behind, with Taylor Tomlinson rounding off the podium. So Bradley Curtis springing up a surprise once again.
Yeah, well, when it rains, you can always rely on Brad in the 71 machine. That was just sheer class, and without a doubt one to keep an eye on moving forward, especially when it rains. And it just so happens that in these Faroe Isles it does rain quite a lot, So Bradley Curtis with an absolute advantage. I mean, when we head to Three Sisters, if it's raining there, well, my oh my, he's going to be one to watch out for. Bradley Curtis takes a phenomenal victory here in the LC40 Elite. He was 24.5 seconds ahead of the champion Byron Johnson in P2. Taylor Tomlinson rounds out the podium with Lewis Hull in P4. Oliver Hall, after a very disappointing slip off the bike after running in P3, he manages to finish in P5 with Sebastian Gazlowski in P6. Ollie Sims was 7th with Matthew Thomas in 8th. Josh Perkins was 9th with Nicholas Dunwoody in 10th, and rounding out the top 10 with Harrison Day after 2 unfortunate crashes from the pole. He finishes last and 11th, and Archie Hooper looks like was a DNF but is classified as P12. That is it then for your LC40 Elite this weekend at Whilton Mill. And of course, while the championship is done and dusted, they'll be back in just a few weeks' time when we head to the final round of the FAB-Racing Mini Bike British Championship 2023 season at Three Sisters in Wigan. And what surprise will that show up? Maybe we get some more rain and Bradley Curtis disappearing off into the distance, or maybe we have similar to race 1 and race 2 with the sun beaming down and some fantastic battles all over the place. Race 3 for the senior mini-motos, and it is wet here at Whilton Mill. And we know, the seniors, that when it starts raining, they like to have a little bit of fun, don't they? They like to get a bit pushing and they like to get a bit of shoving in there. Of course, while the championship has been done and dusted, it's not all been smooth sailing for the maestro with the number 1 on the front of his bike, Josh Birkin, because Will Howarth on the 96, on his return to Fab Racing, has given him some good battles. But again, this is the first time all weekend that we've had wet conditions, and it's in the most crucial race of the weekend, race 3. It's all about just how quickly you can gain confidence on the bike out there.
It certainly is, and Josh Birkin has got to find confidence straight away to not allow Will Howarth to run away with it. But with different conditions from race 1 and 2, who knows, we could see someone spring up into the mix. We might see a David Maya or a Chris Yeomans potentially going for the race winner. Even Nick Bennett, he's been close all weekend, but now with the rain out, he could potentially be one to watch in the 711 machine. 16 riders should be making the start to this race. A great field that we've had so far this weekend in the senior mini-moto class. Some riders, though, I'm sure will not be wanting this race to be wet. They would be hoping they could have all 3 dry races. Although now, though, the sun is trying to peek out as Callum White at the final corner has had a slip off before the race has even started. So Callum White trying to bash his handlebar back into race, trying to get his bike going again, but he's looking like he is defeated with that one. Actually, that might be the mechanical issue. He's got no power by the sounds of it. He's just twisting the throttle and nothing is happening. So Callum White, he's going to be our first retirement from the race before it even started. But on a depleted field for the senior minimotos, we will head out on our green flag lap, where it looks like we only have about half the field out there, but hopefully we can have a couple of pit lane starters. Josh Birkin will be in first position, the man with the number 1 plate. He will be alongside Will Howarth, who has won both races so far this weekend. Nick Bennett on the screen on the 711, he'll be going from 3rd position alongside Keaton Payne on the 2nd row of the grid. David Maya and Chris Yeomans will be in 5th and 6th, with Mark Payne and Holly Harris on the 4th row. Callum White and Lamar Morgan is Nick Bennett. Yeah, Nick Bennett in the grass already before the race started, but Callum White doesn't look like he'll be starting this race either, with Lamar Morgan on the 5th row of our grid, Gary Eldrick and Ross Michael in 11th and 12th, with Isaac Greenstreet and Jerome Richards on the 7th row, and Rob Gentry and Steve Jones rounds out our senior mini-moto grid. Now, I haven't seen Will Howarth yet out on the grid at all, so I don't know if Will Howarth has even made it out onto the circuit yet.
Yeah, we're just going to have to wait and see. I think there's definitely not 12 mini-motors out there ignoring the fact that, ignoring the fact that Callum White didn't even make it to the green flag lap. An unfortunate mechanical issue for him to end his weekend early. But I think it's just going to be, let's see who's actually racing, because it is, we'll have to wait and see. Someone may be starting from the pit lane, possibly. That could either be Will Howarth or maybe Callum White if he's solved his mechanical issue. But up the front, Josh Birkin, the maestro, sits on his own on the front row of the grid, and it is a very, very small looking grid indeed, but it just shows how tricky the conditions are. But they're going to give us a great display anyway, because it's the senior mini motos and they always give us a great display. Callum White is desperately trying to get his bike sorted out. The guys on the grid watching along, but we'll just wait and see if he has the time, how long before race control make the call and decide that we are going racing here for the final race of the weekend. It is now Lee Klaas, the flag marshal, points to the lights. It's lights out. We are underway, and it's a great start there from Nick Bennett. He's actually going to get the jump on Josh Birkin, maybe no. Josh Birkin holds the lead coming through the opening few corners. It is Birkin from Bennett. Just behind them looks like Chris Yeomans. And, very small grid here. No David Meyer, disappointingly. He was very fast starting in race 2. But it will be the number 1, Josh Birkin, who will want to take his first win of the weekend after he's clinched the championship. Last time out of Laura, it's been a disappointing weekend so far, with Will House showing back up and showing him how it's done. But the number 1 leads the way with Nick Bennett. A great start from him. He was unfortunate to get a mechanical retirement in race 2 after a great fight for the podium with David Meyer. But now it looks like with a smaller field, he looks to be the best of the rest so far. But maybe he can even bring the fight to Josh Birkin. We'll have to see. There is 9 laps left to run in this race, and Josh Birkin leads from Nick Bennett in P2. Keaton Payne looks like he's in P3 at the moment. Josh Birkin, you can see he's taking it very easy. As all rider off there, coming through into the boot section of the final few corners. Luckily back on the bike, but that was Chris Yeomans on the number 85, having a small slip off heading into the boot. Again, just shows how tricky the conditions are out there. It is so easy just to get it slightly wrong or hit a small patch of water, even just touch the paint or a curb, and you can suddenly find yourself on the floor. Josh Birkin still leads though. Nick Bennett has closed the gap ever so slightly in that opening few seconds. Josh Birkin's down. Josh Birkin, just as I was saying how difficult it is to lose the bike, loses the rear and slips off. He drops down to 3rd place. He's bobbing his head. He seems to be smiling under his helmet. He's just out there for a jolly, really, isn't he? He's had a crash and he's back on the bike and he's having a laugh. That's the Birkin way, I suppose.
The Birkin way, pushing to the limit and then some. And now he's dropped down to 3rd position, and the number 1 plate on the bike, the championship, already wrapped up for this season. And ahead of him now is going to be Keaton Payne and Nick Bennett. Nick Bennett, interestingly, set the fastest lap of the race, a 1:11.464 last time around. And Josh Birkin as well, showing down 7th on the timing screen, so maybe a transponder issue there for him. But he's got to dive up the inside of Keaton Payne now and make that work, make it stick, and give himself more of a challenge at the moment as he comes across the line to get 7 laps remaining for himself. And he's got quite a big gap to bridge. He's got about 4.5 seconds to bridge between himself and Nick Bennett in 1st position. So Nick Bennett pushing on from Josh Birkin has to push even harder than he was. He was leading the way comfortably, but now he has all the time to make up. As there is Isaac Greenstreet down at the final corner on the tricky curbing out there. Strict track limits here at Whilton Mill due to safety concerns, and trying to keep these guys as safe as possible. Another crash down there. That looks like Jerome Richards having his crash further down in the field on the 88 machine. But now we come across, that was Gary Eldrick, I should say, on the 99 machine. But there is Isaac Greenstreet. Managed to get the bike going again towards turn 1 now. 7 laps remaining. Nick Bennett coming through your picture on the 711 machine. How's the gap going to look this time? He was in a 112 last time around. Josh Birkin, he was doing roughly a 117 after his crash. So this is going to be the true telling lap on whether Birkin has the pace to compete with our race leader, Nick Bennett. Does he have something inside of him left in the cards? Is he going to pull the pin and try to catch up? A 110.1, 4 tenths quicker than Nick Bennett. But if it stays at that, it might not be enough with just 6 laps to go.
I bet I've got a bit of a conspiracy theory here for you, Lewis. I think honestly, I've got a feeling that Josh might have crashed on purpose, because his opening lap was 2 seconds faster than Nick Bennett's, and then suddenly he loses a bit of pace, and then he slowly trundles around Christmas corner, drops the rear of the bike, and then gets back on, cheeky smile and a nod to the camera as he's going. And I think he's just setting himself a bit of a challenge. I think he's just trying to go out there and have some fun. I think he's just spun up the rear wheel and dropped it just to give himself a bit of fun. As you see here, a battle going on. That's for P4. I believe that's Chris Yeomans and Gary Eldridge fighting further down the order. But yeah, I'll have to ask him after the race. I may be completely wrong, but knowing Josh Birkin, it's the kind of thing I could see him doing. I've got a sneaky suspicion it's the Birkin way, I suppose. It always is. But Nick Bennett does lead from Josh Birkin in P2. Keaton Payne currently rounding out our podium as Chris Yeomans has since got past Gary Eldridge on the previous lap. So Chris Yeomans having a great race out there so far. Running. Oh, and as I say that, commentator's curse. He's gone down, has Chris Yeomans in the boot section. A bit of commentator's curse there, and now he's going to get overtaken by Gary Eldridge. I do very much apologise to Chris Yeomans there, but he's managed to hold on to fourth place. He was actually battling with Keaton Payne for P3, so he's managed to hold on to fourth place. Keaton Payne regains his podium position, but that is disappointing there for Chris Yeomans. Now he has to fight the 99 of Gary Eldridge, who also had a bit of a tumble earlier on coming out of Christmas Corner, the trickiest corner on the circuit. So easy to drop the bike there. Last lap round, Nick Bennett, fastest lap of 109.833, so maybe my crashing on purpose theory was wrong. Maybe he did actually just crash. Also a very Josh Birkin thing to do on the best of days. But yeah, Nick Bennett, so the gap currently 4.2 seconds for the lead. As the gap between these two at the line last time was a tenth of a second. But Chris Yeomans is now getting his head down. The visor actually slightly open on his helmet. That's it, clearly feeling the heat a little bit under the helmet. Either that or he does have quite a tinted visor on, so maybe he can't see. There is the 711 of Nick Bennett as he comes through the final corner now. He may have just had a slight off, and he has, because Josh Birkin is back in the lead of the race. Nick Bennett's gone down in the final corners. Josh Birkin back to the lead with 4 laps to go.
The boot being a hot spot for crashes. Nick Bennett, the bike is weaving underneath him, so tricky stuff out there. But Josh Birkin, number 1 plate, number 1 on the road. Now once again, 5 seconds was the gap between the two of them. Keaton Payne, third position for him at the moment. Chris Yeomans, after that crash a couple of laps ago, he's down in 4th. But Isaac Greenstreet just outside the top 5 at the moment, in 6th place. But Josh Birkin still leading the way, as there is Isaac Greenstreet battling away and about to get lapped by Nick Bennett. He's managed to get through cleanly, and probably the second time that Nick Bennett's had to lap him after having his crash just moments ago. But Josh Birkin, 4 laps to go at the moment. 2 more corners left of this one though, through the boot. It's so tricky through this final corner and then towards pit bend. We've seen plenty of crashes here as well, but nice and gingerly out on the throttle, onto the flat part of the tyre, coming across the line. So we got 3 laps to go, a 108.421 this time around, the fastest lap of the race, and with 3 laps remaining, he's over a second quicker per lap from Nick Bennett.
Yeah, Josh Birkin's had enough. He's pulled the pin, put the hammer down, and he is now going. I mean, the gap, obviously, given Nick Bennett's crash, it was going to be a significant gap. It's now 6 seconds, fastest lap of the race, a 108.421, the first time into the 108s for the senior MiniMotos, which either shows the conditions are improving, or Josh Birkin is just getting that much more confident and or that much just bored of hanging around. Honestly, you can never tell with the Maestro, as he now calls himself, as he heads through. Oh, a little bit of a wobble there, actually. Just clipped the curb with his left knee as he came through the left-hander at Parker Corner. But it's all okay, all smooth sailing for the number 1 machine, who has not dominated this weekend. He's not completely dominated as we used to. Again, Will Howard turned up for 2 races out of 3 and gave him a fierce fight, and actually the 96 ended up winning both of them. If you missed both those races, would highly recommend checking them out. They were very enjoyable. But now, no Will Howard, Josh Birkin can just go out and do his own thing, and he is leading with some style as we come round, and it's 2 laps to go.
2 laps remaining in this race. Josh Birkin, 5-second gap still at the moment, but Nick Bennett slowly clawing his way back, 1.2 seconds quicker last time around. So you'd really have to wonder, what does Josh Birkin have left in the bag? Actually, perhaps maybe the track just starting to dry out as the clouds are still there, but definitely brightened up. There's Nick Bennett on the 711 machine. He continues to battle away. Maybe just realised that it's a bit too much to bridge in just 2 laps to go. So he's just going round nice and careful, it seems, because Keaton Payne, he's a further 20 seconds behind Nick Bennett. So he's got no one really to worry about at the moment. But 2 laps remaining in this race. He'll come round, and there is Josh Birkin coming down the back straight. It's not a long straight for them, not too much time to rest. Then they come around here through the boot onto the power. over the slight bit of moss on the circuit, and then over on to the final corner, pit bend, and then they make straight, and then they'll come to Oblivion and Crook. Turn 1 and 2. It's such a tricky part of the circuit. It's a really technical part of the circuit. It's very easy to lose the front on the flip-flop before you then crack on the power. Towards Christmas corner, the trickiest and definitely a crash hotspot that we've seen across the 3 days here and over the years that we've been here at FAB. If you watched any of the coverage from the 2019 round, some of the classic races here, you can see how tricky it is in the wet conditions. There's Chris Yeomans started his last lap of the race with Isaac Greenstreet coming across the line now. But there is Josh Bergen going down the bike actually, so maybe just bringing it home at the moment, just trying to be nice and safe, nice and careful. Something that we've not seen. There's Nick Bennett crashing on the final lap of the race. Nick Bennett crashing out once again. That's the third crash. He had one before the race started and two during the race. But Josh Birkin, one crash to his name, the number 1 plate on the bike and the number 1 plate on the road. He's got 2 corners remaining to get round, and Josh Birkin does it the Birkin way. It's Birkin brilliant. Once again, he'll come across the line in a moment's time to take the checker flag and cheers his way to victory. Lee Klaus laughing away at his celebrations, but number 1 plate on top once again. Will Nick Bennett hold on to second position as Josh Birkin continues his celebrations around the circuit, as now Nick Bennett crossing the line. Second place for him, a further 13.7 seconds back after his crash on the last lap. Keaton Payne as well, he should be coming home in third place after the final lap, and he does ahead of Chris Yeomans. So these guys battling out in circuit conditions better than it was. It's certainly drying up at the moment, but Josh Birkin, your winner once again. He's on 1 out of 3 here at Whilton Mill.
Stuff there from Josh Birkin, crash and win as you do, and he knows what he's doing. Visors open, cruising back home. Josh Birkin takes victory from Nick Bennett in P2, almost slaps into the back of him in good measure as they share a laugh. Keaton Payne, meanwhile, nearly rounds out the podium with Chris Yeomans in P4, Gary Eldridge P5, Jerome Richards 6th, Isaac Greenstreet 7th, and unfortunately we lost Callum White before the race even started. That's it for your senior mini-motos here at the penultimate round of the FAB-Racing Mini-Moto British Championship. But don't be alarmed, they'll be back for the finale in a few weeks' time at Three Sisters. AC40 Pros Race 3. The rain has stopped coming down, but it is still wet out on circuit, and it is going to be tricky for the young riders out there, with the championship gap closer than it's ever been. Just 32 points between Taylor Tomlinson and Sebastian Goslavsky coming into this race. A big crowd watching along here today at Whilton Mill. There's actually a Ford meet in a few fields over, and I think a lot of those guys have actually turned up to watch some racing action. So it's great to see so many people enjoying FAB Racing, both here in person and of course wherever you're watching around the world at home. It is a pleasure to bring you all of the action as well. Of course, these guys, some of these guys who raced in the LC40 Elite Race 3 earlier, they'll be more used to the wet conditions than the guys who weren't in that race. So there might be a bit of a gap in performance between those who know how to do Whilton in the wet and those who don't. It's going to be interesting to see how it all unfolds, Lewis Ray, as they make their way around to the grid before they start their green flag lap.
Riders coming through the shortcut before they come around, and the championship has definitely came down. A 43-point gap in the AC40 Pro Championship. It is not over yet, and it is not going to be decided here at Whilton Mill. So it's going to go down to the final round of the championship in a month's time at the Three Sisters circuit, where these guys are going to take on a brand new challenge. But right now, it's a brand new challenge for some of them this weekend because they haven't had any lap in the wet conditions. Rex Austin, the man who is going to be starting on the front row of the grid next to Preston Baker. Can we see Preston Baker finally convert his pole position into his first race win of the weekend? It's been so close, yet so far for the whole weekend. But Lee Klaus at the front of the field, waiting for final checks to be done. These guys, before they head out on the green flag lap, they'll have one green flag lap, and then they will go racing. So point now, and then they can go, and they have been released for their green flag lap. Now they'll learn the conditions. This is the first time where they get to do a full lap around this circuit as the sun begins to peak out here at Whilton Mill. It's certainly creating tricky conditions for the riders, and certainly it's going to be tricky for Preston Baker, who's starting for pole position. Rex Austin alongside him. Hopefully we can see him smiling at the end of the race on the top step of the podium. Taylor Tomlinson, he's still battling for the championship at the moment, with Josh Perkin alongside him on the grid. Sebastian Gosowski and Nicholas Dunwoody begins the race from the third row of our grid, with Logan Cousins and Archie Hooper in 7th and 8th place. So just an 8-bike field at the moment. Looks like all of them have managed to make it out onto the circuit, which is great to see. And now the question really lies on who is going to be out on top in the wet conditions.
We'll have to wait and see. Our two championship rivals, yet of course firm friends off of the racing surface, that being Taylor Tomlinson and Sebastian Gosowski. They were both out in the AAC LC40 Elites race earlier, so they're both more used to the wet conditions. However, we also saw Taylor Tomlinson DNF from race 2 here in the AC40 Pros, so that might be a little bit of a confidence knock as he hops off the liquid-cooled bike and back onto the air-cooled machine. We are going to have to wait and see as the 8 bikes make their way onto the grid for the final time this weekend, race 3 of the AC40 Pros. And with the championship hotting up, who will have the momentum behind them as they head into Three Sisters? Who will be on top? Is it going to be an easy ride for Taylor Tomlinson heading into the final round, or is Sebastian Gosowski going to push and challenge him like he did in the Rookies Championship last year? It's time for race 3, and it's ice to the lights. It's lights out. We are underway. It's a great start there from Taylor Tomlinson, and also a great start from Rex Austin. He takes the lead heading into turn 1. Sebastian Gosowski also got away super well. He slid into 3rd place ahead of his championship rival Taylor Tomlinson. Preston Baker dropping down to 2nd in the process. Also challenging there looks like Nicholas Dunwoody trying to have a go. Josh Perkins there as well. So it's all very, very tight as they head through Christmas Corner for the first time. The track is drier than it has been before, but it is still not perfect racing conditions. Wet tyres are still on these MiniMoto machines, so it is still about finding the confidence, gauging the conditions, and gauging your own ability. How well can you run in these conditions? As you can see, still a few areas of the track that are damper than others, still a few areas of spray being kicked up. As we see further back, Preston Baker really struggling on this opening lap. He has just dropped backwards. Maybe he's got a problem. That is a shame for him. That though promotes Gosowski into 2nd place, and Taylor Tomlinson up to 3rd. Gosowski has a look to the inside there of the leading bike of Rex Austin's. Oh, down goes. That is Preston Baker. The man who sat on pole position has gone down heading into the boot section. He was really struggling on this opening lap, just couldn't quite find the grip, couldn't quite find the pace, and now a crash. What a disappointing way to start his final race of the weekend. A high side there for Rex Austin. Sebastian Gosowski has to go onto the grass to avoid. That will promote Taylor Tomlinson into the lead. Rex Austin gets back on the bike, gets going again. Luckily everything's still running, but a shake of the head. He knows he has just crashed from the reed and has tumbled down the order. Taylor Tomlinson now leads this race on the number 77. Perfect stuff. He doesn't lead anymore though. There goes Logan Cousins up into P1. But this is perfect stuff for Taylor Tomlinson, because with the championship so tight, now he's in front of Sebastian Gosowski. Now he can hand himself the championship advantage heading into the final round of Three Sisters. And there goes Cousins. Tomlinson gets collected and has to hit the brakes, and through goes Sebastian Gosowski. Absolute chaos here at Whilton Mill. It is quickly becoming a race of attrition with 8 laps left to run.
8 laps remaining in this race. The 64 of Sebastian Gosowski now leads the way. Taylor Tomlinson though, his bike did get hit and he got slightly tracked from the bike of Logan Cousins, who crashed out of the race on the number 7 machine. But the race leader at the moment by just 9/10 of a second. Taylor Tomlinson, Sebastian Gosowski, they go head to head once again, and we've seen this is where Rex Austin high-sided just 1 lap ago. He crashed out of the race lead and threw it away, but potentially with the amount of crashes that we're seeing, we could see him come back as there's Rex Austin. That's Logan Cousins having another crash further down the field. So Logan Cousins crashing at Christmas Corner after losing the front on the number 7. Hopefully they can get that restarted. He has no clue what went on there, why he crashed, but he's back on his feet. The bike is running again, and he's back on the circuit and racing once again. Sebastian Gosowski, he's been caught up by Taylor Tomlinson. Tomlinson looks to have the pace over him last time around. Gosowski was the fastest rider, but keep in mind, Tomlinson did get held up by Cousins' crash. Now we come around the final sector of the circuit. 2 corners remaining through the boot, and then the pit bends as Thomason gets past into the race lead on the 77 machine. He powers out through towards the start finish line now, and what is the lap times going to be? Who is the fastest? Of course it's Thomason, our new race leader, 1.3 seconds faster, and now the gap is already 3 seconds. So Taylor Thomason, a brand new fastest lap of the race.
Yeah, 108.159 for Taylor Tomlinson. Great stuff, but Gazlowski isn't going to take no for an answer. He is going to push, and he's going to try and get and hold on to the back of that number 77. And now that he's behind the faster rider, he can see what Tomlinson is doing. He can learn from his rival. And with these two so close in the championship, that is exactly what's going to happen. Tomlinson is running superbly at the moment, but Gazlowski keeping him honest for the time being with 6 laps left to run in the final race of the AC40 Pros, and Taylor Tomlinson holding on to the lead. But it's been a race of attrition so far. Multiple riders getting caught up in incidents, as there is another one. That's Rex Austin, who's gone down there. That's coming into the middle section of the racetrack. Hopefully everything is okay. No, it was that Rex. Yeah, that was Rex Austin who's gone down there. So a big shame for the 991. He's had a great weekend so far, but looks like his weekend is now over as it becomes 5 laps left to run. Tomlinson leads from Sebastian Gazlowski. Another fastest lap from Tomlinson. That was over a second faster than Gazlowski's previous lap. It was a 107.646. Tomlinson getting more and more confident with every single passing lap. He's just starting to find time. He's starting to get into his rhythm, and he's just feeling good on board that number 77 machine. He is just starting to streak away at the front.
Streaking away at the front of the field, 1.6 seconds as you mentioned, and Josh Perkin just behind these guys in 3rd position, and a 7.1 second gap further behind in 3rd place. So all the Roman marshals did a great job at helping everyone that has had their incidents here. Thomas has managed to avoid them all very, very luckily, but Sebastian Gazlowski, 2nd position. His personal best was set last time around, a 108.954, his personal best for the race, and he's constantly building up, but it's not enough to keep with Taylor Tomlinson. So just 5 laps remaining this time around. He'll come across the final corner now. He'll come towards the line, and then he will make it 4 laps remaining, ticking off the laps in the AC40 Pro. It's the final race of the weekend. Tomlinson, yet another fastest lap, a 107.366 this time around. So he's clearing it off. 3.5 seconds was the gap between himself and his 2022 rookies rival, Sebastian Gazlowski. It's great to see these guys battling on the circuit once again, duking it out like they did last season. Of course, the Rookies Championship last season was won by Tomlinson. Sebastian Gazlowski wasn't able to make the difference in the final couple of rounds. But there's Preston Baker and Rex Austin battling further down the field, and Preston Baker just losing out position actually to Rex Austin. So Rex Austin, after having 2 crashes so far in this race, he's still battling away, and now he's just ahead of Preston Baker for what is going to be 7th position in this AC40 Pro race. They'll come across the line themselves to make it 4 laps remaining in this race, and there is Tomlinson already coming to lap them. So the track's certainly drying at the moment. Lap time's getting faster and faster every single lap now. 107.5 from Tomlinson. Great pace at the front.
Yeah, Tomlinson absolutely flying right now. It's not quite time for Slick as he gets held up just a little bit by Preston Baker, who's had a really disappointing race for himself. Starting from pole position, just hasn't gone his way, unfortunately, but of course I'm sure he'll bounce back at the next round at 3 since it's the final round of the season. But yeah, it's definitely not quite ready for Slicks. There's still a few damp patches out on the track, but Tomlinson is just riding the life out of that motorcycle right now. He is pushing like there's no tomorrow, but he knows he needs this win. He knows to give himself the advantage back in the championship against the old rival yet firm friend Sebastian Gazlowski, who just cannot quite match the 77th pace at the moment. Tomlinson is just enjoying life right now. The sun is back out here at Whilton Mill, even if it is still rather slippery from the downpour earlier. And Tomlinson is in a bit of no man's land. He was 5.5 seconds ahead of Gazlowski at the line last time round. He comes through to lap Rex Austin in a moment's time. You can just see Gazlowski at the back of your shot there. Tomlinson makes it 2 to go here not just in this race, but for the whole weekend for the AC40 Pros. The final MiniMoto race of the weekend here at Whilton Mill. And it has been an enjoyable weekend for all of the MiniMoto action. Of course, if you missed any, just make sure to go back and check out all of the racing action here at FAB Racing or on the Motorsport Radio channels. It has been a brilliant weekend of racing here at round 7 of the FAB Racing Mini Bike British Championship. And Taylor Tomlinson looking to end the MiniMoto action on a high by taking advantage back in the championship fight and giving himself a little bit of the little bit of a gap heading into the final round at Three Sisters.
A new challenge coming at Three Sisters in 1 month's time. Taylor Tomlinson, a new challenge this time around in the wet conditions, and now the track is drying extremely quickly, but Tomlinson is to it like a duck in water. 5.1 seconds is the gap between himself and Sebastian Kosowski now, so constantly expanded, but Kosowski constantly setting his personal best lap of the race. A 108.670 last time around was quicker than Tomlinson by about 7/10 of a second. As now we await to see what lap times are going to be. And it looks like this time around Tomlinson slightly quicker by about half a tenth. So now 77 going down towards the Christmas corners. Rex Austin has had yet another moment. That was to be at the final corner of the circuit. So Rex Austin retiring from the race with just 1 lap remaining. But Taylor Tomlinson, he has 1 more lap to manoeuvre around this Whilton Mill circuit. It's extremely slippy. The sun is out now. The sun will be inside his eyes. Luckily, he has a tint advisory. He's coming upon more lap traffic. How will Tomlinson deal with it? He'll just take his time, use his head like he's done all time around. The 77 Taylor Tomlinson, 5.1 seconds was the gap going on to the final lap. He's played it perfect this time around. He's stayed on the motorcycle and he's used his head. He's shown how mature he is for his age. Taylor Tomlinson comes round the final corner to see the checker flag and wins race 3 of the AC40 Pros. Taylor Tomlinson wins from Sebastian Kosowski in second place. Sebastian Kosowski a further 5 seconds behind, with Josh Perkins yet to cross the line. He looks to take third position. The Macarena for the 77. Once again, he loves a good dance as Archie Hooper congratulates him at the side of the circuit. But great race there. Taylor Tomlinson, he played it perfect and he won by 5 seconds.
Brilliant riding from Taylor Tomlinson, an advantage to the 77 in the fierce championship fight. Macarena is out here at Whilton Mill as we bring the MiniMoto racing to a close here in round 7 of the FAB Racing Mini Bike British Championship. The gap heading into the final round will be around about 38 points between the winner Taylor Tomlinson and P2 Sebastian Goslavsky, as Josh Perkins rounded out the podium. Nicholas Dunwoody finished in 4th place with Logan Cousins in 5th, Archie Hooper in 6th, and an unfortunate final race for both Rex Austin and Preston Baker with multiple crashes. A real shame, just too tricky out there for them. They finish 7th and 8th out on the track. That is it then for your AC40 Pros, but of course don't be alarmed, because they will be back in not too long when we head to the final round at Three Sisters.
Coming up next is the final race of the weekend for the LS2 Helmets MiniGP 70 British Championship. It is the big one here, and it is very impressive to see what season they have had so far. We've had a good grid, a good entry this time around to the series, and we have in total 13 riders lining up and will be making the start of the race. Archie O'Brien, the man who qualified in pole position, all of them it seems to be on wet tyres, understandably, but joining me for this one, for the final race of the weekend, the Premier Class here at FAB, it's going to be Sylvan Mincy. So Sylvan, how are you first of all, and how do you think this race is going to go with such tricky conditions for them?
I think it'll be quite interesting, to be honest. We'll see what they can do. Wow, it is pretty tricky, these conditions. As you can see, it's a little bit wet, a little bit dry everywhere, and we'll have to see who can get their tyres up to heat for the people that don't use tyre warmers, and the ones that do, we'll see them go straight away. But I think this track is all in the head. I think it's not as slippy as people expect. They just don't trust the bike and the track enough. as it isn't that as slippy as you think. It is a slippy track of the calendar, or probably the worst of the calendar, but you just got to get on with it and see what they can do. I think you'll start to see the heavier riders come out on top, like Austin Johnson, Ollie Sims, Wilson Dilks, Bill Harris. You'll start to see them all coming through, and then you'll see a couple of smaller riders like Blake Wilson, Marco Holt, and a couple of the others that will see whether they've got good racecraft in the wet or not.
Well, it's all about building tyre temperatures at the moment for the first couple of laps of this race. But obviously, you've been outside just moments ago before you came into the commentary box. How is the track looking? Is it looking like it might get half wet, half dry pretty soon? Is it already starting to get like that at certain parts of the circuit?
I think it's wet, and it's because you can see it's shiny. It's shiny, so we'll have to wait and see, and we'll see whether they're slipping and sliding or whether they're got a ton of grip. But it's all about just taking as much of the advantage as possible, as much as you can.
The riders waiting to go out on their green flag lap. They'll have just one green flag lap. Hamish McIntosh at the back doing a practice start and getting ready for the start of this race. It's tricky conditions for these guys, and it's going to be tricky for Archie O'Brien, because he's going to be the rider who starts in pole position and hits the first corner first. Marco Holt will be starting alongside him on the front row of the grid. Luke Fitchett and Blake Wilson will be in the second row of our grid, with Wilson Dilks and Bill Harris in 5th and 6th position. Finley Paul Hill and Jensen Bishop are starting in 7th and 8th, with Austin Johnson and Sam Gardner being the riders who round out the top 10 in this class. Ollie Sims and Harry Payne are on the 6th row, with Hamish McIntosh starting from 13th and rounding out our grid. And Will Sullivan with the riders heading to the grid in just a moment's time. Who do you think right now is looking like the favourite for this race?
I think the favourite for this race, from the outside, it might be Marco, as he's been dominating this weekend, but Archie's been coming through. He's been quite impressive this weekend, so we'll have to wait and see what's going to happen, to be honest with you. But I feel like Finley Pole Hill might have quite a good race here. I think Wilson's going to have a good one, and we'll see what Luke can do. Luke's sometimes on and off, and we'll see whether it's his on day or not.
Well, wet conditions springing up a surprise here. Ethan Sparks watching on at the side of the circuit, coming back to FAB for one weekend for some fun after claiming the title for 2 years in a row. But the point to the light has been made, and the lights will go on. It's a very long hold for these riders here, and potentially late start. But no, we go racing for the final time in the Altitude MiniGP 70 British Championship. So Blake Wilson in first position this time around leads the field through. Marco chasing behind him. Luke Fitchett as well in third position. Wilson Dilks diving down the inside, and through he goes on Luke Fitchett. So Fitchett dropping down to fourth position. Blake Wilson leading the way from Mark Hope, but potentially a red flag out there, and then we're going to do another start, it seems, because it was a very, very long hold. It's meant to be about 2 to 5 seconds, and that was well above that.
I think it was a bit of a glitch with the timing system. Blake Wilson will be very annoyed, as you can see he is very annoyed, because he's got an awesome start, same with Ollie Sims, so big shame for them, but everyone else that didn't get a good start is quite happy, I bet, because as you can see all the riders sat up and then the lights went out, so a bit of a technical issue there, and they'll go again. But I think Marco Holt's actually got a lot of pace. He looks very, very strong the way he was going, but we'll call it a practice start, and they'll go again.
Yeah, we'll go again in just a moment's time. Of course, we use the digital lights here, just 2 lights on it, but the riders should hopefully go straight back into a race start. Plenty of them were already out of starting modes and thinking that we would get delayed, and then the lights went out and we went racing. So it's going to be a 11th lap race, and this will be race start number 2, and hopefully we can get racing cleanly this time. Blake Wilson, he's going to want the same start. He battled for the race win the first time around. What's it going to be now as the lights go out and we go racing? Mark Holt wheelies from the start, and Blake Wilson straight away tries to get into the race lead, but Holt leads the way as we head towards the straight, and then we go towards Christmas Corner. This is where we see Blake Wilson make the move. Archie O'Brien third, about to drop down to fourth as Wilson Doubts dives down the inside. Luke Fitchett all the way down in fifth position, ahead of Jensen Bishop at the moment. So Blake Wilson, he hasn't managed to get as good of a start this time around after the delayed start the first time.
Yes, exactly, and I must say Marco was looking strong at the first start, all on the back of Blake, and he's now pulling away a bit from Blake, but he looked like Blake just reined him in there, so actually it might have changed around, but I think, oh, here we go, Blake has done Marco, so here we go, Marco must be on the comeback now. He's not going to be able to have this. As they come into the boot, Marco goes to the sweeping lines, but Wilson Dilks catches them both up through here, so looks like Blake's got a very good second sector, but Marco's very good in sector 1 and sector 3.
Well, Finn and Paul Hill battling further down the field and leading almost a second pack of riders, but Marco Holt, oh, and there is Sam Gardner down on the deck on the final corner, coming on to the start-finish straight. His fuel tank off the motorcycle, but Sam Gardner up on his feet. That's great to see, of course, a part of Wilson Racing, so I'm sure you work with him quite a lot as well. But Mark Holt now demoted to third position, and Wilson Delts in second, as Wilson Delts is starting to look to go for the race lead.
Yeah, well, as you can see, Wilson looks very, very comfortable out there, and here comes Marco lining them up. But I think actually Blake's the one that's holding these two up at the moment. I think Wilson, if he gets by Blake, I think he could go, but Blake does stretch out these guys in sector 2, but then they rein him in sector 1 and 3. So we'll have to see what happens, and he's not very strong on the gas through that section of the boot, and they all catch up to him, so they all bunch up. But here comes Archie O'Brien as well. He was 1.4 off the lead at this last lap, and he is now 1.3, so he has caught them by 1/10. And Wilson Dilks has gone and put the fast lap in of a 1:01.3. So we'll have to see, but here comes Wilson. He might try and line him up. He's going to go for the move, and he's up the inside of Blake Wilson, and he's pushed him wide, and now Blake is back and demoted to second place. And here comes Wilson. Wilson is on a charge and
pulling away at the front. Will Wilson Delts run away with it, or will Blake Wilson manage to hold on at the moment? Marco Holt can only watch on at the moment as he struggles to get past Blake Wilson. And obviously you've raced with Blake yourself this year at Clandell. How difficult is it to get past this number 8 riders? Actually, he looks down the inside for the race lead.
Well, they're still young, so they don't have the biggest amount of racecraft, but the way they ride is still very, very impressive, and he is a hard rider to pass, but it's all about the technique of to stop someone to pass, and Wilson's doing that perfectly, and Blake was doing it awesome, but when you're already tight and someone's going up your inside, there's a certain amount, and here comes Marco Hull lining up Blake, but he's going to go to the outside. Blake goes tight, which is actually not going to help him stay with Wilson. He's going to run wide. He's going to run wide with this, not be able to open the gas, and as you can see, Marco's all over the back of Blake, and Wilson's going to pull. Marco needs to go for a move, and there it is. He's done the move, and now he's got to catch Wilson, so we'll have to see as he goes onto the curbs there. He's now already reining in Wilson and feeling comfortable. He does run a little bit wide, and Blake's back up the inside. Good racecraft by Blake, but now they're all on Wilson again. So here we go. Are we going to see Blake up the inside of Wilson Dilks? Not this time around.
Not this time around, but it's still 8 laps remaining. There's still plenty of opportunities to make passes. No one's able to break away from this part. We thought Wilson Dilks might be able to make a gap and stretch out this front group, but it doesn't seem like it at the moment. Now we come across the line, 7 laps remaining this time around. Holt still in third, the fastest lap of the race, going down to Blake Wilson, the number 8 in a 58.888, as now we see Mark Holt go down the inside. Blake Wilson leaning on him there, trying to stop him making that move at Christmas Corner. These two are really at risk of holding each other up at the moment, as we see Marco Holt still just sitting behind Blake Wilson. He's trying different lines though. He's trying to take wider lines compared to Wilson Delts, as Holt certainly looking down the inside. None of them though able to make a move, as Blake Wilson does manage to make a move into the race lead. So now the number 8 leads in the way, trying now, this is his chance to try and stretch the gap. Mark Holt, he falls through. Maybe he thinks that Blake Wilson is the one to watch, the one that could break this gap.
Yeah, well, here we go, and Wilson, he's gone from coming over the line in first to being back in third and actually losing on these guys, so It looks like he might have a problem, or he's just not feeling as comfortable as these guys, as Marco goes and sets the fastest lap of the race. Whoa! And Wilson Dilks is down and out of the race in third place, and that has promoted Archie O'Brien up into third. What a shame for him. Hopefully he's okay. It looks like he's hurt his left wrist there. Big shame. He was just losing the back of these guys, and he does look quite injured. I don't know whether this is going to be a red flag as his bike's on the side of the track. He does nod his head to say he's okay, but we'll have to see what happens. So
we'll have to wait and see what happens at the moment with Wilson Dilks. So it's just at that point where you're cracking on the throttle, you're still on the edge of the tyre, using all the edge grip you've got on these wet tyres, and it gets into the power band and flicks you off. But now Marco Holt, it's now a 2-horse race at the front. He leads the way by 1/10 of a second from Blake Wilson at the line. At the line last time around, it was Wilson in front. Now it's Holt in front, and there is the second gap in the race, second group I should say, as Finlay Paulhill is ahead of Ollie Sims, Austin Johnson and Bill Harris. So these riders really having a good tussle, a 4-way battle for what is going to be now fifth position.
Yeah, well, this is actually, sorry, I've just got so distracted. Like, this is really interesting. It's really good to see that they're in a pack and they're not all just on their own. And where Wilson crashed, it looks like there's a puddle on the inside, so he might have hit that, and which caused the rear to lose grip. But as you can see, there's two big riders here. They've just overtaken each other. Austin Johnson, oh wow, contact with Ollie Sims and Austin Johnson in the second corner on the exit of Christmas Corner. But these two are very strong on the brakes. All three riders are very heavy, other than Finlay Paulhill, who is a little bit smaller than these guys. So these have got a little bit more of an advantage than the rest.
5 laps remaining in this race. This battle continues on for 4th position, and the podium currently locked out by Holt, Wilson and O'Brien. Archie O'Brien kind of in no man's land at the moment in 3rd position, nowhere near Blake Wilson and nowhere near Finlay Paulhill. So now we come across the line. Archie O'Brien 11.5 seconds away from Blake Wilson in front, and now Ollie Sims and Finlay Paulhill are a further 6 seconds behind Archie O'Brien. So in no man's land at the moment as Austin Johnson looks to make a move once again on Ollie Sims. Can he make it work? As you mentioned, the two heavier riders in this field, Finlay Paulhill, though slightly lighter, leading this group away, but Austin Johnson getting pushed wide once he tried to make a move there. Bill Harris, he can only watch this unfold. He's not able to fully get in there and try and make a move on the number 14 machine.
Yeah, well, actually, this is a really interesting battle. And there we go, Bill Harris up the inside of Austin. Very nice. Not too aggressive, not too harsh, but not too soft. Just to keep that position. But Finlay Paulhill is stretching out this group now, and now it's left to a 3-way fight. And here comes Bill. Bill is on it on these last 3 laps. And here goes Austin up the inside, and Bill shuts the door on him. What a move by Bill, and what a good note showing his nose. He should have gone for that, shouldn't have Austin. But here you go. Ollie also looks like he's trying to rein in Finlay, but track actually looks pretty dry now. I don't know whether that is just the way the whole track is, but as you come out of turn 2, it actually looks much wetter there. So this might be a dry track or coming dry. And there goes Austin up the inside of Bill Harris. And when I have rode with Austin here on a Tuesday night just training, he is really strong at that corner, but he used to miss the corner, so it's really good that he's now able to get it stopped.
These riders continuing to battle on. This is the battle to watch on the circuit at the moment as Marco Holt has a 2.8 second lead. This, of course, being the premier class that we have here in the LS2 helmets, MiniGP 78 British Championship. It is essentially a feeder series to the RNG British Talent Cup, which, of course, you'll be racing yourself, Sullivan, Mincy this season, and you'll be doing very well. And also, it's a feeder series into the RedBull Rookies, which hopefully we can see yourself in, Sullivan, next season with any luck from yourself.
Yeah, well, that's the plan, and we'll have to wait and see. But this is what everyone aspires to be. And as we see Wilson Dilks walk by our commentary booth, the bike looks okay. His helmet is off, and as they carry it back, he does look okay, which is very lucky. But actually, I've reined in while I'm talking about Wilson Dilks. We go back to the race. Ollie Sims, Austin, and Bill Harris have all reined in Finlay Paulhill, so they've had a couple hard laps working to catch. And Finlay is very good on the exit out of there. I think he might go back another gear, but he's got a very good line out of there because he gets a big gap in there, so he's very good for that sector 2. But as you can see, Bill's dropping off a bit there, and as we go back to Hamish McIntosh, as Marco Holt starts to catch. And where is Blake Wilson? Blake Wilson has actually lost the back of Marco Holt. So Blake has backed off of the times, as he's done a 58.2 instead of Marco's 57.4.
Now, last lap time, and he's going past Hamish McIntosh. He's trying his best. He's trying to go around the outside and then through the inside. Undercuts him and gets past. Of course, no blue flags here at Fab. But Marco Holt, the final half a lap, 600 metres left of this circuit of Whilton Mill for this weekend, for the Premier Class here at Fab. But Marco Holt has been unstoppable this time around in the wet conditions. He's on top once again. Marco Holt, he swims himself to the line and he wins the race from Blake Wilson, who's a further 3 seconds behind Archie O'Brien. We'll wait to see if he can cross the line. He was in no man's land all the way throughout the race, but he kept focused and he kept consistent. Archie O'Brien should claim the final podium with the Spider-Man helmet, but there is the 27th battle, and there is Marco Holt wins away. But there we go, everyone crossed the line now. Archie O'Brien, he does claim that third position on the 91, so he does come across just ahead of that battle, which was won by Finlay Paul Hill, Ollie Sims, Austin Johnson and Bill Harris unable to get in front of them at the end. But a very impressive race. And Luke Fitchett at the moment down in 9th, showing on our monitor, and yet to cross the line.
Yeah, big shame about Luke just not had the best of races this one. But it was Marco Holt that has come out on top of this race, with Blake Wilson in 2nd position, Archie O'Brien in 3rd, Finlay Polehill in 4th with a very impressive ride, Ollie Sims 5th, Austin Johnson 6th, Bill Harris 7th, Harry Payne 8th, and Luke Fitchett in 9th place, followed by Hamish McIntosh.
A great race from the LS2 helmets, MiniGP 70 British Championship. Of course, these guys will be back in action in just 1 month's time at Three Sisters. Sullivan, it was great hearing from you once again. Great to be in the commentary box, as always. A massive pleasure for us. We wish you the best of luck next weekend at Alton Park. And of course, these guys will be back on track in 1 month's time.
On the road to MotoGP and the feeder series to the British Talent Cup and RedBull Rookies. Live from Whilton Mill. This is FAB-Racing Minibike's British Championship. Title Decider.
Coming up is the title decider of the Mini F1 Sidecar Championship. The championship looks like it's going down to the wire. Jason and Leo Greenstreet and Mick Williams battle it out once again. It's a battle for the ages. It's a battle for the history books. And the number 90 and the 26 have been duking it out on the circuit all the way throughout the season. It's been no different this round. There's been contact between them throughout the races, and with the wet conditions out here at Whilton Mill, is Mick Williams going to struggle on their 2-stroke machine? They're currently out on their warm-up lap before they're going to go racing, and on pole position, Jason and Leo Greenstreet, they line up with a 59.180 in qualifying. Mick Williams will be next to them on the grid. They'll be battling out throughout the whole race. So Mick Lee having issues in race 2. They'll be hoping for a comeback and hoping to make a dent in the championship this time around. They'll be alongside Vince Bailey and Amy Tilbrook. They've had the up and down weekend, and so is Chris and Robert Impey, who began the race from 5th at the front of the 3rd row. Next to them is going to be Mark Parker and Ems, with John Hosker, Jamie Alexander and Martin Hells on the final row of our grid. It's going to be an exciting one. Mick Williams or the Greenstreets? Who is your money on?
Well, we will just have to wait and see. 50 points is the gap in the championship between the 26 machine of Mick Williams and Michael Elms on the registration, but Jack Quarters this weekend, and the number 90 machine of Jason and Leo Greenstreet. Of course, the Greenstreets starting from pole. But for Mick Williams to wrap up the championship this weekend, what he needs to do is to win and have the Greenstreets DNF. That is what needs to happen for Mick Williams to walk away from the penultimate round of the FAB Racing Minibike British Championship here at Whilton Mill with the title. So we'll have to wait and see how it's all going to unfold. The sidecars making their way to the grid. Of course, it's the Green Streets on pole. Mick Williams starts in P2 with Mick Lee P3 and Vince Bailey in P4. Chris and Robert in P5. The Mark Parker P6. John Hosker P7. Jamie Alexander in P8. Red lights are on. Red lights are off. We go racing. It is a great start from the Green Streets. They cut across to cover the 26 of Mick Williams, and they do so. The Green Streets take the lead through Oblivion Corner. Oh, the Green Streets lose the rear of the sidecars, somehow managing to keep it pointing on the straight and narrow. Now here comes Mick Williams, and the 26 gets into the lead, but not if the Green Streets have anything to say about it. Up the inside, the conditions clearly very, very tricky. You can see the sidecars moving about left and right as they make their way through the corners, but the Green Streets, after a scary half spin, do lead here in race 3 at Whilton Mill, but Mick Williams and the 26 is right behind him again to win the championship. The 26 machine needs to win and have the 90 DNF. That is the only way that this championship does not go to the final round at Three Sisters up in Wigan. But for now, the Green Streets and the 90 lead the way from the 26 of Mick Williams. Mick Williams has a look to the inside. It was very much similar to this in race 2. Mick Williams just waiting, but could not find the gap through. Maybe he will be able to find his way through this time if he comes to the line to complete lap 1.
Mick Williams also having a slight moment coming out of turn 2 on the first lap. Nowhere near as big of a slide as Jason Leo Greenstreet. Once again have it, both of them drifting away, and now Mick Williams take the race lead, so potentially maybe some slick tyres in the back of Jason Leo Greenstreet's sidecar, it looks like. So that will explain why they're drifting out of turn 2. It seems to be the slippiest part of the circuit. There was puddles there just 10 minutes ago, but now they continue to battle. Mick Williams taking a much tighter line, while Green Street behind taking a much more conventional line. Of course, 2-stroke versus 4-stroke once again. Who is this going to suit this time around? The mixed conditions for these guys, the track is starting to dry, and at the line 0.3 of a second separated them. It's a bit more than that, and the order has swapped round with the Green Streets demoted to second position. And Mick Williams, they're wanted to try and wrap up the championship, wanted to push the Green Streets and their sidecar to the absolute limit as we come across the line to make it just 5 laps remaining.
It is the number 26 of Mick Williams who leads the way from the Green Streets in P2. Let's see how they handle the second turn. The right-hander crook this time much better. No kicking out of the rear of the sidecar this time. Now it's just about head down. Let's chase the 26 for the Green Streets. Vince Bailey currently in P3. Amy Tilbrook in the passenger seat, the 369. Of course, the showman of the Mini F1 sidecar, Paddock. Cast your minds back to last time at Rara. Somehow not rolling the sidecar over, pulling off some Tony Hawk Pro Skater moves, grinding on the curves with 2 wheels up in the air. And as they now head round the left-hander and back down the hill at Parker and into Chapman, it's still the 26 who leads from the 90. But it's anybody's guess as to who's going to be on top in this race. They are so close together. Mick Williams' last lap was a 103.1. You've got to factor in the Green Street spin there. They were a second slower, but they are in hot pursuit, both in terms of being right on the tail and both in terms of the sun. It is warm again here at Whilton Mill, and although the track is still damp, the temperature rising once again. The showers have passed, and now it is all about the racing action. A little bit of mud on the outside of Oblivion there, actually, so you don't want to fall too much offline. Oh, big wobble from Mick Williams on the exit of the right-hander at Crook, and darting back up the hill and into Christmas Corner. Mick Williams, he's taking a very tight line on the entry line. I wonder if he's running wet tyres on that sidecar, because he is, of course, Mick Williams with Jack Courtin on board, the same passenger that he had in race 1 and 2. But I think that he may be running wet tyres, because if you just look at the lines that he's taking into the corners, he's not running his typical line. Maybe he's trying to find some water to cool those tyres down.
You're going to have to wait and see after the race what the tyres are like. But Mick Williams, whatever the case, they're the fastest on the circuit. They have a 3.7 second lead. Actually, no, they don't. It seems like there was a slight issue with the time in there, but they have a fast lap of the race nevertheless. 1 minute 2.197 last time around. They come across the line now to make it 3 laps. So what's it going to be now, though? As a 101.928 from Jason Leo Greenstreet. They're starting to make the gap smaller and smaller on the 90. They are in chase. Jason Leo Greenstreet, the fastest riders on the circuit and the fastest lap of the race going to them on the number 90 machine. They power it out through on that 4-stroke motor, trying to extract as much performance as they can from that outfit as they chase the reigning champions for the past couple of seasons. They want to put an end to their dominance, as now side by side heading into the middle part of the circuit, heading into Parker before we head to Chapman. And now Mick Williams continuing this now, looking down the inside there was Jason and Leo Greenstreet. 3 laps remaining. It's going to go down to the wire in this mini F1 sidecar class. The final time they are out on circuit, and then they're going to have to wait a whole month. So this is the race that matters. This is the race that allows you to have confidence heading into the final round. But now we come across the start-finish line now to be get 2 laps remaining. A 101.5 now from Mick Williams, a whole 1.3 seconds quicker than Jason and Leo Greenstreet. It's going to be an exciting one there, as there's Chris and Robert Impey battling away further down the field.
Absolutely, you have to remember that if they finish as they do, Mick Williams, Jason and Leo Greenstreet, if they finish as they do, the championship goes to the final round. It'll only be 55 points separating them in the championship. It needs to be 75 or more for Mick Williams to take the title. The only way the title can go for this race, the only way that Mick Williams can clinch it here at Whilton Mill, is if the Greenstreets retire and the 26 machine wins. You can see just how hard the Greenstreets are pushing through that middle section of the track, though, the previous lap, after backing out of the move on Mick Williams. 2 wheels picking up in the air as well. We'll have to wait and see what it's going to be. Again, the previous race, it was a last corner lunge from the Greenstreets, battering the 26 machine out of the way. A bit of rubbing and racing, but as we make it one more tour of Whilton Mill in 2023 for the Mini F1 sidecars, who is going to have the advantage in the championship? Mick Williams spins and rolls. The championship leader spins the sidecar and rolls. Looks like everyone is okay. They're going to try and keep going, but it's beached in the grass. The 26 got it wrong when they didn't need to get it wrong. At the worst possible time, Mick Williams has rolled the sidecar, and it is going to cost him a lot of ground in the championship table. We came into this race with just 50 points, separating the Greenstreets from the 26. And now they have fallen down the order. And with a roll, somehow the sidecar is still running. But the number 90 will somehow win here and take the advantage and become the hunters heading into Three Sisters at the final round. The Greenstreets make it 2 from 3. They win race 3 here at Whilton Mill with a bit of luck on their side. Jason and Leo Greenstreet have just made up monumental ground in the championship to Mick Williams further down the order. This should be the fight for second place, I believe, as we see here coming through the final corners, the 369 against the 127. That is Vince Bailey and Amy Tilbrook against John Hosker, and second place has gone to the 369 of Vince Bailey, who's going to be a drag race to the line. Who gets third? It's John Hosker on the 127. John Hosker on the 127 gets the final podium place, and now we wait to see where Mick Williams comes in. Mick Williams is 6th place. Chris and Robert Impey on the 457, just finishing in front. So Mick Williams has lost 15 points. The gap is 35 points in the championship heading to the final round. Lewis Ray, I mean, they saved the drama to the last moment, Mick Williams and the 26 machine. That is incredible. 2 out of 3 for the Greenstreets. Mick Williams with a roll on the final lap, still finishes in 6th place, but there's only 35 points in the championship heading into the final round at Three Sisters.
Coming down to the final lap is what we came to expect from the Mini F1 sidecars. That is a championship changing moment at the moment. But Mick Williams, 35 points, that is it. Going into the final round, just 3 races remaining on the calendar this season. Jason Leo Greenstreet winning from Vince Bailey and Amy Tilbrook in 2nd place. John Hosker finishing the race in 3rd position as they wave and give handshakes to the crowd. Mark Parker and Ems comes home in 4th, with Chris and Robert Impey rounding out the top 5. Mick Williams well, not Michael Williams, Jack Quarters finishes in 6th position, and championship lead comes down massively. Jamie Alexander and Martin Hells rounds out our Mini F1 sidecar grid with a championship. Well, it's only beginning to heat up with still 3 more races to go in a month's time at the Three Sisters circuit, where it's going to be a completely new venture for the Mini F1 sidecar class.
Race 3 for the Extreme 200s here at Whilton Mill, the penultimate round of the FAB Racing Mini Bike British Championship. And although the championship is done and dusted, we have crowned Sullivan Mounsey on top of the Extreme 200 world. That's not to say they're not going to go out there and give us a show, because we've got some fantastic riders, some fantastically fast bikes out there in this field. And if the first two races are anything to go by, factor in a little bit of a damp track following this earlier afternoon and the downpour that came down. Although it's sunny now, the track is still not up to full racing conditions, although I believe some riders are feeling brave enough to go for slick rubber, Lewis. So it could be interesting to see how it all unfolds. But the championship is done, all the pressure is off. Now it's just about the racing.
Yeah, it's all about the racing on the circuit. A massive field that we have here in the Extreme 200s. It's always great to see the riders turning up, but a lot of slick rubber, it looks like there. Rossi Banham being one of them, maybe even Charlie Huntingford, but we're going to have to wait and see. We'll be able to tell the first couple of laps. You would think if anyone wants to even go on the wet tyres, there's Sullivan Mounsey as well, pulling up to the grid. Bailey Stewart Campbell returning to FAB Racing this year. Took a couple of seasons out after going to basketball, a slightly different sport, to motorcycle racing, but now returning to the best sport in the world and to the best championship in the world here at FAB Racing. And it's going to be extremely great racing in the Extreme 200 class. Sullivan Mounsey, can he convert a race win after just winning the championship earlier on?
We'll have to wait and see. Filip Sorowiak, last year's champion, starts from the pole position with the two-time back-to-back LS2 helmets Mini GP British Championship to Ethan Sparks. He starts from second. Bailey Stewart Campbell is third with Henry McCartney alongside him. Your new champion, Sullivan Mounsey, he starts from P5, and I've been told there's some post-race celebrations to look forward to. Alongside him is Richard Holmes-Williams. Blake Wilson is 7th with Dan Goodman in 8th. Charlie Huntingford and Rossi Banham round out the top 10. Austin Johnson is in P11 with Brandon Keane in P12. The 7th row of the grid is Reece Peacock with Simon Huntingford alongside. Aidan Bentley starts P15 with Ollie Sims going up from 16th. And Jordan Thomas and Will Howarth round out our 18 bike grid here in the Extreme 200s. I'm not entirely sure if we've got all 18 bikes making it onto the grid. We'll have to wait and see. But as the front of the pack make their way through and form up on the grid, it does look like it's a slightly smaller than 18 bike grid. But that is all okay, because it's still going to be a fantastic race full of action. Of course, here we see Filip Sorowiak, who, much like Sullivan Mounsey, next week will be racing at Alton Park in the RNG British Talent Cup. It's all ice to the lights for race 3. It's lights out and we are underway. It's a great start from the sole man on the front row. Filip Sorowiak, your new champion. Sullivan Mounsey ducks into second place just ahead of Richard Holmes-Williams, and Bailey Stewart Campbell are in the mix as well on the run. Up to Christmas corner we go, and sliding through a lovely move there from Bailey Stewart Campbell. And as we continue to head round on this lap, it is Filip Sorowiak, last year's champion, who leads from Sullivan Mounsey, your new champion of 2023. And Sullivan Mounsey, he'd love to end off his championship crowning weekend with a race win and get some good emotions and get some good vibes before he also heads off to Alton Park for the British Talent Cup next weekend. But Filip Sorowiak, we know, actually, well, I was glad to say Filip Sorowiak's excellent defending, but Sullivan Mounsey's already gone through just outside of our picture shot. So Sullivan Mounsey, your new champion on the number 4. He will lead lap 1 as he heads into pit bend, the final corner.
Bailey Stewart Campbell in third position, the rider to watch in my opinion at the moment, on slick tyres in these conditions, while the two riders in front are on wet. So potentially as the race progresses, at the moment I think Sullivan Mounsey and Filip Sorowiak need to stretch out a lead as soon as possible on these wet tyres before the likes of Bailey Stewart Campbell on the slicks manages to catch up. Rossi Banham as well, one of the riders on dry tyres as well. So currently at the front, 6/10 of a second was Mounsey's lead last time around on the wets. Bailey Stewart Campbell lurking behind Sorowiak already, so potentially could we see Bailey Stewart Campbell battling for a race win in a couple of laps time. 10 laps remaining in this race. And also further down the field, Ollie Sims making moves on Charlie Huntingford. Only 8 bikes managing to make it out onto the circuit. Some mixed conditions here at Whilton Mill. They power it out through now though to come across the line to make it 9 laps remaining. The fastest lap of the race going to Sullivan Mounsey, a 53.867 this time around. Almost a second quicker than Filip Sorowiak behind, half a second quicker Then Philip Soroviak behind Billy Stewart Campbell as well, about the same pace as Soroviak. So we're going to have to wait and see what that gap and what the lap times are going to be like as the race progresses.
We would just have to wait and see, with 9 laps left to run in the final Extreme 200 race of the weekend here. The penultimate round of the FAB-Racing Minibike British Championship. Sullivan Mounty starting to pull a little bit of a gap ahead of Philip Soroviak on the number 6 machine. Of course, Harvey Claridge's old bike from back in the day. And if you remember correctly, Philip Soroviak, they have no idea how that thing works. They've got no idea how to set it up. They don't even know what engine it's going to be. He just hops on and he rides it, and he's not half bad because he's currently running in second. Obviously qualified on pole and has run a fair few races on it this season, I would say, but he is under a lot of pressure from the fast lapping Bailey Stewart Campbell, a 53.333 from Bailey Stewart Campbell, the fastest lap of the race so far. Of course, Sullivan Mounty and Bailey Stewart Campbell, they've been racing against each other since 2016. Those two go back a long time here at Fab Racing, and obviously moving on to the British Talent Cup and beyond. But it is Super Sullivan Mounty, your new champion. He leads the way with a 1.2 second gap back to Philip Soroviak in P2 on the number 6. Elsewhere, Rossi Banham currently in P4 in the 196. A pretty good running from him, with Richard Holmes-Williams pretty close behind in tow. And Austin Johnson having a great run on that Metrokit machine that he's running. It's Mason Foster's old bike, back from 2021. Of course, Mason Foster now off racing in Spain and elsewhere, but a champion on the LS2 helmets MiniGP 70 British Championship a few years ago. Mousy fastest lap of the race at 52.805 as he will see Ollie Sims and Charlie Huntingford. Those two have swapped places. Huntingford now ahead of Ollie Sims, who's been having a pretty solid weekend so far. He had a few offs earlier on today in the wet, but he's been strong ever since, and he's doing a great job out there on track at the moment with 7 laps remaining. The number 73 bringing up the rear, but not to say he's the slowest on circuit. He is doing a mighty job. It just goes to show the strength of this Extreme 200 field, that when you've got a rider like Ollie Sims at the back, you know everybody in it is quick.
Everyone's quick, and right now Sullivan Mounty is the quickest, a 52.8 fastest lap of the race. But to give you a full update on the tyres at the moment, Sullivan Mounty and Philip Soroviak are the top 2 runners in the field, and the top 2 wet runners. Bailey Stewart Campbell is on slick tyres, with Rossi Banham also on dry. Richard Williams, he was on slicks. He was even trying to do a burnout on the grid to try and get some temperature in them. While Austin Johnson, Charlie Huntingford and Ollie Sims are also on the wet tyres. So it's a real mix. We have 3 dry tyre runners. The rest of them are on wet. But there's Ollie Sims pulling into the pit lane and retiring. That was one of our wet runs. But of course, Charlie Huntingford also racing in the RNG British Talent Cup for the Motor Technic team. He's having a great season so far, constantly learning and improving, as now he's came back here in the Extreme 200 class for the 2nd or 3rd time this season to have a good play out on track. And he's doing a good job of it at the moment, racing with the full-time runner Austin Johnson, racing in 2 classes this weekend is Austin Johnson. Rumour is that he might even have a little go at the LC40L leaks before the end of the season is done as well. That would be certainly interesting to see. But this interesting battle on the circuit continues, with Huntingford looking down the inside. This is now the battle for 6th position. Well, at the front, Philip Soroviak sets the fastest lap of the race at 52.002, and now he's right on the back of Sullivan Mounty. That gap has completely disappeared. 9 tenths quicker last lap, and Sullivan Mounty 3 tenths slower than the lap before his best lap of the race. So what is going to happen is this is also dragging Bailey Stewart Campbell back into the mix.
It is indeed. We are very quickly getting a 3-way fight for the race 3 victory on our hands. Who has got the best of it? Is it going to be your new champion, Sullivan Mounty, or can Philip Soroviak find a way past, or can Bailey Stewart Campbell sneak through for a cheeky win? We'll just have to wait to see. It's 4 laps left to run this time at the line, and there is barely anything separating them. 0.6 of a second covering the top 3 as they make their way through Crook and on the run up to Christmas Corner, the trickiest corner on the circuit. I bet these guys are very happy with the fact it is mostly dry up there now, because it causes havoc, that right-hander, when it is wet. Now on the run down the hill and back into Ashley Corner, another very, very difficult corner around here at Whilton Mill, but all clean through so far. These guys all racing very clean, all very respectful, but nobody really making a lunge yet. Sullivan Mounty is not making any big defensive moves, but similarly, Philip Soroviak is just not quite going on the attack yet. I think he's just waiting, being patient. There's still a few laps left to run as Bailey Stewart Campbell, has a look to the inside, heading into the left-hander of the boot. But
No, they're all just sitting there. They're being patient. They're playing the waiting game. And they're just waiting for the last to tick down. Maybe put some pressure on the rider in front. Or maybe, in situations like this, Filip Sorovic perhaps thinking about defending from the riders behind. We'll have to wait and see as we rocket back up the hill, up to Christmas Corner. Such an amazing, amazing piece of track. That is that run from Oblivion and down there. And now Sorovic may be going on the attack on Sullivan Mounty. Does he have a look to the inside into Ashby? No. Decides not to, and decides to hold station for the time being.
Waiting and ready to pounce. Filip Sorovic with Bailey Stewart Campbell sitting in third. One mistake from Sullivan Mounty, the reigning champion, as you can see now, and he is going to drop 2 positions. It's such a tight class in the Extreme 200 class at the moment, but Filip Sorovic almost looked like he was going to get overtaken by Bailey Stewart Campbell in the small look down the inside, but he backed out of it very, very quickly as we come across the line now. 2 laps remain in the Extreme 200 class, and Filip Sorovic, a little move, little look down the inside there as we power out through towards Christmas Corner. Is this going to be his chance? Is this going to be his opportunity? No, it is not. He's going to wait a little bit longer. Is he potentially preparing for the final lap of the race to make this move work and make this move stick into Ashby now? And then we power out through towards Parker and then Chapman's. It's such a tricky part of the circuit. It's the most technical part of the track, but now Bailey Stewart Campbell, 3rd position, still at the moment waiting, lurking, watching and learning from these 2 riders, currently racing in the British Talent Cup. Bailey Stewart Campbell, of course, also racing in the British Talent Cup a couple of years ago, but it's going to be a grandstand finish as the battle further down the field between Austin Johnson and Charlie Huntingford continues on for 6th position with 1 lap remaining. They are going to battle it out through, but Filip Sorovic is going to make a move this time around into Christmas Corner. He looks round the outside onto the back brake as well. He's going to try and build it up, build the speed through the left now, and he backs out of it. Bailey Stewart Campbell, if he wants a chance to win this race, he's going to have to make it soon as he heads into Ashby, and then he power it.
Oh, it's a mistake for Sorovic.
Filip Sorovic there, losing a position. He's going to try and make it back. No, he dives down the inside, and he makes it work as they head towards Chapman now. He's back ahead, and Sullivan Mounty, it looks like he's been let loose.
He does indeed. A mistake from Sorovic has held up Bailey Stewart Campbell and left the champion to take the checkered flag and cruise on home. The battle for second still rages on, but it's your new champion, Sullivan Mounty, who takes victory in race 3 at Whilton Mill with a sublime ride. And he will be delighted with that one. Filip Sorovic manages to recover after that mistake on the final lap. He finishes in P2, and Bailey Stewart Campbell, unfortunately, just getting held up by that Sorovic mistake. He had to drop back, and P3 was where he finished in the end. But it's your new champion pointing to the bike. He knows what's happened here. It is this man, Manic Sullivan Mounty, who takes the championship victory. And just for celebration, surely a little championship burnout. Well, trying one anyway. It's still a little bit wet up there, but how about that for your new champion of the Extreme 200 in 2023, Sullivan Mounty. Take a bow, son. You've done it.
He's done it once again on the top step of the podium, and a nice little burnout, destroying what was left of those wet tyres. But hopefully he won't be needing it at Three Sisters in a month's time. Hopefully we can have drier conditions than what we had on Sunday here today. It's still slightly mixed for these guys. It was mixed in tyre choice anyway. And Sullivan Mounty, he is your race winner by half a second after Filip Sorovic made a mistake on the final lap. Bailey Stewart Campbell, a podium finisher there in third. He does another burnout now as Richard Holmes-Williams and Rossi Banham rounded out the top 5 of the race. Austin Johnson and Charlie Huntingford finished in 6th and 7th, with Ollie Sims DNFing from the race. And he'd be upset about that one, but Sullivan Mounty, he is absolutely buzzing, and he is having a little chat now with Marco Holt. Will he do another one for the fans? But of course, if you've watched this, you want to get involved, you want to rival Sullivan Mounty next season, message anyone or go onto the FAB-Racing website and find how you can get involved, and you could potentially be on the RNG British Talent Cup next season. Rossi Banham as well, after his 4th place finish, coming back into the paddock. But of course, these guys will be back on track and back in action in 1 month's time at Three Sisters.
For the final time this weekend, Moto team make their way out onto the Whilton Mill circuit, and the Open Championship is all we are interested in, being brutally frank about it. The Standard Championship is done and dusted. Team Pink in the Brain wrapped that up last time at Rara, and they were so confident and happy that they wrapped it up that they haven't even turned up this time at Whilton Mill. But the Open Championship is still super, super close. The number 1 of Team Acme Racing, the 119 of Team Ernie the Badger, and Will Howarth on the number 96, covered by just 55 points heading into this final race of the weekend. Of course, if anybody drops 75 points back from the championship leader, they are out of championship contention, but I can't see that happening with how well Will Howarth has been riding this weekend. This one is surely going to the final round, down or up rather, should I say, depending on where you are in the country, at Three Sisters in Wigan. The riders making their way out onto the grid now, and once again looks like it's not going to be an entire full grid of riders, but a few of them still just sliding their way through and making their way into the correct grid spot. And I cannot see a Will Howarth out there, which could be interesting. There is no Will Howarth as far as my eye can see, but on the pole it should have been Will Howarth. We'll wait to see if he turns up. Josh Hill on the 25 starts in second with Team Acme Racing starting in P3. Fraser Ginnard starts in P4 with Jack Van Eden in P5. Team Dis P6, and in the fourth row it's made up of Harrison O'Keefe and Scott Jewett. Tristan Margot and Ben O'Keefe round out the top 10, with Phil Mapplebrook and Team Ernie the Badger a disappointing qualifying for them, especially given their championship hopes there in 12th. Team Burt starts 13th with Rob Huntley in 14th. Madison Bartley and Gary O'Keefe round out our grid, and yeah, I can't see Will Howarth there, and that is a concern. That is a big concern, because if Team Acme Racing take home the 25 points, that puts Will Howarth out of championship contention in the Moto Team Open class, and given how dominant he's been, that would have been a surprise.
It would be a massive surprise. The Moto Team class springing up surprises once again, and there is no wet runners to my knowledge. There's no wet tyres out in the circuit. They're all on full dries after a rain shower about an hour ago. So the 25 as well of Josh Hill, he's in the standard class this time around, but of course Team Acme Racing in the open class, they're the ones we are going to be watching this time around. So no Will Howarth this time around, so that's going to put him potentially out of championship contention heading into the final round of the championship. Very, very sad to see. It's such a shame, but we are going to go racing anyway. The final Gary O'Keefe lines up at the back of the grid. The point to the light has been made where the lights will appear on. And the lights go up straight away and we go racing. Team Acme Racing having had the best of starts, and they dropped down to third, potentially fourth, as it's Josh Hill who leads the field away and leads the field through of the 191 of Fraser Kennard in second position. Now it's Jack Van Eden going round the outside of Team Acme Racing. He backs out of it very, very quickly, tries to get the undercut already, but now we await to see what is going to happen with Josh Hill now leading this field through. He got a jump start penalty in race 2. Hopefully none of the such this time around. So did Will Howarth, but Will Howarth managed to stretch out a race lead. But no Will Howarth, could we see Josh Hill potentially get the overall race win, as there's Phil Maplebeck having a battle with Harrison O'Keefe a couple of places behind in the middle of this pack, with the Moto Team class springing up surprises with Team Acme Racing in third.
Third overall, second in class for Team Acme Racing, the 191 Fraser Ginnard with a lightning bolt start away from the light. And well, Team Acme Racing, they'll be wanting to take home maximum points to take this opportunity and try and eliminate Will Howarth from championship contention again. He's decided not to head out for this race, whether he's had enough and packed up and gone home, or there's a problem with the bike, we're just not sure. But no Will Howarth. And if Team Acme Racing, if they are able to get full points or get the second place in class, which they are on track to do at the moment, then Will Howarth is knocked out of championship contention. And with Team Ernie the Badger down in P8 overall and P4 in class, they are giving themselves all of the advantage heading into the final round at Three Sisters and looking to make it a back-to-back championship in the open class. But up the front, it's Josh Hill leading the standard, leading overall again. Standard championship wrapped up. That was done last time out at Rara. The open championship is the one that we've got our eyes on. But Josh Hill leads the standard class. Fraser Kennard in P2 overall leads the open class, but for how much longer? Because Team Acme Racing goes down the inside, heading into Pit Bend, the final corner. And I believe they have got through, and they have. So Team Acme Racing second overall first in the open class. Jacques Van Eden is third in open and fourth overall with the Team Dis number 357 bike. As we've got problems there, that looks like it's Gary O'Keefe. And for the first time in a race, Gary O'Keefe has gone down. That is a big shame, as we've got to ride it down.
Potentially another O'Keefe.
Corner. I believe that is another O'Keefe there. I think that may be Ben O'Keefe who's gone down there. Maybe Harrison. It's Ben or Harrison. We can't quite tell from that angle, but another O'Keefe. So the O'Keefe's in drama, and that's a shame, especially for Gary O'Keefe, who's said his main goal every time he turns up to FAB-Racing is not to crash, and he hasn't done that in the race yet, so that's a big shame for him.
Bike restarted and get going once again. 9 laps remain though in this race. Josh Hill, the fastest rider on the circuit at 59.114, 9/10 quicker than Team Acne Racing in second position. Fraser Kennard still in third position ahead of Jack Van Eden, and there is Team Dis chasing the back of Jack Van Eden as the 64 machine of Ben O'Keefe pushes their bike off to the side of the circuit. But diving down the inside now and having to back out of it is Phil Maplebeck on the 357 of Team Dis. Team Dis through on Phil Maplebeck and up into fifth position. It's a great battle all the way throughout the motor team field. If you're watching this, you want to get involved in this great championship, head over to the Fab Racing website or contact any one of these riders on the grid. I'm sure they'll point you in the direction for one of the cheapest forms of motorsport in the world. It's so cheap to get involved and it's so open. You can race practically anything, and of course you get some great exposure for all your sponsors on TV, and that is what Josh Hill is doing, who leads the way by 9/10 of a second over Team Acne Race. And there is Phil Maplebeck coming through the final corner now to tick it down to just 7 laps remaining.
7 laps left to go. If we finish as we do now in the Open Championship, Team Acme Racing will have a lead, if my math serves me correctly, of around about 39 points, which is a phenomenal stat. They have been absolutely flying, have Team Acme Racing this weekend. Will Houth, obviously a no-show. Again, as it stands, he's eliminated from championship contention heading into the final round of Three Sisters. And that is a real shame, because you know Will Houth, he'd turn out and he'd give it a good old go if he was still in the hunt. But it is Team Acme Racing on the number 1 bike, leading the way in the Open Stat Championship and looking to give themselves all of the advantage heading into Three Sisters to make it 2 out of 2 championships in a row. But Josh Hill leads overall and leads in the standard class with Team Dis P2 in standard and P3 Harrison O'Keefe at the moment. Another great ride from Harrison O'Keefe. He was superb last time out at Aurora, and he actually took the standard class overall victory last time at Aurora, so he did a great job there and looking to continue that form on here at Whilton Mill. And with 6 laps left to run here overall, not just for race 3 in the Moto team, but for the Moto team full stop this weekend. Luckily enough, the weather has dried up as we see Josh Hill, that's him, having to get past Gary O'Keefe. Unfortunately, on the news of O'Keefe, Ben O'Keefe, we have lost from this race. He has retired. Gary O'Keefe was able to remount after his little slide off the bike early on. But Josh Hill still leads the way overall and in the standard class, with Team Acme Racing on his tail currently. And of course, you've got to remember that while we care about the classes in the championship, when these guys are on the bikes, they've got the helmets on and visors down, they're not thinking about that. They're just thinking about racing for pride and glory. They don't care that they're in different classes. They're going to push each other as hard as they can until one of them wins or one of them falls off. That's how it is in Moto team. There's no friends out on track. There's no classes out on track. It's all just racing for bragging rights and personal glory, and we absolutely love it.
We love it. We love the Moto Team class. We love the fact that Josh Hill's first weekend this season with us in this class is now leading the way and trying to show them how it is done. There's Phil Maplebeck still defending from the 357 of Team Dis's battle has been raging on for about 3 or 4 laps now. They're also getting past Gary O'Keefe at the moment. Jack Van Eden though on the 17. He is in 6th position, trying his best to catch up to the likes of Team Dis. Team Dis have been in the championship for a couple of seasons now. So has Phil Maplebeck. They've been constantly near the front. But the 119 of Ernie the Badger is down in 8th position is that bike, and not where they would be wanted this tall, where Acne Racing is in the first open bike in 2nd position overall. So Ernie the Badger, they will be struggling in 8th position. They'll be hoping for a better result at Three Sisters in a 1 month time to try and keep that championship hope alive. But Josh Hill is keeping his race winning hopes alive as he sets another fastest lap of the race at 57.211 as the yellow flag waves in Sector 1 with Ben O'Keefe's bike still there outside of the circuit.
Yes.
So, yeah, it seems like he's definitely out the race. No restart in that one on the 64 machine, but 4 laps remaining. And the Moto team looks like this position anyway is going to go down to the wire.
A reminder that if we finish as we do, Team Acme Racing have a 39-point advantage in the championship over Team Ernie the Badger heading into the final round at Three Sisters. And, of course, Will Howarth being a no-show here in race 3, he is eliminated from championship contention, which is a big shame because we always love a 3-bike championship fight. Makes it a bit more exciting, but that doesn't say that Team Acme Racing and Team Ernie the Badger are not going to go toe-to-toe heading into the final round. Of course, while Team Ernie the Badger may not quite have been on the pace of Team Acme Racing this weekend, the final round at Whilton Mill, or at Three Sisters, should I say. It's a track we've never been to here in FAB Racing. Not a lot of the riders know it particularly well, and if they do, they've only ever been there for a test day or two, as from what we can tell, asking around the paddock. Maybe there's someone who's keeping their cars close to the chest. They've actually, it's their local track and they go there every weekend to run laps, but I suppose we'll have to wait and see. So it's going to be a very even playing field heading into the FAB finale in just over a month's time at Three Sisters, and it's going to be interesting to see who's able to adapt to the track quickly, who's able to learn Three Sisters and get on top of their pace. Only time will tell. But Josh Hill leading the way overall and leading the standard class. He will shortly make it. 2 laps to go in race 3 of the Moto team here at the penultimate round of the FAB-Racing Minibike British Championship here at Whilton Mill, which was briefly Slippery Mill. The old friend showed its face when the rain came thundering down just after the lunch break, much to the surprise of everybody in the paddock, but it has since dried up and now it is all dry running all the way home to the end. And Josh Hill on the 25 has been doing a superb job out there. His first FAB-Racing round as far as I'm aware, and he is out there showing us what he can do on the 25 machine. A quick glance back as he heads through Inkerman's Corners just to see where the Acme Racing bike is, but heading on forward, it is currently a 1.5 second gap at the line, and well, it was it's going to be interesting to see what the gap is going to be coming through. It's great to see Josh Hill racing here with us today. Of course, he's one of the many Free-Tech guys who've joined us in the paddock at Whilton Mill, similar to last year when a lot of the Free-Tech endurance guys, they all live quite locally to this area, I believe, so they all turn up and give it a good old go. Josh Hill showing us what he can do. He rounds the final corner to make it the last lap of the weekend for Moto team.
Final lap of the weekend, and they're all on slick tyres, and Josh Hill, he's had a pretty slick race. 1 second is the gap between himself and Team Acme Racing. But of course, even if Acme Racing overtakes him, he's still going to win the Moto Team Standard class. The next standard bike is down in 6th position with Team Disc, but Josh Hill continuing to lead the way at the front. Last time around with Team Acme Racing, they were 4 tenths quicker than them in front. It doesn't look like they're going to be able to catch up with a 1 second gap at the line last time around. They're going to need to find something pretty magical from the 25 machine, but of course, championship still wide open, and Team Acme Racing still have championship points to think about, so it doesn't matter to go for an overall win whenever the bike in front is in a different class, but in a different class to everyone else. It was Josh Hill. He was dominant from the start, he's dominant at the end, and he takes the checker flag for the final time of the weekend in the Moto team class. Josh Hill wins at Team Acme Racing, finishing 2nd overall and 1st in the Moto Team Open class. 3rd position overall is going to be Fraser Kennard, with Phil Maplebeck and Jack Van Eden behind. Team Des is going to finish as the 2nd standard bike, with Harrison O'Keefe in 7th position, finishing 3rd in the standard class. So a very, very entertaining race with Josh Hill leading from almost start to finish, 1.2 seconds at the line, and he's done a great job at that. He'll shake his hands and wave to the crowd, and he will of course be back in action in 1 month's time. We're going to be hoping to return, but Josh Hill winning the race from Team Acme Racing, Fraser Kennard on the podium. Phil Maplebeck finished in 4th position, with Jack Van Eden rounding out the top 5. Team Dis and Harrison O'Keefe ended the race in 6th and 7th position, with Team Ernie the Badger still in championship contention in 8th position as they head to the final round, with Rob Huntley and Team Bert in 9th and 10th. Tristan Margot and Mazza Martlew in 12th position, with Gary O'Keefe rounding out our finishers, with Ben O'Keefe not finishing the race, our only non-finisher, and sadly no Will Howard made the start. So a very entertaining race, and of course the Moto Team guys will be back on track in 1 month's time at Free Sister Circuit.
On the road to MotoGP and the feeder series to the British Talent Cup and RedBull Rookies. Live from Whilton Mill. This is FAB-Racing Minibike's British Championship. Title Decider.
Final race of the weekend for the Metrokit Mini GP50s, and one where a championship could be wrapped up. Marco Holt lies 92 points ahead of Luke Flapcap Fitchett in the title race, and unless Luke Fitchett wins and Marco Holt finishes 8th or lower, or Luke Fitchett comes 2nd and Marco Holt finishes 13th or lower, it all ends here, and we crown Marco Holt champion. Of course, Marco Holt was set to become champion last year until he sustained an injury while racing in Spain midway through the season and had to put his championship dreams aside. And now, surely, it feels like it is almost time to crown him the champion for some redemption for 2022. Of course, he will start from the pole. His championship rival starts alongside him, and Marco Holt has been in superb form this weekend. He's won both races so far in the 50s and over in the 70s as well. Took the win in race 1 and 2. He's actually took the win in race 3 as well, earlier as well. So he's won all 5 races that he started this weekend of Fab Racing. Maybe he can make it 6 and make it the sweetest of all.
The riders now head round to the grid on their sighting lap. Before they will have one warm-up lap, and then we should start. All riders, I assume, will be on the dry tyres. Now the rain has dried out, but Marco Holt in the rain or the dry, he has looked very, very impressive. He's been a dominant force throughout this weekend. He's been a dominant force throughout this season, winning over 14 races so far this year. He won 7 in a row until Enola Park, and he's only been off the podium twice throughout this year in the Mini GP 50 class. Incredible statistics from him. But Taylor Thompson as well, rounding the grid at the moment with Riley Paisley. Lucy Curtis as well, a massive field. A lot of riders have moved up this season to make the start. It'll be the first time racing at Whilton Mill on a geared bike. But Marco Holt and Luke Fitchett, championship rivals once again. And Marco Holt, he looks very, very calm. He looks cool, calm and collected. While Luke Fitchett, focus, and he wants to take redemption once again. 22 riders will make the start for this one. They'll head out on their warm-up lap. There'll be one more time round before we get started with a 10-lap shootout for the Mini GP 50 class, and 10 laps to decide on who is going to come out on top, because after qualifying on Saturday, it was Marco Holt who was the rider on top on that one, and because of that, he starts in pole position alongside Luke Fitchett in second place. Wilson Delts and Frankie Watson start on the second row of our grid, with Byron Johnson and Sam Garner in 5th and 6th. Harley Baker and Jason Bishop start in 7th and 8th position, with Matthew Thomas and Travis Shaw on the 5th row of the grid. Chloe Gleeson and Dylan Toreen will start in the 6th row of our grid, with Tiffany Ashby and Tyler Hartley in 13th and 14th position. Annabelle McCarthy rounds out the top 15 alongside Ollie O'Gorman, with George Ackerman, Seth Hayward, Lucy Curtis and Murray Simmons rounded out the top 20, with Riley Paisley and Cal Maxwell on the back row of the grid. It's going to be incredibly impressive here what Mark Holt can do. He's been incredibly strong all weekend, and can Luke Fitchett finally show what he's made of?
We'll have to wait and see. Luke Fitchett did have a gearbox problem in the final race of the LS2 Helmets Mini GP 70s Championship. Can he overcome those bad omens? Again, he has to win and Marco Holt has to finish 8th or lower, or Luke Fitchett has to finish 2nd and Marco Holt finishes 13th or lower. That is how this championship can go to the final round. Any other result and Marco Holt is on top of the world. It's almost time for the one we've all been waiting for, the final race of the weekend and the championship decider for the Mini GP 50s. The championship rivals lining up on the front row. We are seeing told we've got a few bikes just a little bit out of line on the grids trying to get an advantage, and they need to be straightened up, so there might just be a slight delay before the red lights come on and off and we get underway. So as we just wait for the flag marshal Lee Clowes to point upwards, it is time to go racing for the final time this weekend. It's lights out. We are underway. It's a great start from Flat Cap Fidget, but Marco Holt manages to slide into second, and that was the fast starting Wilson Dilks as well. It's a great start from Flat Cap Fidget. That's what he needed to take the lead early on, and now we just need some bad luck to beset magical Marco Holt is on the run up to Christmas corner. Marco Holt already back through on Flat Cap Fidget. He's back into the lead on the 50 emission and back where he wants to be further down the field. It is Wilson Dilks in third place with Frankie Watson following him close behind in fourth. Byron Johnson actually got a great start there from fifth on the grid as well. He's slid up and up into fourth place there, so great start there from the 37 of Byron Johnson, but it will be Marco Holt that leads the way coming onto the back stretch, close in tow. Championship rival Luke Flat Cap Fidget. Reminder that if Luke Fidget is to finish second, Marco Holt must finish 13th or lower. This is going to be a tense one the whole way through. Marco Holt leads on lap 1.
This is the one everyone's been waiting for at the moment. It's Bethany Ashby trying to get past Travis Shaw further down the field. Ollie O'Gorman battling away with Lucy Curtis at the back of the field, but already Wilson Dilks trying his best to get through on Luke Fitchett as Marco Holt continues to lead this field through after one lap. Half a second was the gap between himself and Luke Fitchett. Wilson Dilks setting the fastest lap of the race so far. He came from quite back in the field straight away after a fast start. Sam Gardner inside the top 5 as well, with these two continuing to duke it out on the circuit. Luke Fitchett, he's looking for redemption between himself and Marco Holt. He doesn't want Marco Holt to have it easy once again. Marco is trying to run away with it every single time, and with a 10-lap race this time around, it's going to be a very, very quick. It's going to come thick and fast here in the MiniGP 50 class. We have 20 riders out on the circuit at the moment. Byron Johnson watching this battle unfold of the championship, changing every single lap with Wilson Dilks looking round the outside. He backs out of it. He looks down the outside though, and he makes it work. He makes it stick. And Wilson Dilks, he's through at the moment with Luke Fitchett only able to look at his back tyre with 9 laps remaining.
What a move from Wilson Dilks. Super dive bomb up the inside to take P2. And now Flat Cap has a mountain to climb if he wants to keep his championship hunt going into the final round at Three Sisters. Marco Holt is starting to run away at the front of the pack. It was 1.2 seconds, the gap between himself and second place at the last time at the line. They'll come round this time to make it 8 laps to go, and we'll have to check the gap from Marco Holt back to Wilson Dilks is 1.5 seconds. So Marco Holt continues to go faster. Another fastest lap of the race for the championship leader as well, a 52.713. He is flying around here. He wants to make it 6 wins out of the 6 races that he's entered here at Whilton Mill in the penultimate round of the FAB-Racing Mini Bike British Championship, as Matthew Thomas has a brief look up the inside of Harley Baker, but decided not to make the move. We've got a great scrap going on here. Sam Gardner alongside as well, and Jensen Bishop at the back of this pack. Great to see Sam Gardner out here after a big crash in the LS2 Helmets MiniGP 70 British Championship Race 3. Great to see him back on the 50 machine, but this battle very close in the middle of the pack, fighting over 5th place at the moment.
Fighting away with 8 laps remaining. Harley Baker still ahead of Matthew Thomas at the moment, but Sam Gardner on the 56 machine, 7th place at the moment. Jensen Bishop watching him. We spoke to Jensen Bishop this morning, who's feeling confident. He's happy with the way he's improving on this MiniGP 50 bike, and also in the 70 class as well, making that step up. It's been interesting to see how many riders in this class that's racing it this season are going to make that step to the 70s next year, with Matthew Thomas diving down the inside there, but he had to back out of it very quickly as Jensen Bishop there round the outside. What an impressive move from himself, ahead of Sam Gardner at the moment. So Jensen Bishop managing to make his way ahead of Sam Gardner, managing to make his way into 7th position with 7 laps remaining. That was a very impressive overtake.
It was indeed. What a move from Jensen Bishop round the outside at Christmas corner. That is how you show how it's done. Just brilliant stuff there from the number 11 Marco Holt. Another fastest lap last time by, a 52.211, and now 2.5 seconds back to Wilson Dilks in P2. But this battle for P5 still rages on. Very close between these 4 riders. Harley Baker just holding on at the front for the time being. Matthew Thomas got a run up the hill into Christmas corner last time. He's going to try a similar thing again. I think he might. Does he duck into the toe? Does he brake a little bit later? No. Harley Baker able to hold on for the time being, but Matthew Thomas looks like he has a lot of pace on board that number 47 machine, and we've seen that awe-inspiring overtake from Jensen Bishop as well. We know what he can do, so it's only a matter of time before moves start being made in this mid-pack battle. There is Harley Baker doing a great job on the number 24 machine in P5, just holding off the riders behind him at the moment and absorbing all of that pressure in fantastic fashion. Another fastest lap for Marco Holt of 52.073, and just 5 laps separating the 58 from the Mini GP 50s 2023 championship. Can he keep his cool, or will he succumb to the pressure? Only time will tell. Another great defensive effort there from Harley Baker as Flat Cap Fitchett has got past Wilson Dilks, but is it too little, too late in the season for the number 7 to keep his championship hopes alive? Surely it's great that he's up into second, but he needs Marco Holt to finish 13th or lower in this position. So the pressure is on for Luke Fitchett. He's just got to keep it on the black stuff. It is up to Lady Luck now.
Now they power it out through. Luke Fitchett, can he keep his championship hopes alive? 3.5 seconds was the gap last time around between himself and Marco Holt. You have to say he's waiting for Marco Holt to make a mistake, or he's going to have to put in some magical lap times very, very soon and very, very quickly. But whilst in doubt, drop into that third position last time around. Super impressive weekend for him. He's been great at starting it, as there is that battle still continuing. Sam Gardner at the back of it, Harley Baker at the front with Jensen Bishop and Matthew Thomas in the middle, as there is the battle for second position as well. 4 laps remaining in this race, and the gap between with Byron Johnson in the middle of those two groups, he's in kind of a ghost town at the moment by himself in the middle of the circuit. But now they power it through towards Chapman, does Luke Fitchett. So Fitchett on the number 7, chasing away and trying to defend from the number 85, hoping that Marco is going to make a mistake. Harley Baker there defending from Matthew Thomas. Matthew Thomas now looking like he's going to make a move very, very soon. On the brakes though, Harley Baker seems to have the advantage over the likes of Matthew Thomas. Of course, he's still learning after moving up to the class, but Sam Gardner also making a move behind these guys, and he had to back out of it on Jensen Bishop, as there's Taylor Thomason on the grass. He did well to keep that up there on the slick tyres in the wet grass, in the damp grass anyway. But 3 laps remaining in this race, and Harley Baker is defending from Matthew Thomas.
He is indeed. Matthew Thomas looking racier and racier every single lap. He's got a great run up the inside this time as they rocket up to Christmas corner. Surely no. Harley Baker still holds on to that P5 position. Unbelievable. He's doing a superb defensive job at the moment, as Matthew Thomas just cannot find a way through that number 24, even with clearly having the superior pace at the moment. And that's now allowing Jensen Bishop to close up to the back of Matthew Thomas as well. So it's all to play for as we've got a rider down there. That is Ollie O'Gorman. That has gone down. What a big shame for him, as it is 2 laps to go at the line this time for this group here, and still Matthew Thomas unable to find a way through.
Matthew Thomas unable to find a way through on the brakes at the moment, but in the outside there, cutting off almost from where was Harley Baker, and that is why it's so tricky. Marco trying to get through back markers. That was George Ackerman. He was getting through on the 94 machine, but the 58 still continuing through, as there is Riley Paisley at the side of the circuit. He was involved in that incident with Ollie O'Gorman at the side of the circuit. But Marco, it seems like he's getting held up there by Ollie O'Gorman, but the championship is on the line. He should win the championship if it stays like this at the moment. So Marco Holt, he might take the title in 1 lap's time. Just one last manoeuvre around this circuit. Holt, he's been perfect all the way throughout the weekend, and he just has to do it one more time to become the 2023 MiniGP 50 champion.
Beyond imitation, beyond impression, sublime stuff from Marco Holt all weekend, all season. As a matter of fact, the number 58 is half a lap away from Redemption 2022. He was well on his way to being crowned the champion of the MiniGP 50s. Then an injury picked up training in Spain, and those dreams fell away. And now, with a handful of corners and a handful of back markers to make his way through, it is time to realise that dream for the super Marco Holt on the number 58 with 1 corner left to go. About time for Super Marco. He is the champion of the Mini GP 50s in 2023 to cap a perfect weekend. 6 race wins out of 6, and he is on top of the table, and there is no catching him now. You are looking at the 2023 champion of the Mini GP 50s FAB-Racing title. Marco Holt, take a bow. He's finally done it.
He's done it, and is he going to celebrate? Yes, he is, and putting on a special championship winning t-shirt. Get his dad to help him take off his helmet. What a race, what a weekend and season it has been for Marco Holt. So far this weekend, he came in with 13 race wins in the 50 class alone. He walks away 16 race wins to his name. So impressive. 19 podiums in total. He's only been off the podium twice, and he is one to watch for the future, folks. He's one to watch certainly in the 70s this season. He can still potentially take the title in the LS2 Mini GP 70 Championship as well this season, but getting celebrated with all his friends, Matthew Thomas, Jenson Bishop, Callum Maxwell and Harley Baker, all coming to congratulate him as he's trying to do a burnout, but he stalled it while he was trying to do a burnout there. So running away to the camera. Is he going to do a little shake, a little celebration? Yes, he is. And he's absolutely buzzing with that one. He loves a good celebration, does Marco Holt. But there is his dad, where he's going to hopefully get the bike restarted, and then he can complete his warm-up lap there. But now the ride now he's doing is rolling burnout and celebrating in fine fashion. But now he goes away with a great race win. 2.1 seconds at the line, and the monster on the helmet used to be the Minion. He was the monster on the circuit this weekend, winning 6 out of 6. Everyone waiting, of course, outside of the circuit, but celebrating with him, I'm sure. Marco Holt celebrating with his family tonight. A couple of apple juices will be consumed for Marco Holt, and a little cuddle between himself and Luke Fitchett. They've been championship rivals for over 2 years now, battling away with it, and now it is great to see Holt on top.
Yeah, apple juices for Marco Holt, maybe some other beverages for the older members of the family. But there you go. Marco Holt takes the victory and the championship with a perfect weekend. You have to feel for Luke Flatcap Fitchett, getting so close and yet just missing out on the title. He finishes in P2 with Wilson Dilks rounding out the podium. Byron Johnson, a great result there for him in P4, with Harley Baker holding on to P5 in the end there, despite the attacks from P6, Matthew Thomas. Jenson Bishop was 7th, with Taylor Tomlinson in P8. George Ackerman was 9th, with Seth Hayward in 10th. Callum Maxwell 11th. Ollie O'Gorman was 12th. And unfortunately, we lost Sam Gardner, Chloe Gleason and Beth Ashby. That is it for the Mini GP 50s here at Whilton Mill, and that's it for the champion as well, as Marco Holt takes the title. And of course, he is in the hunt for the LS2 Mini GP 70s British Championship as well. So maybe a double championship winning season for Marco Holt. We've never seen the likes of that before in the Metro Kit classes, so potentially history awaits for the number 58. What a fantastic result for him there as he makes his way back into the pits. Marco Holt is champion in 2023. As they make their way back into the pits, there is just a slight delay. There was a crash at the final corner in the previous race. We will get going with the final race of the weekend shortly, the race 3 of the Pit Bike 140s, where the championship has already been decided, so now it's just sheer racing action with all of the riders making their way back into the pit lane. And Lewis Ray, what's Marco Holt feeling right now? He's got to be feeling ecstatic.
Yeah, he's going to be feeling the mixed emotions, be feeling relief, happiness, and I'm sure he will be sad that he knows the season is coming to an end, but he's done it around early. So 3 Sisters in 1 month's time is going to be extremely interesting, so it is, because we are going to have Marco Holt being able to unleash absolutely everything, although in that race it didn't look like he left much in the tank, as he's done all weekend, to be honest. He's been pushing on for the whole weekend, and you can see plenty of people watching on at the side of the circuit. Of course, all the marshals, the medics, the officials doing a great job here at FAB to keep everyone safe and keeping the event running very, very swiftly. But now we're just going to have to wait and see what is going to happen. But plenty of people watching on. Plenty of people have turned out this season to watch the championship, and plenty of people have turned out to watch this event and watch this event unfold, thanks to the brilliant marshals and medics and the officials. Without them, this couldn't go ahead. But, of course, plenty of people came to watch this racing here today, and no wonder, Ross, because we've had awesome racing on and off the circuit. Of course, we've had rain, we've had sunshine, and we've had mixed conditions for these guys as Annabelle McCarthy walks away with one of the medics.
Absolutely. Obviously a crash on the final corner there late in the race. A big crash. Annabelle McCarthy looking all okay, just going for a checkup. Yeah, luckily to see everyone is all okay. But what a great year it's been in the Mini GP 50 this year, Lewis. Although the championship wrapped up a month early for some people's taste. You know, Mark Harwood, he's been so sublime again. He's got that redemption that he wanted, as we can see the crowd watching on, waiting for the final race of the weekend. They're just in front of our commentary box, actually. But what a race it's been for Mark Harwood. What a season it's been for Mark Harwood, and the 50s as well. You know, it's been such a large championship this year. We've had so many riders. It really has been such a joy to follow.
Yeah, it's been one of the best championships we've seen in a long time, especially the amount of numbers that have entered the class this season. 23 riders started the race this round alone, and it's been consistent numbers all the way throughout the season, through the low 20s, and we compare that to last year. Some rounds we were lucky to even get 10 bikes on the grid, and now we have well over 20 every single round. It's extremely impressive. I actually am wondering next year, if we get any more numbers than this, how are we going to fit them on the grids? We've seen last round they were starting round the corner at Roura, but still, of course, these guys have 3 races left in total this season, and they will be back out at Three Sisters for the first time ever in a month's time.
On the road to MotoGP and the feeder series to the British Talent Cup and RedBull Rookies, live from Whilton Mill, this is FAB-Racing Minibike's British Championship.
Hello and welcome. You join us at the final race at the penultimate round of the FAB-Racing Minibike British Championship here at Whilton Mill, as Dale Baldwin, the series photographer, just setting up his camera, getting ready for some snaps of the pit bike guys. They're heading out for their final race and the final race of the weekend before we all wrap up. Just waiting for a quick delay following an accident at the end of the last race. Everybody is okay, just some cleaning up required, and then we shall get going with the pit bike 140s, where, of course, Lewis, we have crowned a champion in race 2, Chris Wells, on top of the world, and he will be wearing that number 1 plate ceremoniously handed over to him by 2022 champion Rossi Banham. But now all pressure's off. I'm sure Rossi Banham, starting from the pole, is going to do that Rossi Banham thing where he just disappears off into the distance and is wheeling halfway through the race because he's bored. But we might get a bit more of a race further down the pack because there's no pressure on it anymore for the championship. It's just about having fun and having some racing.
The championship is wrapped up, and we have a new number 1 plate in town. Chris Wells wrapping up the championship, celebrating in a fine fighting fashion at the side of the circuit with Jamie King and some of his other friends as well. We've seen as well near the start of the weekend that, for example, Lucas Brown, Jamie King were messing about during our wet weather delay, but it looks like it's dry conditions for race 3 of the Pit by 140s. They've managed to escape all the wet weather that has came today, and they have got 3 dry races throughout the whole weekend. But continuing on and continuing to watch the stream is Dale Baldwin. So hello, Dale, if you're listening, if you're watching live, or if you just give us a wave, Dale, to see the action from earlier on. He's struggling at the moment to use his phone, but hello and welcome. If you're just joining us, you've joined us at the perfect period, and Dale taking some pictures of some wildlife, I would assume, at the moment. But from wherever you're watching in the world, it's great to have you watching with us, no matter where you are, and let us know down below on who you're supporting and what you cannot wait for the final round of the championship at Three Sisters. But it's going to be a great last race of the day, is this one. Sometimes the highlight of the weekend is the Pit Bike 140 class. Rossi Banham on pole position, as you mentioned. He might just go all out for this one, all guns blazing, or perhaps with no pressure on his back, he might go nice and calm for the first couple of laps, have a fun race with Taylor Lawrence, and then clear off into the distance with a couple of laps to go. But we've seen with a couple of laps to go in race 2, he was literally wheeling, looking at the cameras while wheeling and messing about on the circuit. You could tell he was just a bit bored. He wanted to showboat, and he was very, very lucky. He did get the race win. Otherwise, a few people would still be taking the mick out of him.
Absolutely. If he'd have then gone down or had a mechanical failure, he would have not heard the end of it. And even then, I feel like he probably got a little bit of a slap on the wrist from race control for literally showboating 3 or 4 laps into the race. The first time I've ever seen someone wheeling and, you know, waving at the camera and joking around with the camera and the riders around them, because they're so far ahead, 1/3 into the race, that they can just afford to mess about because they're a little bit bored. Rossi Banham, you know, again, he's not been here full time this season. We know he's fast, the 2022 Pit Bike 140 champion. He did similar things last year, and most races he would just basically vanish into the distance. But, you know, he's come back this weekend and just shown us that he has not lost an ounce of pace on a pit bike. You know, sometimes you think when you're riding, you know, Grand Prix machinery for your job full time, as we see some of the fans watching along there, but when you're riding Grand Prix machinery full time, you think you might lose a little bit of that pit bike spark. But no, Rossi Banham hasn't lost an inch of it there, as I believe that maybe Chaz Mortimer just walking down the stairs there. And there, great to see Chaz back in the FAB Racing paddock. Of course, Ethan Sparks is here this weekend. Chaz Mortimer, of course, a Grand Prix racing legend, managing Ethan Sparks this year over in Spain, and also a member of the Danny Webb GP Cam team, one of the largest teams we have here at the FAB Racing paddock. And as we just wait to get going, but yeah, great to have Chaz back here in the paddock. It's been a little while since we've seen Chaz, so great to see him here and supporting his rider and supporting the Danny Webb GP camp as well. Danny Webb isn't here this weekend, but he normally is, so yes, Chaz has come in his place, but still great to see him. As there we see Lewis Rave, one of our commentators, walking out of the commentary box there. He's on the hunt for somebody, I believe. Lewis Ray, of course, and myself, Ross Mack. So bringing you the commentary for the final race of the weekend. Hello and welcome if you are just tuning in, wherever you're watching from around the world. Unfortunately, you join us just in time for the final race of the weekend. We're experiencing a short delay, but we hope to be underway with race 3 of the Pit Bike 140s shortly. And there are the pit bikes over in the holding area. As you can see, Chaz Mortimer having a quick chat with somebody there. And yeah, we are looking like we're not too far off getting ready to go racing. As into the commentary box, looks like, and as the riders waiting and ready to go out, and it's all good, and yeah, it's just hanging around, chilling, waiting for the final race of the weekend here at Whilton Mill. And there is Taylor Lawrence, your 2021 Pit Bike 140 champion, having a chat with some of his colleagues. Pit Bike Sonic, the Blue 76, Jay King, a 3-time champion in pit bikes, a 4-time champion in FAB Racing. He is racing royalty around these parks. And the pink helmet with the black leathers, that is Rossi Banham, the man going off of pole position, hopefully in a few moments' time. And hopefully he won't be streaking into the distance like he normally is. I'm joined in the commentary box by a very special guest. It's Finley Powell. Hello, Finley. How are you doing?
I'm all right. It's been a good weekend so far, and I'm looking forward to this new race.
Yeah, it should be very, very exciting indeed. So tell us a little bit, you know, tell the audience at the home a little bit about yourself, you know, how your weekend's gone, how your season's gone overall, and just generally how you're feeling, especially now looking forward to the final round at Three Sisters in a month's time. Yeah,
it's been a pretty good year. I've had a couple of DNFs this year. It's been a bit of a shame, but yeah, I turned 11 a couple of weeks ago.
Happy birthday.
Yeah, and I know.
But yeah, so it's been, you know, aside from a few DNFs, it's been overall a pretty positive season for yourself. You know, you're improving every time you're getting on the bike, you're learning and you're rolling, and again, that's all part of what FAB Racing is about, coming out here. And, you know, if you were to say to anybody at home who maybe fancies coming in, giving it a go, maybe someone around your age or a little bit younger who is maybe interested in joining in FAB Racing, what would be a piece of advice that you'd give to them?
If you want to have a go, certainly start off with the MiniMotos, because some of the people that like go onto the pit bike straight away start to struggle when it gets higher up in the classes.
And that's fair enough. And as well, obviously, you made your start on the MiniMotos quite some time ago now, given that you're a big boy of 11. So, you've progressed a little bit beyond there now. What's the big difference and what's the hardest thing from jumping from a MiniMoto onto a geared bike, either the Metrokit Mini GP machines or onto a pit bike style bike?
It's certainly the gears, I find, and the size of the bike, because you have to it's a completely different mindset and riding style to how it was on the Mini.
Do you think it races the same as the Mini as well? Because obviously on the Mini it's twist and go, it's very small, you can get right up and close with the other riders. The bigger bikes, they're a lot faster, especially through the corners as well. So do you have to maybe race it slightly differently, let alone just ride it? Or is it just kind of the similar thing, you hop on the bike, your right hand goes backwards and you go forwards?
You have to be a lot more careful on the Metrokits, as there's a lot more riders around when I'm riding. And on the Minis, it's a bit smaller and you can kind of control the bike a little bit easier than the Metrokit.
That is fair enough. And, next year I assume it's going to be a similar thing. Expecting to see you back here in the Fab Paddock. I'll be very disappointed if you don't. Again, we're heading into the final round of the season next in a few weeks' time over at Three Sisters. So what's your expectation heading into Three Sisters, and then what's the plan for 2024 and beyond?
Hopefully I'll do quite well at Three Sisters. I've never actually been there, so I'm looking forward to the track layout. It looks like it will suit my riding style quite a lot.
That's good. I mean, again, do you think that's going to be a similar thing, though? A lot of riders haven't been to Three Sisters before. Again, up in Wigan, it's quite far north, and those who have been have usually only been for a day or two. So do you think it's really going to even out the playing field, and it's just going to be about who can get a hang of it quickly, whose riding style does it suit?
Well, yeah, I think some of the newer riders won't quite have adapted to the track, because not as many people will have ridden there. So all the people that haven't ridden there will struggle a little bit more.
That is fair enough. Now, Finley, 2024, next year, again, I assume you'll be back here at Fab Racing. What's the plan? You're going to carry on doing what you're doing, maybe riding a couple more classes as well, or is it just kind of stick to your guns for now and move forward?
Yeah, I think we're just going to do the 70 next year. As the 50, there's so many people in it, and it gets a bit hard sometimes, riding around with everyone. So we're just going to stay with the 70.
Yeah, that's fair enough. So maybe you're eyeing up the 2024 LS2 Helmets Mini GP 70 British Championship. That'd look pretty cool on the wall at home, to be fair. Something to brag about to all your friends and family. Looks like we're not too far away from going racing in the final race of the weekend here, the race 3 of the Pit Bike 140s. There we see Flag Marshal Lee Clowes just having a chat with all of the riders in the pit lane. They're just ready and waiting for to go out. And all the riders just having a bit of a chat. Some of the helmets going off as well. Of course, Lee Clowes nominated for a Motorsport Award last year, and maybe she'll be go on better and win one this year as well for Best Marshal. We will have to wait and see. But Finley, I'm sure you're a popular guy in the paddock. Everyone seems to like you for the most part anyway. I'm sure everyone has a few detractors every now and again. But heading into the Pit Bike 140s, who do you have your eye for this race? Who do you think is going to go well? Is there anyone that you'd like to do really well?
I quite like Jay to do quite well, as he's been there, but he hasn't actually been right up at the top this weekend, so I quite like him to do well.
Yeah, of course, Jamie King, 3-time Pit Bike 140 champion, hasn't won a race since 2021, unbelievably. He's come close this season. It's his first full season on his new CW bike, and he's come very, very close. Again, this weekend, just maybe not quite clicking. Last time at Rara had a great round out there, and the round before as well. So Jamie King, that's the one that Finley Polehill wants to keep his eye on. Pit Bike Sonic with the 76 in the blue leathers, you can just see in the lower left of your frame there. Lucas Brown, of course, Talent Cup racer. He's been riding amazingly this weekend. He was in Spain on Friday doing motocross, we believe, just training or something like that. And he's turned up on Saturday, literally landed from Spain and came here, and he started last. And in race 2, he got a podium. And in race 1, he finished 6th. He's been amazing on that AMR bike, which he's riding with them this weekend. Obviously, they're here with FAB Racing, and clearly showing it's a bike to be reckoned with heading into the future. But obviously, Finley Polehill, Lucas Brown, he's a star of the R&G British Talent Cup, which is the path to the future for all young riders. I assume that championship is one that in a few years' time you're going to want to be in.
Oh, definitely. I'd love to get in it at some point. It's all about the skill of the rider in BTC rather than the bike sometimes, like in Fabs.
Yeah, absolutely. British Talent Cup, it really, separates the great from the well, maybe not the not so great, but those who aren't quite at the same level. We've got some wildlife here at Whilton Mill. Some crows. There was some sheep over on a hill earlier that I spotted on the stream as well. So I'm sure they'll be flying off the second we start up. 24 noisy pit bike 140 engines, and it will not be long until we are going racing for the final time this weekend here at the penultimate round of the FAB-Racing Mini Bike British Championship here at Whilton Mill. It is basically completely dry now, luckily, although the clouds have come back over, but we are not expecting any more rain, not until about 8 p.m. tonight anyway, and I'm really hoping we're done racing by then, because I'd quite like to go home and have a shower. It is very, very warm here today. And that's another thing to ask you, actually, Finley. You know, it's been super, super hot this weekend. Obviously, we've got a heat wave here in the UK at the moment. It was 31 degrees yesterday. It was a high of 29 today. How as a rider do you deal with the heat? Is it just one of those things where you just got to get your head down and, you know, forget about it until after the race, or is it something that you maybe struggle with in the middle of races?
It's so hard to ride in the heat sometimes, because you ride in with your levers on, your thermals on, and like your helmet and stuff, and it just makes you get so sweaty, and that causes you to struggle so much on the bike, and it like tires you out so much.
So I'm going to assume when we head to Three Sisters the start of October, you're hoping for a little bit of cooler temperatures, which, to be fair, in October I think that sounds about right, but that's fair enough. We've got some lovely slightly dying trees there from our cameraman, who's just playing around at the moment. I think we are still just waiting for the start of the final race of the weekend, race 3 of the pit bike 140s, after a delay and accident at the end of the Mini GP 50 race. Luckily everybody is okay, but just a bit of cleaning up need to do. Thank you very much for joining us, Finley. It's been a real pleasure to have you in here, and hope you can go out, enjoy this race, and best of luck heading into the future if I don't speak to you before Three Sisters.
Will do, thanks.
That was Finley Polehill, riding in the 50s and the 70s this year, and it's been great to speak to Finley. There is another rider in the comment box who doesn't want to have a chat, and in fact he doesn't want to have a chat so much he's just run out, but Wilson Tilks was in here very briefly, but he's decided not to, but we'll have to wait and see what is going on. And we're just waiting for the final race to get going again. A small delay, unfortunately, following the accident at the end of the Mini GP 50 race. Fortunately, everybody is okay. Everyone is fine. We did see a couple riders being attended to by the medics, but they are all okay. That was just routine checks. And we're just waiting for the all clear to go racing for the final time this weekend, and the final time at the penultimate round of the FAB-Racing Mini Bike British Championship. So make sure you do not go anywhere, else you're going to miss the best, possibly one of the best races of the entire weekend. The final race, race 3 of the pit bike 140s. Obviously a big thank you to the marshals this weekend, who have done a fantastic job. And now we have a rider that I really, really want to talk to. In the commentary booth with me, we have the newly crowned Mini GP 50 champion, Marco Holt. Marco, first of all, massive congratulations. That's got to feel special.
Yeah, it's good considering it's my first championship, so I'd like to thank everyone, my dad, everyone that comes to support me, so thank you very much.
Yeah, and of course, you know, it's your first championship, especially given last year when you were kind of on the way and then got that leg injury, massively unfortunate, and you're still in the hunt for the LS2 Helmets Mini GP 70 British Championship as well, so potentially 2 on the cards, but you've had an amazing season, and this weekend as well, perfect weekend, 6 race wins out of 6, you know. Is it there just something about Wilton that just clicks for you?
It is my home track, but I have always enjoyed it since I was very little on the mini bikes, but yeah, I like this track, and yeah, it just clicks sometimes.
Well, it's fair enough, especially if it's your home track as well. You always like to run well there. But talk us through this season. Again, you've been absolutely phenomenal all season long. You've been dominating race after dominating race. But you've had some great battles as well. Obviously, Luke Fitchett running you very close in the 50s, up in the LS2 Helmets Mini GP 70 British Championship. You're right in that 4-way title fight as well, you know. So it's obviously you can't take your eye off the ball yet, even though you've won 1 championship. But, you know, looking forward, are you just ready to get going at the final round? Are you looking for a couple of days of relaxation following picking up the 50s?
I think a bit of training would help, but yeah, I think we just got to ride how we normally do, and
so it's
a little bit less of the championship and just ride, really.
Yeah, and I take it you probably haven't been to Three Sisters before, have you?
Yeah, I have in a B&B round. But yeah, nice track. Fast.
Okay, yeah, no, because most of the riders we've been speaking to this weekend have never been there ever, so it's just kind of a lot of people are going in. It's a totally new experience. So interesting to hear that you've been there. So that may be a slight advantage heading into the championship final. But obviously, looking at the LS2 Helmets Mini GP70 British Championship, you are about 30. Actually, no, you are in the championship lead now. I do apologise. So you took the championship lead at the end of race 3, but there is 33 points covering the top 4. That's yourself, Luke Fitchett, Blake Wilson and Arch O'Brien. It's incredibly close between you guys. And, you know, when you're out there racing each other on track, is it one of those things where you know there's a championship on the line, or are you just racing your mates out on track?
Yeah, racing my mates out on track, because I don't like to think too much about the championship, because I think it almost gets into your head and it plays about with your head. So yeah, just go out and ride, really.
That's fair enough. And again, a perfect weekend this weekend. You've had a fantastic season. 2024, what's the plan? Are you maybe planning to, you know, just go out and try and get the 70s again, try and get the 50s again, or is there other things in the works?
No idea yet, really. We're just waiting for my dad to see what we can do, and then, yeah, go from there, really.
That's fair enough. Check the budget and all of that. Maybe back to Spain as well. That could be another possibility as well. And then, you know, maybe in a few years' time, over to the RNG British Talent Cup. I assume the lure of the British Talent Cup's got to feel quite nice.
Yeah, it'll be really nice to get there, meet a few of the riders, and yeah.
Well, we'll have to wait and see what the future holds. I mean, you're in the right place to go there, of course. Over 60% of the RNG British Talent Cup field made up of FAB-Racing graduates. Looks like we are not too far away, he says, from going racing for the final time this weekend. Obviously, a big thank you to all the marshals this weekend. Of course, just a slight delay following the accident at the end of the Mini GP 50 race, but we'll have to wait and see what is going to happen. Of course, as I mentioned, like many young riders like Marco will have their eyes on the RNG British Talent Cup. Over 60% of the British Talent Cup field has been made up from riders from FAB Racing every year since 2019, and every year since 2019 the top 3 riders have all come from FAB. Thank you very much for joining me in the commentary box, Marco. It's been a real pleasure to have you here, and congratulations once again on the 50s championship, and best of luck for Three Sisters and fighting in the 70s.
Thank you very much.
That was Marco Holt, your newly crowned Mini GP 50s champion, after a fantastic weekend here at Whilton Mill. It's almost time to get racing for the final time this weekend. And we'll just have to wait and see what is going to happen. Lewis Ray, the final race at the Pit Bikes 140, coming up next.
On the road to MotoGP and the feeder series to the British Talent Cup and RedBull Rookies, this is FAB-Racing Minibikes British Championship.
It is time to go racing for the final time this weekend. Race 3 of the Pit Bike 140s as they make their way out onto the circuit. We have already crowned a champion in race 2. Chris Wells cannot be caught in the table. He will now proudly bear that #1 plate on the front of his bike. But who's to say that any of the excitement has gone away, because now the championship pressure is taken away. They could just go out there and have race and have fun. Rossi Banham on his return to FAB Racing, the 2022 Pit Bike champion. As you see him there, back with the 9196 on the front of his bike. He has dominated both of the races so far this weekend. In race 2, he was pulling wheelies and waving at the camera about halfway through. That's how confident he was out there. Maybe this race, Lewis Ray, someone can get a little bit closer and challenge him just that little bit.
We're going to have to wait and see. Rossi Banham already wheeling on the side-down lap. You can't really ask for more. He's a real showboater, but we love to see it here at FAB. He's getting ready to go racing for the final time this weekend. 2 warm-up laps there, Lee Klaus was telling him, so we should get 2 warm-up laps and then go racing for the final race of the weekend, and the final race for the Pit Bike 140 guys. Of course, they will be back in action in 1 month's time, but still plenty of action to come here today. 10 laps remaining for the whole weekend, actually. But Rossi Banham qualifying in pole position. He's going to want it to convert into another race when Lee Klaus are waiting for these riders. They've been in the home area for quite a while, so Lee Klaus telling the McGillray, it sounds like, to get into the right grid position. So some confusion going on what is happening here. So Rob Keys coming in to sort it out. But it's going to be an exciting race. We have 2 warm-up laps and then we will go racing. Lee Klaus sorting out the grid for these guys. Rossi Banham, number 1 plate still on the side, but the true number 1, it's Chris Wells. He didn't want to clearly pay for some new graphics for this weekend. Instead, donated his graphics to Chris Wells, but they head off on their warm-up lap now. 2 warm-up laps we will get for the Pit by 140s, and then we go racing for the final time.
We do indeed. The final race of the weekend, although the championship is done and dusted, that's not to say it won't be any more exciting. Rossi Banham starts from the pole position with Liam Wood in P2. Taylor Lawrence starts from 3rd, and your new champion Chris Wells, he goes off of P4. Reese Peacock is 5th with Jamie King in P6. The 4th row of the grid is Zach Tureen with Brandon Keane alongside, and Keaton Payne and Elliot Crosby round out the top 10. Sean Whittaker starts in 11th alongside Bradley Ferrer. Noah Guillory is 13th with Joshua French in P14. Alfie Garrett is 15th alongside James Ratcliffe in P16. Stephen Butterworth is 17th alongside Bailey Lawrence in 18th. Seth May is 19th with Mark Porters alongside him, with Robert Baldock, Shannon King, Simon Porters and Lucas Brown rounding out our 24 bike grid. Again, 2 formation laps here given the long delay before this race, so they get to go around again before we go racing. There's got to be all eyes on Rossi Banham once again, although he may not have taken the number 1 off the side of his bike because he's a cheapskate. He's been dominating this weekend. It's like he hasn't even been away from FAB for a day. It's like deja vu, and it's like we're back in 2022 again. He was wheeling in the middle of race 2 because he was bored, because he was so far in front of everybody else. And you've got to think, given how fast he's been, unless someone else gains a bit of confidence or turns the wick up, or maybe if he slows down to have a bit of a battle, surely someone has got to take it to him in this race.
The first couple of laps are going to be absolutely crucial for the rest of this, but the race has been reduced by 1 lap. So what was meant to be a 10 lap race according to the qualified sheet, it might only be a 9. So 1 less lap for Rossi Banham to try and build a gap. So it's going to have to be done early if likes of Taylor Lawrence and Lucas Brown want to get involved. But Lucas Brown, of course, had to start from the back of the grid. Once again, it's such a tricky task, but you really have to wonder this weekend if you managed to get back from Spain up a little bit earlier, a couple of hours earlier, what could have been for Lucas Brown this weekend. If he could have even gotten the front 3 or 4 rows, he could have been battling away with Rossi Banham. But the final race of the weekend for the round 7 of the FAB-Racing Minibike British Championship at Whilton Mill. The lights are on. And the lights are off for the final time this weekend, and we go racing. It's Rossi Banham who leads the way into turn 1, and straight away Liam Wood staying in that 2nd place, and Taylor Lawrence having to make up ground very, very early on to try and battle Rossi Banham. He's in 3rd place at the moment, diving down the inside on Jamie King there. So Jamie King put back 1 position at the start of this race. Rossi Banham leading the way. How long will it take him to build that alpha gap? Will he have time to showboat this time around? Just 10 lap race. It's going to be an interesting one. The 96 continues to lead the way. The number 1 plate now on Chris Wells' machine. Chris Wells is in 4th position. Brandon Keane on the triple free is the rider ahead of Jamie King on this opening lap. So if King wants to get to the top of this field, he's going to have to make moves very, very quickly, as there's a rider down on the deck on the opening couple of laps. So he's going to try and get that bike kick-started as soon as he can. But that was to be the number 20 machine that is down there. So number 20 having issues, and that was Alfie Garrod having issues. So hopefully he can get restarted. Billy Lawrence has a battle further down the field as Jimmy King tries to fight Chris Wells, the champion this season, getting overtaken almost by the previous champion. Yellow flags were out there, so Jimmy King, he had to back out of that one. But Rossi Banham leads by almost a second after lap 1.
Interesting technique there from Rossi Banham in order to get the bike tipping in fast enough on the flip-flop coming out of the King. He literally picked the front of the bike up in midair like he was doing a wheelie and threw it down over to the other side. Unbelievable stuff. He leads by just over a second at the moment. As here we see Pit Bike Sonic continuing to pressure the champion, Chris Wells. Of course, there's no more niceties anymore in this paddock. The championship is over. It's just pure racing. And here goes Jamie King on the 76 to the inside. Coming into pit bend, and does he get the drive out of the corner? Yes, he does. Jamie King up to P4 with a lovely little move. Jossie Banham now up 1.4 seconds from Liam Wood in second. Taylor Lawrence, though, keeping Liam Wood honest on the number 10 machine. He's only 2.5 tenths away from the man in second place. And now Chris Wells under attack there from Brandon Keane, who's just not quite able to make the gap appear, but he's giving it a go anyway. There is Taylor Lawrence on the hunt for Liam Wood. Of course, Taylor Lawrence and Rossi Banham, firm friends on the track, fierce old rivals on it. But right now, Liam Wood is holding on to that P2 position, and further back, that is Lucas Brown on the number 7 machine on the back of Chris Wells. Lucas Brown is about to be in 5th place on that AMR bike. Unreal stuff. Dan Taylor Lawrence find the way past to his go to 8 laps remaining. No, we cannot. But looking further back, there are battles everywhere you look in the pack. There's a 4-way scrap going on. The 44 there of Bradley Ferreira holding off of James Ratcliffe, Stephen Butterworth and Noah Guillory for the time being. But there is the man up the front, Rossi Banham. Not too far behind is Liam Wood and Taylor Lawrence. Banham, who fastest lap last time of 53.626. That is absolutely storming, that is. We are a little bit off of the lap record at the moment. That was set by Rossi Banham last year, funnily enough, at 52.074. But given the rain that came down earlier, it's unsurprising the track is not at its absolute best as this fight for second still rages on. Taylor Lawrence cannot find a way past Liam Wood.
Taylor Lawrence still struggling to get past Liam Wood and start his charge to chase Rossi Banham for the race lead. Now Rossi Banham getting a 2-second gap. There's Jamie King battling away with Lucas Brown. He won't believe his eyes that Lucas Brown is already in 4th position with 7 laps remaining. We're 4 laps in. He started from the back of the grid, and now look at him in 4th place. He could potentially get a podium this time around. Of course, he's on the AMR machine in the Pit Bike 140 class, but 7 laps remaining in this race. Rossi Banham a 53.6 second gap, and he's doing a very, very good job at setting that first lap of the race at 53.6. But what's going to happen this time around? Will we see Lucas Brown potentially get a podium from the last place on the grid? It would be something pretty magical.
That would be magical indeed, but there's still 7 laps to go, so you never know. It could be a victory. I'm not saying anything here, but let's just wait and see what happens for that number 7, Lucas Brown. He is catching the leader. The leaders, should I say. Liam Wood and Taylor Lawrence should not be far away. They are actually just straight ahead of him, and with the pace that Lucas Brown is travelling, fastest lap of the race at 53.215. That was almost a second faster than Taylor Lawrence that last time round. The only man who has been any faster than that right now is Rossi Banham, who was a 53.549 last time out. So he's lapping very fast. Lucas Brown is lapping very fast, the fastest man on the circuit, in fact. But Liam Wood and Taylor Lawrence, surely they can hear the Jaws theme as Lucas Brown is coming, and he is coming fast with just 6 laps left to run in the final race of the weekend. He landed here yesterday afternoon, guiding back from Spain. He missed qualifying, came straight to Whilton Mill, hopped on the AMR bike, and has been scything his way through the Pit Bike 140 pack ever since. And that is how close he is, less than a straight away. And let's have a look at the time. Last time it was a fastest lap of 53.215. Does he go any faster? Yes, he does. A 53.192. Lucas Brown is the fastest man on track at the moment.
Lucas Brown, the fastest lap of the race, now belongs to him, and he's already quicker than Rossi Banham. So Rossi Banham, as I was mentioning, if Lucas Brown managed to start further up in the field, they could be duking it out right now, but 5 laps remaining. His eyes are set on a podium place finish. Taylor Lawrence and Liam Wood, if they continue to battle out with Taylor Lawrence still unable to get past Liam Wood, then we could see a shootout here at Whilton Mill in the final laps of the entire weekend as Taylor Lawrence dives down the inside on the number 10, but he has to back up it very, very quickly, and Liam Wood managed to hold his ground on the 94 machine. There is Lucas Brown. You can see the gap closed so much in just 1 lap, visibly closed in just 1 lap, but now they power it out through and make it 4 laps remaining for these guys. It's a 53.1 this time around from Lucas Brown. It's even quicker once again, so another fastest lap of the race, and he's catching by 1 or 2 tenths a lap.
He is indeed. Lucas Brown gained over a second that last time by on Taylor Lawrence and Liam Wood. A 53.105, fastest lap of the race for the number 7 machine, but Rossi Banham still holding firm up front. 4.6 seconds ahead of the 94 of Liam Wood. And what tries he might, Taylor Lawrence cannot find a way through Liam Wood in what at this rate is going to be the battle for third before we know it, but he's going to have a look to the outside as they head into the boot section. Once again, Taylor Lawrence just can't quite make the gap appear on Liam Wood, and once again here comes Lucas Brown. He's closer than ever. 3 laps left to go at the line. It's another fastest lap. The first time we're into the 52s this year. It's a 52.901 from Lucas Brown, and the gap again taken out by over a second. 1.8 seconds separating Lucas Brown from Taylor Lawrence. While these two are fighting, Lucas Brown is thriving and making his way forward, and with only 2.5 laps left to run, very much a podium is a possibility.
Podium contention is Lucas Brown at the moment. These riders continuing to duke it out for second position. The two-bike battle is about to come a free bike battle. Jamie King, the rider behind Lucas Brown, he is 5.6 seconds behind. So Brown, over the past couple of laps, really built that gap in a very, very good run. And you can see how close he is at the moment. One more time around, and he is going to be in second position. I can almost call it now, or at least 2 laps to go. But in this race, Lucas Brown seems to have the pace to be in second place. You can see it gaining and gaining and gaining every single corner, every single braking zone, as Taylor Lawrence realises he has to get hurry on. The number 10, he's in a rush now, trying his best on Liam Wood, trying whatever he can to make that overtake work. He's looking down and backs out of it into Ashby Corner, and they power it through towards Parker now, where we see Lucas Brown already onto the back, and he's already about to attack for third position at the moment on Taylor Lawrence. But there is our race leader. There is Rossi Banham on the 196 machine. He's had a good year so far. He's had a great round. He's had a spectacular round with a spectacular riding style. The last lap starts now for Rossi Banham, Liam Wood, Taylor Lawrence and Lucas Brown. Now free-way, almost into turn 1, a freeway battle for second position. What can Lucas Brown do? He's gaining. Is he going to make a move into Christmas Corner? We're going to have to wait. He's in the slipstream. He looks down the inside. Can he get both of them in one? He almost does, and almost makes contact with Liam Woods. The third position for Lucas Brown at the moment. Can he manage to claim second position on the final lap of the race? Rossi Banham up front, 7 seconds adrift. But Lucas Brown, he's looking this way, he's looking that way, he's trying to build up. There's a bat marker in front. He's going to try and use it to his advantage. He takes a far more sweeping line, tries to get the exit speed towards the next turn, and then it's free wide with the bat marker as well. Lucas Brown on the wrong side as Rossi Banham comes round the final corner to take 3 out of 3 this weekend at Whilton Mill in the Pit by 140 class. We await to see who will claim second position. It's going to be a track race. It's going to be Liam Wood, with Lucas Brown losing out by 40 thousandths of a second. Taylor Lawrence, 4th position, but Lucas Brown, everyone can see it, take a bow from the back of the grid to 3rd position, almost second, and Rossi Banham yet again winning by 6.2 seconds.
3 from 3 for the 2022 champion Rossi Banham on his return to FAB-Racing shows. I've still got it. What a weekend for the 196 rider. He has just absolutely dominated in the pit bike 140s. There's another rider there who stopped at the side of the circuit on the last lap of the team. That is a shame for him, but Rossi Banham, just perfection. I mean, it's the Rossi Banham of 2022 all over again. He starts on pole, he wins all 3 races, he goes home. That's about it. That's all there is to it. You know, he's a super lovely guy, super humble. When you speak to him, he's funny, he's kind, but the second he gets on that pit bike, he is an absolute racing machine, and he will dominate anything that he touches. He comes into the pits, and so do all the other riders, because that is it for the penultimate round of the FAB-Racing Minibike British Championship. Only 30 races left in the season, only 3 races left, for the Pit Bike 140s. Rossi Banham takes 3 wins out of 3 in dominant fashion here, with Liam Wood just holding on to P2 by 40 thousandths of a second from the charging Lucas Brown from the back of the grid. Taylor Lawrence with 4th with Pit Bike Sonic. Jamie King in P5. Brandon Keane, a great ride there into P6. Chris Wells, your new champion, he finished in 7th with Keaton Payne in 8th. Bradley Ferreira in 9th. And James Ratcliffe rounding out the top 10. Bailey Lawrence did very well to get into P11 with Seth May in 12th and Alfie Garrett in 13th. And we lost Stephen Butterworth, Sean Whittaker and Noah Guillory in that race. That will be it then for this. This is it. Fab Racing in Whilton Mill. The penultimate round of 2023 is all over. Lewis Ray, only 30 races left. 1 race weekend left this season, and then we move on to 2024.
So close to the end, it's such a shame, but still a lot of exciting racing to come our way. It's been extremely exciting weekend. We've had mixed conditions. We went from over 30 degrees weather, extremely sunny, extremely humid, to then today it was almost 30 degrees, 28, 29 degrees, only for the rain to pour just after lunch as well. So mixed conditions for them this weekend. The sun is already beginning to set here at Whilton Mill as the marshals, Dale Baldwin, all the officials start to make their way back to the paddock to end their day of hard work. Thanks to all the marshals, all the medics, all the officials, and well done to all the champions that were crowned today. Still some championships to be taken on the final round of the championship, which is going to be coming in 1 month's time at Three Sisters, where the crown jewel of Fab Racing, the LS2 helmets, MiniGP 70 champion, is still yet to be decided and still yet to be crowned. So make sure you join us then at the start of October. It's been a fantastic weekend for us here. Extremely warm, extremely sweaty for everyone, but another thanks to everyone, to the marshals, to the medics and the officials for a great facility as well at Whilton Mill, like usual. But it's been an incredibly impressive weekend for them, and they've had a tough weekend in the heat, in the rain or shine. They always do a great job for us here at Fab. So of course, 1 month's time, join us back in the same places on the Fab Racing YouTube and Facebook page, and the Motorsport Radio Facebook and YouTube page. Join us then at Three Sisters, where a new challenge awaits us as we head there for the first time. It is goodbye.
On the road to MotoGP. Live from Whilton Mill. Fab Racing Minibikes British Championship.